You're live now.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Things in the world are terrible as usual. Huh?
Sorry.
What happened?
I forgot to mute the stream. It's like the
Oh,
intermission
very
just
cool.
like bled my ear off. I'm like, ow!
Oh, very
Sorry,
cool. Good job. Excellent work. We are not being boomers as usual.
I blame you.
We're actually not late. We're early. We're late to being early because I was done collecting the stuff I wanted to react to and respond to and talk about today, and I was just like, hey, Spoon, like 10 minutes ago, I was like, hey, let's go early.
I was downstairs making tea.
I know.
Because I was hoping to be early by a good bit, and then I sit down, and Aiden's like, we're starting at 8. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, woman? Freaking giddy woman. Like, women are the bane of my existence, I swear to God.
Late to being early, so like bisexual zero fucks? Yeah, probably. Oh, I shouldn't have said that word this early in the stream, because we were going to start with some levity and mirth. One thing that before I forget, that Spoon has never seen this, apparently.
Oh, God. Whenever Aiden says that, I get horrified.
So, okay, Spoon, you've never seen this video.
What am I doing? What am I putting up on screen?
Because Spoon says that I have a smoker's cough, which I probably do, but you've never seen this video.
No.
Latarian Milton is not your typical 7-year-old. Few his age have ever driven an SUV up and down several busy streets. It all started at his mother's townhouse. Latarian says
just a blast from the past for the rest of us.
His grandmother's Dodge Durango.
When I came to the back door, I looked on the counter, my keys were gone.
I took my grandma's car because I got mad at my mom, and then I saw and had my friend come in, and he smokes with cigarettes.
He smokes with cigarettes. I love it.
I yanked the thing.
And off they went. 2 7-year-olds alone on the road. Latarian drove.
You've really never seen this?
No.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked, and why I'm shocked is because you're a fan of the Boondocks, and I think we can play like a second here of this.
No, you can't.
Why are you here?
Because I'm a bad kid. I do bad things.
Okay. They mocked this, though. They made... he was a character in the Boondocks. He smokes with cigarettes. He smokes with cigarettes.
You said you do bad things. What kind of bad things do you do?
I don't listen to my grandmother, and I hurt people, and I smoke with cigarettes.
Okay, now I may have seen this, but how would I have known it's based on a real thing?
Oh, I guess I don't know.
There we go.
Smokes with cigarettes. I can't believe you've never... So, I'm just surprised, Spoon, that you've never seen that...
What's Bill saying?
No, he likes the Boondocks. He's not familiar with the smoking with cigarettes thing, Bill.
I like the way in Aiden's world I must know absolutely every meme thing. It's like, do you know me?
But I know every meme.
Okay, but I'm not you.
So as you can see here on the screen, we have AOC's forehead. I would like to start a week full of war and tragedy, much of which has been misreported. What do you mean much
of it? Virtually all of it.
Yep. How about all of it?
Even freaking Jeremy on the quartering, he just said, I've never been more unsure of anything I've seen on the internet. Like, yeah. And that's not even including the AI shit, but considering like Ben Shapiro's frothing at the mouth, rampaging desire to glass from Gaza over the last couple of days.
Outright just
mask off genocide.
For genocidal
maniac,
talk,
absolutely.
Insane.
Yeah, and considering
did
almost...
you want to talk about GTA first?
Oh yeah, because somebody asked, like, what's the best GTA game?
James Hurley asked what the best GTA game was. So we can get a little bit, like, before we get into...
Gruesome and horrible things.
Now, again, I want to start with farts.
Not whore.
Because that's funny. But before that, we were asked what our favorite GTA games are. And by James Hurley in the chat...
How am I too loud? I'm not even yelling.
Well, my favorite GTA game is Vice City. It was my first GTA game, so I'm biased, right? I have a bias there, but I love the aesthetic. I love Tommy Vercetti. I love the aesthetics. I love the music. So good, fantastic.
Yes.
However, I think that San Andreas is in every imaginable way a better game.
Yes. Also, it had a black protagonist, and no one gave a shit.
Right. Isn't that? You know, that's such a sign of the times. While I edit, I listen to... basically, here's what I do on YouTube. while I'm editing and working on stuff, I just go and find like the longest video I can find and listen to it. Right now I'm listening to a 6-hour-long Toy Story 4 repudiation. Because I like have to be I'm doing other stuff, so I just want to have something on in the background to listen to. But I've also been listening to a lot of retrospectives on 90s and 80s sitcoms. And I made a tweet about it the other day where I said basically that like you can't find anything like, or in 2000 sitcoms, you're not going to find anything like Scrubs today. You can never find anything like that because it can't just be that.
You're still thinking of that JD scene, aren't you?
Which one?
The last one you sent to me that made you cry your eyes out like a girl.
It does make me cry my eyes out. It does make me cry my eyes out. The ending of Scrubs is perfect.
It's because you're a chick and you're gay.
But yes, but it's perfect. It's such a perfect ending.
Yes, but I don't see why it should make you teary-eyed.
It makes me teary-eyed because it makes me happy.
But nobody has died.
No, it's the opposite. It's a happy crying. It's a happy, positive crying.
Yeah,
of being happy for these characters that I have a parasocial relationship with.
Yes,
right?
I've never cried tears of joy.
Really?
At least not a television.
You've never. Okay, but you can understand that though.
That's
the
stories
idea of crying tears of joy, but when you're so happy about good things happening to these fictional characters that you care about. But my okay, whatever. My point though was
I can feel sad, yes, but not joy.
Mm-hmm. I had watched I watched a couple of, or listened to. I'm not actually watching them. I'm listening to them. So again, I'm working. I had listened to a couple of retrospectives on Cheers, on Frasier. I really love the one on Frasier because I love Frasier.
Aiden cries when she's happy.
Yeah. Well, I love Frasier because I identify very heavily with
Aiden
Dr. Crane.
a vagina.
Yes, obviously. Women cry more easily than men do. But I identify, who's surprised, very heavily with Dr. Frasier Crane. And so I was watching these retrospectives or listening to them. And what I noticed, and I watched one on, or listened to one on Cheers, Frasier.
You should have the Shatterhand.
Community, and Scrubs. And what I really was taken aback by, or what kind of was illuminated in my mind while watching this, is that you couldn't do any of these shows anymore. So both, a lot of shows have had episodes removed because of quote unquote blackface. I talked to you extensively about my issue with the episode of Community that had its blackface episode removed.
All over my Discord. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, woman?
Because it's not blackface. It is an Asian man dressed up as a drow in cosplay.
Yes,
and drows they don't look like black people. They have literally like pitch black skin or gray skin.
Had a bit of story.
Episode was removed. Well, that episode was removed for blackface. They also removed a bunch of episodes of Always Sunny, which is another thing that I was listening to a retrospective on. And I realized something while I was doing that end of Scrubs thing, which is that in the 90s and the 2000s, up until I'd say about 7 to 5 years ago, no one had a problem with like diverse casting if it actually made sense and was fine and people could laugh about racial differences or differences between men and women. Nobody had an issue with this. I see why there are people who we're going to talk about later who have
you missed an hour. Horwitz, we've only been on just now.
Horwitz, we're moving on for like 14 minutes, Horwitz. Thank you for the $20.
Yes, you're good.
Thank you. You have not missed an hour though, so you don't have to have that many Fs.
Would I cosplay as Uncle Ruckus? Oh my god. Yes, I would so do that.
There's one guy who cosplays him so well. Have you seen the guy I'm talking about? There's one guy who like looks just like him. It's crazy.
You sure it wasn't the actual actor just dressed up as him?
It might have been the actual actor, but he does maybe it's the actual actor who dresses up like him and stuff. It's
crazy. It's the actual actor who dresses up as him.
Okay. Anywho, so my point in making that tweet or
he's
talking about it was
lost a lot of weight, by the way.
Oh, good for him.
Like a hell of a lot of weight. Like almost all of it. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yes,
good for him, man.
Yeah, he was so thin, I didn't even recognize it was him until he spoke in Uncle Ruckus' voice. I went like, holy crap.
Gary Thomas for 5 says, hey, dynamic duo. Aiden, it's funny how you say you identify with Frasier Crane, because I always thought you looked like Lilith and talk like her too. Yeah, probably true. Lilith is more neurotic, which is more akin to my personality, to be fair.
She is also quite terrifying.
Yeah.
She reminds me of.
I'm actually not that uptight.
She reminds me of the woman from Addams Family.
Oh yeah. Morticia.
That's the one,
right? Yeah,
I think so. Is that not the daughter's name?
I think so. No, the daughter's name is.
Shawol, no.
Yeah, the wife is Morticia. The child is. Shoot, why can't I think of whatever? My
Ask
whole
the
point
chat. What's the name of the
talking about
daughter in Addams Family?
It's right there in the back of my head, but I can't remember it.
The chat will know.
What we've lost is that, like, okay, Scrubs starts airing in what, like 2001?
Early 2000s.
Wednesday Addams is a child. But Scrubs starts airing in what, like 2001 or abouts, you know?
There we go.
And what that we are told today by leftists is like we're so racist back then. I mean, it's a show about two best friends, one of whom is very gay coded in terms of, like, he, you know, is very touchy-feely with both Dr. Cox and with Turk.
Gay.
But yeah, and it's always the joke in Scrubs is that JD is gay coded. It's not that he's gay; it's that he's gay coded.
He's just very feminine. Yeah.
He's very feminine. He's very, very feminine.
There was one episode later on, like I said, like season 5, where there was outtakes, and they had on Sean, Elliot's ex-boyfriend, and when the camera cuts, he just goes, "Sorry, my character's really gay now." Like, he openly says that. So yeah, there you go.
But I mean, like, that was fine in the 2000s, in the early 2000s. No one had any problem with interracial best friends or with interracial couples, because everyone cheered for Turk and Carla. You know, everyone cheered for that stuff. It's the whole idea that there's that we have to, like, overcome this stuff. Is a complete farce. That there, you know. And I was actually watching earlier today. A Despot of Antrim, who I really like. I was recommending him to Bill earlier. Did a fantastic video on Robin Hood with a Y. Have you heard of this show, Spoon?
No, but I was been told that I have to give my take on it. When everyone tells me, when everyone says to me, "You have to give my take," or "You have to give your take," people are telling you this is gonna piss Spoon off, and we want him to rant. Yeah, I've noticed when everyone messages me.
Despot of Antrims. If you want to watch a video on it, I obviously Disparu's done videos.
Is Robin Hood black?
Check out. They're all black.
There's no way in hell a black person steals and gives it to everybody else. That's ridiculous.
But, well, oh my god. So just to give you the TLDR of the story plot, right, is that Robin, with a Y, lives in a commie block shithole, one of those, you know...
I always thought it'd be quite culturally insensitive to have someone black called Robin.
They actually make fun of it in the show. That we Robin, you know?
Oh, God,
I'm not joking. They have a whole hip hop song that's one of the worst things I've ever heard. And the director calls himself Director X. He refuses to have a real name. He's just Malcolm X himself, essentially. And okay, the plot of the show takes off because Robin's mother is shot unfairly and unwarrantedly by police and becomes paralyzed, and they need to steal to be able to, because the police have said that she's the criminal, not the police, and that they're gonna take her to court and put her in jail for years and years for doing nothing. And their response is not to go to a bond officer like any normal person would do, but to instead steal from, and here's the thing, if I've gotten this correctly from what I've heard, now I have not seen the show, I watched other people's reviews of it. Richard Lionheart is the bad guy in the show.
Of course he is.
But Richard Lionheart's the good guy in the legend, in the myth. There's no even Sheriff of Nottingham. The Sheriff of Nottingham is just like an angry white woman. But Richard Lionheart, and there's no King John. King John's the bad guy in the Robin Hood tale. Richard Lionheart's the good guy. But if I'm understanding this correctly, they're so dumb that they made Richard Lionheart, and he's got all of these coins.
They've got all these.
Well, they've got all these coins that they want to steal from him because he's a big rich white guy, and rich white dude that they want to steal from. so that they can pay for her mother's bail. Which, by the way, that's not how bail works. You go to a bail officer, you get bail. It's a loan, essentially, that as long as you show up in court, you're going to get your money back. Desperate Antrim did a fantastic job describing this. Instead, they decide to steal these ancient English coins from him, which date back to Alfred the Great. They're Alfred the Great's coins. I looked up how much Alfred the Great coins that were minted, how much they cost. The last one I could find that was sold for $23,000 US. And he's got 13 of them. So he's got $300,000 of coins. And they want to go steal these coins from him. Which just... that's not how any of this works. The white dude is John Prince. Is that it? I thought they said that he was king, that he was Richard Lionheart. Oh, okay. So I may have misunderstood that. Thanks, chat. John Prince. All right, so he is Prince John. Okay. Still, all right. At least that's good. They managed to figure that out. Oh, because yeah. In one of the background scenes, there was like this big mural of a black guy that said that said Richard Lionheart on it in their housing commie block. But Richard Lionheart is Prince John's brother. So how does that work out? Uh-oh. I don't understand. I'm confused. I guess I haven't watched the show because I don't want to I don't usually like to torture myself. But anywho.
Someone's been sentenced to 7 months for posting memes about Clinton?
What?
What the fuck?
What the heck?
Jack Posobiec on Twitter.
Oh, curious. Anywho, so the show sounded insufferable. The show sounded insufferable. Oh, we were still talking about GTA still.
I was about to say, where are you even going with this?
I don't know. I was... Whatever. Let's get back into not the topic that we're about to talk about, the real political topic, but what's your favorite GTA game?
San Andreas.
And why? San Andreas, yeah.
Yes. Just because, like I said several weeks ago, it's like a script that I did 2 years ago, that a game that I would like to do a video on, because people have been asking me, you do so many takes trashing things, why don't you do something positive and showcase something that you think is well done?
Yeah.
And I thought, do GTA San Andreas, because this is going to sound really weird. GTA San Andreas is a very conservative game.
Curious.
Which I'm aware that
I think you're right. I think you're right.
If you say that on face value, you go, how the fuck did you get to that? The game is about gangbang. It's like...
gangbangers.
Yes, but not really.
No, not really. Exactly.
No,
it's only that way on face value.
Yes, because if you look at the characters that you meet Sweet. Sweet is the brother of the family. Okay, now he's the oldest brother of the family. There was Brian, which was their younger brother that got shot, and that's why CJ left to go to Liberty City. And so it's basically there's him and Kendall, and the gang dissipates in influence while CJ is gone. And when he comes back, because his mother's funeral or whatever, because she was the unfortunate victim in a drive-by that was supposed to be for Sweet. And so you look at him, there's Kendall, and there's Caesar, and you got all the characters. Sweet is the older brother in the family. And he said, when moms were sick, I robbed people for the bread. I was one taking care of the family. When he's in prison and he gets out, the first thing he says is, I need to go check on things in the hood. Yeah. And he said to him...
But CJ said... that's all interesting. Just interject for 1 second before you continue. That's fascinating about this, is that every single person who's played San Andreas can relate to these characters as human beings.
It's because the voice acting is phenomenal.
Right, but even though they're criminals and crooks, but we can all relate to them.
Yes.
Continue, sorry.
Yeah. So when he gets out of prison, CJ says to him, everybody's dream is to get out of the hood. And Sweet says to him, you sound just like Smoke right now. And when he goes into the hood, they clear the place the fuck out. And when he's there, it's like, this is where our lives began and where it's probably going to end. Like, his entire philosophy is, this is my home and I must defend it. It's like, I will not abandon it. He's like, he's very family-orientated as a person, which makes him an interesting character.
But that's realistic compared to this Robin Hood shit, which is all fake.
Yes.
The whole part of the plot of that show is that they all want to defend living in their commie block. They want to defend their commie block. People who have lived in commie block can tell you and will tell you that they're hellholes. Nobody wants to live in a fucking commie block. but it's because the portrayal of underprivileged, the Grove Street Gang, right? The portrayal of them is very human and realistic.
Yeah. And what's the main thing they want to do? Get drugs off the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet will forgo the financial gain of drugs because he thinks it's bad for his community, so he abstains. Yes, very conservative position. And then his sister is dating Caesar, and when he meets Caesar, Caesar says to him, I love your sister. I know she's my girl for life. This is why I stop you from being skinges then. And his whole point is he wants to marry her. Very traditional. And he even asks CJ's permission. But he says, like, get Sweet to agree because, this is further on the game. But that's his whole freaking mission statement. And then when they flee later on, she's the one who stops him from going back into the barrio and capping dope dealers. And he says, like, no, that's a stupid idea. So she sort of keeps him sane. Well, actually, CJ's the one that does that. When they get to San Fierro and they make the garage, they sort of drive away at one point when you're going to get to the cars, one of the missions. And he says that, I think CJ says that his sister is the moms of the family. She should get out of the ghetto and make something out of herself. She was the brains of the family. She's also the one that said to him, you wanted something in your life for nothing. Now you got something. Now make it good enough. We'll help. And he gets everyone together and they start a business together.
Yeah,
again, very conservative.
I when you first said that it was a conservative game, I was like, but no. Now when you put it in those kinds of
yes,
put it in that way, I think it is a conservative game.
Yes,
but that's why it was beloved, right? That's what made people love that stuff.
And he takes every opportunity that he can get, and he just fucking runs with it. He meets all the new people. He doesn't discriminate against everybody. I mean, for God's sakes, the Chinese work with a black guy, and considering the Chinese are really, really racist, the fact that they work with a black guy who's blind and no one gives a shit, because he just says, "Oh, look, he's an outsider. He can be helpful," and they get along. That's absolutely fine. And then they go into business together. They freaking take out the mob or whatever. And the whole game is about constantly building up things. And as the game, you accrue more skills. It is about. The game becomes more difficult.
It is about family, ultimately, though.
Yeah, the whole
family
thing is
of the whole Grove Street, the Grove Street gang, and by that I mean like not just their actual families, but the family that they also make between each other that are not familially related.
Yeah, but like,
in that way,
the
story of GTA of San Andreas is far better than Vice City, even though I love Vice City. But the reason I like Vice City is because of the aesthetics.
Yeah, it's
the game.
It's
the music,
80s
everything.
Scarface Coke.
It's so good.
I don't know why Rockstar, like, hey, look, Rockstar, if you ever hear this, you could make a serious amount of money if you just took GTA 5's graphics and set it in 80s Vice City.
Yeah, people
you would
that.
make people, and just don't give us some.
I do like GTA 5, by the way. GTA 4, I felt like also had a very good story, but is one of the more forgettable for me entries into the series.
4?
And GTA 4 for me. I don't know why. Yes. I just don't. I don't have as many like fond memories of GTA 4 as I do about Vice City or San Andreas or even GTA 5.
The story was weak.
I think that was it.
And also, the whole thing about taking your cousin out for freaking dinner dates and bowling is like nothing to do with the traditional storyline of GTA, and it's just ridiculous. At least within.
It's still a fun game, but I didn't. In terms of the memories that I have of GTA titles, like I have really, really distinct memories about San Andreas and
I played the shit out of San Andreas.
San Andreas is such a good game.
Yes, I can still. It's a good game.
What's your feelings on 5 though? Because that's of course the most recent one, even though it's been 10 years ago.
Good gameplay. The story is absolute shit, and the characters are fucking boring.
I do love Trevor, but Trevor is a meme.
Yes,
like Trevor's not a real person.
Yeah, but
it doesn't feel real. Like
I don't like the characters.
CJ is such a real person, right?
CJ
and all the characters around him. All the characters around him are they feel like such real people. But the only character that I find really likable in GTA 5 is Trevor, and he's a cartoon. Yeah, he's a cartoon.
He has
I like him because he's a cartoon and he's funny, but he's insane. And he's not a real person. He's just he's a cartoon. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
I just don't like the story because the story is shit.
The story is boring. The story in GTA 5 is very boring. I found the story in GTA 4 to be boring as well, to be fair. But whereas the stories in GTA, the story is best in GTA in San Andreas. It's just the best. It's just by far the best. Even though the one that I like the most, because it was my first GTA game. And so yes, I have to say also I've not played GTA 3 or 2 or 1. So sorry, I haven't done that. I have not played those games. I've heard that in particular, some of them are very difficult to play now, if not impossible, because of the aged graphics. But I just haven't played them. So the only ones I've played are the ones that I've
driving is better in GTA 4. Get the fuck out of here. The driving in GTA 4 is not better than 5. 5's driving is significantly better.
5's driving is very clean.
Yes.
I would say
4's driving is complete asshole.
It's been so long since I've played GTA 4. I really struggled to even recall the controls. Like Vice City, I could replay right now and have a really good time with it. Or San Andreas.
San Andreas, if you put me any place on the map, I can guarantee you I can probably know how to get to
figure out where you're going.
Yeah.
I'd be more confident in that with Vice City because I played the shit out. First of all, I wasn't allowed to have Grand Theft Auto games, right, as a kid.
Yeah.
But my neighbors, who I used to go hang out with all the time, because they had 2 kids who were my same age, and one was my same age, and then a slightly younger brother. They let them have it, and I would go over there, and we would just take turns, and we'd put in the cheat codes and stuff. And it was Vice City, and I just loved it. I loved every second of that game. It's so
I never played any
part
cheat
though.
codes.
That's just that. There's a part of that game that the reason why I love it is because it was my first GTA. I'd never seen anything like it before. I'd never interacted with anything like it before. So that is also skewing my perception on it, right?
Yeah, as far as the sort of gameplay goes, I would say 3 was like 3 was probably one of the most groundbreaking events of gaming history because it went from it burst a sandbox essentially, and it was I mean, if I tried playing it now, I tried playing it a while ago, one of the definitive editions. I tried playing 3. And
go ahead. Sorry.
It was there was things about the game that drove the fucking crap out of me. For example, you can't jump out of the car if it's moving. It has to stand completely still, which means if it's on fire, you have to completely stop, or else you just get.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
Those are just things that they fixed over time. MT says I wasn't allowed to have GTA games either, but I was allowed to have Resident Evil, and the rest is history. Yeah, you want to know something fucking cute? So I begged my mom. My mom is she's probably listening, so hi mom. But my mom was very, very like anti-violent video games. She bought into the for better for worse. My mom's
satanic
a teacher,
kind of crap,
so for better for worse, she bought in not satanic, but the video games cause violence nonsense, which has been debunked by scientific evidence. But she bought into it, and I understand why. She's a teacher, of course she buys into it to a certain degree. However, I begged her. I was like, Mom, I want this game because I saw it in Game Informer or one of those other magazines similar to that. It's like I really want this game, and I think I was 11 or 12. I'd have to look up when did it come out. I have to look it up because if I tell you about this game, you're gonna lose your fucking mind. Drag. I'm going to use the Japanese title, friends. I don't care. Well, no. I need to use the English title because otherwise I won't find when it came out.
It's not safe to jump out of a burning car.
Okay, 2003. So I was 13 when this game came out.
Which was?
It's called Drakengard. Have you ever heard of this game?
No.
The original Drakengard game, the protagonist wants to fuck his sister. That's his motivation in the game. Oh, well, his sister wants to fuck him more. Yeah, Kaim just wants to murder people. The protagonist just wants to murder people.
Why were you attracted to this game?
Because I saw pictures in a game magazine that you could ride a dragon and stuff. It looked cool. Right? I was like, I want to play this game because there's a dragon in it. It looks really neat.
Weeby degenerates.
It's a Yoko Taro game. It's one of the most fucked up games and fucked up game series ever made.
Wonder why.
It's the precursor. If you've ever played Nier, it actually is in the same universe as Nier. But no. The incest is not the worst part. One of your primary cast members, a playable character, is a pedophile elf.
You're never going to live this down, by the way. You're just digging yourself a deeper hole.
I didn't know when I was 13 because no one said any of this. And also, it was heavily, heavily modified when it was released in the United States.
It's
Like,
ill-handled
hide
modern
a lot
game.
of the stuff. To hide a lot of this stuff. I can't believe you guys have never seen this Dragon Dragoon or Drakengard.
No.
It's so the end. There's multiple endings. And one of them, the Whore of Babylon, who is a massive. I mean, you know what? You know what? I can just show it. I can show this. It's fine. It won't get me in trouble because it's gameplay footage, so it's fine. Drakengard ending 4.
You see, when I hear this kind
whatever.
of shit,
Yeah, here we go.
I am so glad I'm not into Asian culture.
Dude,
It's just rampant
here it is.
degeneracy.
In this particular ending of the game, there's multiple endings. This is the truth ending. It takes place in like a fantasy medieval world, but you get transported into Tokyo in the modern age.
I agree with Jake. Why would you tell us this?
Look at what you're looking at right now. Who is going to birth all evil onto the world? This is it.
It's the end! The end!
And yet you do not pray.
To whom? What god can help us now?
No gods have ever heard your prayers.
I love this game. I love it. I
Catch
love it.
the
I love
lions
it.
come. You must
I'm talking about my favorite game. Maybe not my favorite, but I love this game so much.
Please don't leave me alone.
That child, by the way, has made a pact with a golem that makes it so they're not actually a child, they're an adult, but they're stuck. Their pact for making this, their price for making this pact with the golem is to never age. So they look like a child, but they're not.
If we live.
But at least
No!
don't forget me.
People don't know how much I love this game. I love it so much. Let's do a little bit. I just want to play a little bit of it. Can I get away with a little bit of this, YouTube, please?
Time lives hand in hand with good and evil.
Which
We
part,
too
Bill?
must adapt to this world of chaos.
Yeah, now's the time to feel the love with the gods, yeah. This is now what I want to point out also is that this is an action RPG, but for some reason at the end of the game it turns into, and it's not just this one, Drakengard 4 did this as well. It turns into a rhythm game at the end for no comprehensible reason, just because Yoko Taro is a madman who has no fucking. He's a crazy person. Yeah, you can't even finish the rhythm game because it fades to black. Literally 500 Shotokan? Yeah, Tyler Preston, pretty much, yeah. It's one of the most bizarre games I've ever... And it's why I love it, because it's so fucking weird. Tokyo. It's like in 2000. What the hell is this? I know we're going on a weird tangent.
I was like, I have
stream, but
no
whatever.
fucking idea what the hell is going
Look,
on.
this is watch this. This is the final boss fight. This entire game has been like you shoot things in the dragon. There's 3 different modes of gameplay. There's like on the ground, you're slashing people up. It's very Dynasty Warrior style. In fact, the game was originally intended to be a Dynasty Warriors game, and then it was turned into whatever the hell Drakengard is. Then there's a secondary mode where it's like a sort of mix of the two, where you can get on the dragon and get off. And then there's the pure just on the dragon mode, which is just shooting at things. And in the very last boss fight, they make you do this rhythm game.
What is this? This thing?
Your friend's so weird. Sorry. Look, I was exposed to this when I was 13, okay? I didn't know it was in this game. Oh, it's so good. Oh, the song. Oh my god, the song is so good. It's linked up. I just want to play a little bit of it. Please, YouTube, let me play this. Do-do-do-do. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good, dude. By the way, this is incredibly difficult to do. To get this to work right, it's really actually difficult. It's super hard. I know it looks easy, but it's very difficult. Anywho, that's my favorite video game.
You do realize I have absolutely no idea what this is about, right?
To be fair, no one does.
You did not do a good job of explaining it.
There's a prince of a kingdom. His sister is the seal that keeps all evil from being released onto Earth. His friend kidnaps her basically because he wants to fuck her, but also she wants to fuck her brother, and they run off, and the whole point is to bring about the end of all time.
You're a strange person.
Yes. If you have played any Nier games, that this is the precursor to them. Yes. If you are confusion, that's all right. Yes, and by the way, yeah, if you've played any of the Nier games, if you want to understand why the world of Nier is all fucked up and like why there's no why humanity has been destroyed and why the apocalypse happened, it's because of this. It's this ending of Drakengard that led to the Nier games. No, I didn't get to the point where you get shot down by an F-22 Raptor, but let's watch that real quick. So once you finish the boss fight, you you can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. So the Queen of the Grotesqueries, which is what that was, the Whore of Babylon, gets boom! F-22 Raptors blow you up. This is the canonical ending of the game. Bro. That's why I love Drakengard. It's my favorite. Shall we talk about political things, Spoon? Instead of what I like? What the weird video games I like?
I have no
Spoon.
words.
How? What? Why?
Because you are a fucking weirdo. This is what I'm saying.
It's my favorite.
If me and Aiden don't discuss politics, we are at the opposite ends in like first.
Well, we agree on GTA largely, but then I showed you my favorite video game, and you were like, ugh.
"What the fuck is wrong with you?" Yes, I don't think I really have a favorite video game.
I was reading Game Informer when I was 13, and I was like, "This game looks cool, mommy. Buy me this 18 plus."
I'm trying to think of.
Trust me, it's just a game about dragons. I didn't know.
The games that I've dumped the most amount of time in World of Warcraft is probably one of them.
Oh, chat's just upset.
Yeah, the chat should mercilessly ridicule you.
Oh.
And then you'll have to explain why the child has the voice of a 5-year-old.
Oh. Bill wants me to show you the love of the gods. Do you know it by heart? Here we go. This should be it. Alright, Bill says that we should watch this. Again, yeah. Alright.
Now is the time to feel the love of the gods.
Now, Mana speaks like that because, again, Mana is another person who is being possessed in this moment, yeah.
A deep love. A great love.
A love powerful and formidable. A love that crushes.
Bill's approaching the stairs.
Like a mace.
With a mace,
La 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 la.
Let's go. This is an incest. This is weird. This is children being possessed and weird things happening to them. However, that right there. Oh, I thought that was that is the pedophile, isn't it? Yeah, that's the pedophile. The pedophile is touching the child on the back. This game's so fucking weird.
What's happening? Can that child?
This guy sacrifices his pact with a fairy, which, by the way, he's doing because he basically wants to kill himself because he's a pedophile, but he can't force himself to. Sacrifices his eyesight to make a pact with a fairy. I'm not joking. These are real fucking things that happen in this game.
Can't show the scene of the fairy introducing.
No, you can't. I can't show that one. Nope.
The fairy basically rocks up. I know, you should, and hero.
No, the fairy rocks up to him and says, like, you should kill yourself. You should kill yourself. Yeah, it is kind of amazing because he's a pedophile and he should kill himself. But this is a main character in the video game. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
little girl with a 45-year-old guy's voice is a main character too.
Hazahapa, he says he played Drakengard. He was there. Yeah, this is a weird game.
Look me in the eyes
let me show you who Yoko
game isn't
the man who made this video game. Here he is.
Like a mace.
Here, does this game make more sense to you now?
The guy who
No.
the man who routinely breaks or loses that mask. So
This is the man who made the game. He's kind of a lunatic, and that's why I love him. He shows up to public things wearing this mask.
When he made Nier Automata, and there was a lot of flack being caught because the main character had a lot of porn made of her, he requested they all be collated at the end of each month and posted in an easy-to-read zip file.
Is this what Slender Man looks like if you shine a light on his face?
It's a mask from it's Emil from Nier, but like he doesn't. I don't think it's ever shown his face. They're saying that that's what he looks like, but no, that's not. Nobody knows. He has shown his face because up until
because that mask,
he doesn't like to show his face, so he always wears weird masks and stuff.
Like Japanese man.
I love him. He's so cool. He just does this stuff. What a fucking crazy person. I love it. I love how loony he is. He's my favorite. He makes the most fucked up video games comprehensive. Like, and he keeps getting away with it. He keeps getting away with it. Speaking of keep getting away with it, here's why Democrats keep farting.
Oh no!
There's my transition.
Speaking of the bodily, here's the DNC.
Last week, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez hopped on a live stream to give a very fine people on both sides damage control speech regarding the situation in Israel, which by the way I've said as well. I want not very fine people. I hate everybody. I just hate murdering children. And you know what I hate more? Not more. No, murdering children is the worst. But you know what I hate almost as much as murdering children, Spoon? Lying about murdering children and using it for your political gains. I really, really hate that. Because then you hurt me in my heart, and the next day I find out that you lied to me about it. You pieces of shit. After the Democrat Socialists of Americas came out for Hamas following last weekend's brutal attack on Israelis. So, I'm just going to go down and watch her video.
United States, our responsibility is to the stability and the security of the region. That means being able to support, yes, Israel in its defensive capacities, right? In its ability, in that context. But it also means that the United States has a responsibility to ensure accountability to human rights, to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
I'm sorry.
And to
what?
ensure
wait.
horrors.
Okay, good, because good time to pause.
I'm sorry, but since when does America give a flying fuck about human rights?
Never. But good time to pause because we're about to see the epic moment.
Not happen in the names of victims who do not want their tragedy.
What was that? What was that? Excuse me? What was that?
That was loud as hell, too.
Could we do that? Do it one more time?
Do not happen in the names of victims who do not want their tragedy.
It almost sounds fake.
Yeah, I think it sounds fake, but she posted this. She's the one who posted this. She has not deleted it, by the way. It's still up.
Now that I hear it, it doesn't sound real.
It doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like a real fart. But what is this? What is this? What could she says? I think that she said that it was like her banging on the table or something. But
not want their tragedy used to.
That's a fart.
Yeah, that's not real.
Something weird is happening. Why did she put? I think you won't know my opinion. I think that she edited that fart sound in just to gain attention.
Attraction on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is trying to transition, not into a man, but into her career in brap porn on OnlyFans after she inevitably gets not reelected. All right.
Do you think she's not going to get reelected? She is going to be in politics for a
Never
long,
mind.
long time.
I really, like, if anyone, no one's saying should re-elect her, but they will. In her district, they will.
She's
Crap.
basically a shoo-in for like the next 10 years at least.
Jesus Christ. My thought was that, she's just trying to transition into her porn career.
Justify further violence and injustice.
Right.
Beautifully said.
United States.
It was beautifully said. You know what was beautifully said?
Tragedy. You.
Burp.
That bitch
However,
is the craziest
this
eyes.
wonderful article from Zero Hedge has actually outlined that Democrats apparently can't help but keep farting on camera. Oh, this is an AOC video. This is a congresswoman. The fuck? That's not the fart video, but we're gonna watch some other farts.
Your opponents are saying that that's really part of a larger pattern with you, that you often avoid taking firm positions on controversial issues.
The moving there makes me think that's real.
Firm positions on controversial issues.
I think this is. I
The
think
look
this is
of that
fake and
guy.
edited, but still,
you
it's
sure?
so funny. I think this one's fake. I don't know. I just wanted to show it anyway. That one probably is fake. However, why do they keep farting?
The timing is bloody well edited, though.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric Swallow, yeah.
For U.S. military aid.
Here's swallows well. He does swallow well, apparently.
This one I think is actually real.
Mm-hmm. This one's real.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from Republicans all last week was that you don't have anyone who heard the call.
I mean, is that any surprise? They're all full of shit.
They're so full of shit they can't stop farting.
He's made progress on all four Democratic Party.
And look at his face. Look at it. Oh, wait, I want to play that one. Look at his face. Look how proud he is after he toots.
Progress on all four Democratic Party.
He knows he did it.
He's made progress on all four Democratic Party.
He knows he did it. He knows he did it, and he's proud of it.
You would actually get more respect if you stop and fart and just made a joke about it and carried on, honestly.
Oh, that's
an SNL skit, yeah.
The answer.
Point of order.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like
That's Rudy Giuliani one more time. So just to be clear, it's not just Democrats. Here's Rudy Giuliani again.
The answer. Point of order. The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth.
Now, in fairness, Giuliani is like 75 years old at this point, so I can sort of forgive him for it. But the ones who are like in their early 40s or 50s, like you should have some control of your sphincter unless you are getting fucked behind closed Congress doors, which you probably do actually.
One more time.
You're like a child with this, you know that?
Yeah,
they didn't
I think it's
bother
funny.
to interview a single witness. Just like you.
It's funny as hell.
Asian is 5 years old, people.
Yes. We need to move on to the debating liberalism argument. Which
I
is
thought you had the fucking view clip up.
The what? Oh, the view clip? No. Let's do debating liberalism right first.
That might take a while.
It's gonna take, yeah, but I put it at the beginning because let me put it up here. There we go. This is gonna take a while, and that's why I put it in the first place. I'm gonna have to pee though. Weirdly, I have to pee all day. I keep having to pee. It's weird. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, and then we'll watch this. Okay? I've got the watch together up, please, sir. Thank you. Be right back.
And so now I get to talk about Adam and Sitch, and considering I don't like either, I can just be freaking honest, really. Yeah? And just say bollocks to them both. And also, Dev is on this clip. And if Dev is the sane one, holy shit, you know this is going to be really, really bad.
you're talking about, that's like a left-wing idea. That's not like an idea that's inherent to the philosophy of liberalism.
Do you want to debate it, Sitch?
As soon as people get luxury time, they...
Okay, I want to read this. I don't know if you can see this on the screen. So this is hold on, let me just see what it said.
start to think of like...
It says here, essential beliefs of liberalism. Right, this is what Adam wrote down. Okay, essential beliefs of liberalism. First one, individual rights are anti-authoritarian. No one is God over everybody else. That is a fucking joke. The state is above you, whether you know this or not. Freedom of speech, purpose, conflict resolution through persuasion instead of violence, negation, CRT, queer theory. Okay, I don't know if you think all of, like, this, the threat of violence must always be there. You can't solve every problem through speech, otherwise you would never have any fucking wars. It's an absurdity. 3, equal protection under the law. That is a complete bunch of crap. We will never have that because you have power, money, and people are easily corrupted by those things. 4, property rights, except if you're a communist, in which case you can just burn shit down and the state will just bail you out indiscriminately. 5, tolerance of conflicting beliefs. That doesn't make any sense either.
Oh, no. Actually, I'm glad I came back at the time I did. By the way, I drank so much water today, that's why I had to. But this is curious. I even asked him about this. Did he get back to me? Hang on.
No.
He might have. Adam might have responded to me. I did respond to...
What was this on Twitter?
No, on this video. Because I asked him why NRX, or I asked why is NRX on the same thing next to...
He doesn't know what NRX is.
Oh. Yeah, I know. The problem is that it's I'm not logged into my YouTube account. Or my normal YouTube account. But
I don't know why you don't do what I do, which is just have 2 browsers.
Me have my... Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that now. Okay, so hang on.
Can I go now? Can I keep going?
Keep going.
Yes, tolerance of conflicting beliefs. Okay, that only works if the one side...
No, there's no response. Never mind.
Yeah.
There's no response.
That only works if there's mutual agreements for tolerance. And considering we've never had that ever, because this has always resulted in freaking violence, like, dude, this is an absurdity.
No.
Number 6, knowledge is based on evidence.
Now,
hold on a second, I'm not done yet. You can ruin my joke, woman. Don't interrupt.
Okay.
6, knowledge is based on evidence. The title of the thing is Beliefs of Liberalism. Beliefs of Liberalism, but 6 is knowledge is based on evidence.
But you have a belief.
You want to square those two, Adam? Considering that doesn't make any fucking sense?
They can't square those two. That here's my beliefs, but here's also our belief in the science. It can't be both, can it? It can't be both. Adam,
this is what you get when you live in California. I don't know what it is.
I love you, dude. What are you doing?
I think the stench of shit that is emanating from the urine-filled streets is somehow tainting the air, which is infecting the brains of Californians, which is why their political takes are all dog shit. 7, meritocracy. Okay, I want to have a discussion about this.
Yeah.
I hate the phrase meritocracy because it is so broken as a sort of a bedrock of this philosophy of liberalism, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
When people say
I love
meritocracy,
that we haven't even watched a second of this, but
yes,
we're already...
but this is complete shit. When you say meritocracy, you think best person for the job. Best person for the job to Americans is profit-driven capitalism. That's the issue. If the best person for the job becomes something other than that, meritocracy goes out of the fucking window or is incredibly corrupted. Like, if you are trying to have meritocracy because you want to peddle climate change horseshit, because this is how you get money, because this is how you get grant money, you know what your meritocracy is? Is who can best bullshit to fucking get crap done so you can peddle it to the government, because this is what they want to hear, and you get funding for your bullshit science. Then meritocracy is no longer the traditional meritocracy, now it's corrupted. So meritocracy, best person for the job, is not exactly a good measurement. Because once the goal is no longer make money,
well, it's to...
then it goes to shit.
Because the current meritocracy, it's just the best person for the job.
Like, for example, diversity hires.
It's diversity hires. Exactly.
The meritocracy there is skin color, not fucking skill-based.
Yes. That meritocracy can be warped. I think what we have to say about this entire list, right, is that everything on it can be and has been warped.
Yes.
Because, first of all, not trying to be rude. I really like Adam and such, so I'm never trying to be rude with them. But I think that they just don't. They come up with ideas that I don't think that they fully understand. I really don't think they fully understand them, and they think I don't either. So it's fine. It goes both ways. Like it's not, it's not unidirectional. But and then we have 8 consent of the governed quote. Or excuse me, question mark, democracy, question mark. Consent of the governed
is rubbish.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Ask Lysander Spooner.
Good question. But I found it really curious that they put knowledge is based on evidence. Purpose creates an overarching system to mediate between multiple systems, negotiation, divine revelation. And then puts CRT, standpoint theory. Where they put? Oh no, sorry, it was NRX. It was this one. Tolerance of conflicting beliefs. Purpose: laboratories of moral system innovation. Negation. NRX. CRT. Islam. How is NRX on the same tier as CRT or Islam? We are only evidence based. That's why we have the belief system that we do. Is because we are looking at evidence from history. And saying the evidence shows us that democracy tends towards failure. So, and we're instead proposing a system.
It's actually been said for like over 100, almost going to say 100,000 years, for like over 1,000 years.
Nothing about this is there is a divine aspect of it, because I think you do need a religious aspect for monarchy
Divinity.
to work. But
not according to Moldbug, actually.
Moldbug disagrees with me on that. Yes, absolutely. He doesn't think you need any kind of religious
I don't
system.
think he does.
I don't think he's right, by the way.
When he was asked, that is merit. It's just a merit for a different job.
Mm.
There is still a job. It's just like, what is the criteria? Essentially, the qualification for the job changes.
Respect yourself enough to know that they don't really like you, Aiden. Duraculus says?
Yeah, that's because Aiden's kind of gay and she wants everyone to get along and hold hands.
No, I just like everybody to get along.
Yes,
it's called being whammon. Okay.
Yes, but then you also but this is why people will make fun of you, because you say that and then you have a go at these people for the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah, true.
That's why people think you're full of shit. It's because you're a walking contradiction.
I'm not. Maybe I am.
Yes, you am.
To some degree, but like no.
Chad, tell her I'm right.
You're right. No, you are right. I just don't like people to argue with each other.
Yeah, but that's inevitable.
They could have a productive conversation. I would prefer a productive conversation. That's it. I'm not.
NRX is neo-reactionary.
Yes, NRX is neo-reactionary. That's what that means. Anywho, let's watch.
The deep, just scary questions about like the nature and reality of life.
Sorry, I'm gonna skip through this because it's like a preview.
Like an on the fly. I've definitely I've had arguments with Sargon over the years where I've just been like walloped, and it's been less on facts and more on rhetoric.
Oh, I agree with that. We've been walloped by Sargon's rhetoric more than once.
And yet you people never learn from it.
Sargon, you need to learn from Sargon. He's right. He's just right. He's
Reed Evelyn.
Yeah, Sargon's
or Evola, how you want to pronounce his name.
Sargon's figured a lot of this stuff out, guys. He didn't just come to these conclusions out of nowhere. Sargon came to these conclusions because he's lived through every aspect of politic. Sargon didn't come to the conclusions that he holds now because he's some kind of loon or something that you can convince him out of. No, the problem is that you haven't lived through the stuff that Sargon's lived through. That's why you get confused.
I don't think he's lived through anything. I think he's just more versed in. No,
he has because he ran for politic and got stomped.
I think that's more because he was terminally online and then he realized that doesn't translate into the real world. I think it's probably that. That's my take on it.
Wait! I really want to play the Fabian clip, but I'll play it later.
I think the reason why I and probably V come to the conclusion so quickly is because we come from very corrupt governments.
Yeah.
And so we are more open to seeing bullshit than
I think
Western
also
European people.
Yes. I think also it's that where I saw Sargon's switch happen was when he had children. And he realized, oh, fuck. I need to protect the West. And it's not in the way that I thought I was doing it. That's where I think I saw the change in Sargon. And he needs to protect it for the welfare of his children, right?
V's also married, and so is Styx.
And V has a kid, doesn't he?
V doesn't have a kid.
I thought that he and his wife did. But I know he's married.
No, yes, he's married. Styx has a kid.
I am not one of those people who like tells people to get on the fucking ball because I'm married and not on the ball on that. But anywho, let's continue.
Sargon, debate tactics. Look at that.
I think it changes you though.
No, Sargon's a good boy.
Is he though?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on, are you guys going anti-Sargon now?
No.
They have been anti-Sargon for a long time, Dev. If you haven't noticed.
Is it time for the Sargon backstab?
I'm literally just fucking with you.
I just listened back to our debate with Carl on.
By the way, that's what I think this entire thing is about. Before we get into this, Dev has a kind of. I don't want to be solipsistic, but I believe that Dev has a kind of feeling of being attached to Sargon or being his butt buddy, if you will, right? V has a certain element of that too, but not to the same degree that I think Dev does. So Dev supports Sargon unilaterally, almost no matter what, because Sargon's his friend. Sargon's a good guy also. But Adam and such don't like Sargon. So,
no, I think they do.
Well, it's weird.
They just
it's
agree.
weird.
They just disagree with him.
Weird.
I think they disagree with him, and therefore they let him on begrudgingly, but they openly just say like, yeah, he kicks the crap out of him, and they still have him on. So there is an element of learning.
Well,
I just don't
they'll
think
let
they
him
take
on the same way they'll let me on, which is that I think that when Adam and such have me on their show, and this is not to disparage either one of them, because I like these
It's
people.
to berate and bully you.
I think it's to bully and berate me.
And then you keep going on their show.
Well, I haven't in a long time, or in a while. But
Yes,
I do
but
think the reason why they have me
every
on is to
time
make me into the jester.
Yes, and
it's
then
like,
every time
look at
you
this
do,
stupid woman.
Yeah, and then every time you do, you come back to me and just said, "Why were they mean to me?" I'm like, Aiden, you're an idiot.
Well, I don't know if that's accurate. And by the way, like, when
Yes,
I
it is
speak to
accurate.
them-
It happens
when I speak to them
every
in-
freaking
but
time.
when I speak to them in private, they're so kind to me. Both of them are. So I don't. Again, that's why I don't dislike Adam or Sitch at all. I
think
love
they're
their
maybe
show,
two-faced?
but I think that they do some stuff that I disagree with. But
Yes, it's called being two-faced.
I don't know if that's true.
My God, Aiden, you can how the hell are you so evidence-based that when you see this shit, like you don't see it, and then
Because
everyone else does?
Moment. I guess I don't know.
God, women are
in order for me
annoying as
to like
hell.
denounce people, you have to go really far.
On the liberalism. I mean, it holds up.
You don't denounce people, you can just acknowledge when
What's
they're
up,
being
man?
assholes.
Multiple ones about liberalism. I feel like every day every time Carl comes on, we have a debate about liberalism. But no,
He's out for liberalism. He hates liberalism's guts. He wants
terrible.
to drown it in the bathtub.
Yes, and that's based, because it is cringe and gay.
He did that recent video promoting the Lotus Eaters. Like, what have I been doing recently? And he made like a 3-minute video where he said that he still
really good
likes
video.
liberal values, but there are some foundational principles that got to go. And it's like,
True, correct.
maybe
Yep,
maybe that might
Car-
be the case,
but Carl's
Maybe
completely
there are
correct.
some things that are actually
Don't
wrong,
give in.
even though
That's why I have
don't
to
give
ban gay
nothing.
marriage.
No, do give in because Carl's right. Carl is correct.
I will
His
not.
video that he made about denouncing principles of liberalism is correct because he's noticing and realizing there are foundational problems with liberalism.
Yes.
Dear Lord. Ugh.
Dev, don't you know?
I want to ban gay marriage, but like
I do.
there's a few, there's,
I
there's
do
a few
too.
things in the philosophical side of
Name
liberalism
one.
that are a bit
Yeah.
Well, like the
Really?
idea of
Free speech?
fungibility. No, fungibility.
Oh, Adam.
You do realize these two are religiously wedded to the ideas of liberalism, and they can't take criticism of it. They're essentially in a cult.
What a fucking lunatic reach there, by the way.
He hasn't even
Just
said
because-
anything, Aiden, for God's sakes.
No, he just said free speech is on the table. No one has said that. Adam just throws it out there.
When the hell did he say that?
He just said it right now. Go back. 1 second.
There's a few things in the philosophical side of
Name
liberalism
one.
that are a bit Well,
No.
like the idea
Free
of fungibility.
speech?
No.
He asked. He didn't say it is.
No, I think he's saying that free speech
No,
is
he
on the table
asked.
to be being axed and
No, he
destroyed and
asked.
cut off.
He didn't say it is. I know you're spurgy on this, but would you keep
All right,
your pants on?
okay, fine.
You see, this is when you get spurry. I'm here to keep you rational and sane.
You're right. However, I would find that to be an offensive accusation, right?
I don't give a flying fuck about free speech, man.
Sure. Whatever. It gets way worse anyway, so I don't need to make my case now.
Also, I will give Sargon more respect when he goes monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
I know Harry already has.
He has all but.
Yes. How am I being weird?
It's a bad liberal idea.
Like NFTs, I agree.
What is fungibility?
Well, fungibility, it means like replaceability. You know, it's like the idea that everyone can. There's the idea of like a universal man that can be extracted out and then put in any situation and just like completely adapt. It's like that doesn't really
That's not liberalism, man.
Yes, that absolutely is liberalism.
It is liberalism.
What are you talking about?
That there is the universal man. It's the key principle of liberalism is that there is the universal man.
Yeah.
Who is what he is, and you must work around.
Everyone is replaceable.
Everyone is
you can't be equality and not have the universal man. They go hand in hand.
Isn't Sargon already a monarchist? He won't say the words. No.
I think
Harry
for like
will.
him, it's like a taboo thing for him.
To
admit that he's a monarchist. Someone messaged me earlier and said that Sargon said democracy is gay. There we go. Based.
In Spoon's movie, Spoon sends me his scripts very often, and I was reading it, and he mentioned that a lot of people had this kind of idea that Sargon was the like universal YouTube daddy for a lot up people.
For the skeptic community, yes, he absolutely was.
That's true. That's true. He was. But let me say this about Sargon. When I most recently met up with him again, Sargon, he's such a kind person.
Yeah, he's got a fellow vibe about him.
He has a dad vibe. He's got dad vibes. And, you know, I shook his hand. We've met before. It's not the first time I've met Sargon, but like, you know, and I thought, he's such he's a kind and caring person. He really cares about this stuff. You know, that was my only thought after that that very brief interaction. So I just think that, yes, he's been a shit poster in the past. But
yes, I called him father shit poster in my video.
But Sargon's also someone who deeply cares about England. He deeply cares about it.
Do you know who we need to get back on YouTube? We got Pastor Louis back.
Louis should come back, but
oh my god, I would love to see what Louis would say.
He has a government job. He doesn't want him back. So, and I understand why he doesn't want him.
When Trump comes back in charge, I hope he fucking comes back in.
Yeah.
Make a comeback stream.
Part of liberalism isn't the main reason. No. The moral impetus behind something like immigration.
Make me bring up my notes.
I'm glad that they brought up immigration because that was literally the first thing I thought.
Bring up my notes. Also,
is the idea.
No, I do that all the time as well. So I'm not going to judge too hard on Adam for that.
Hear me out. It's the idea that you can bring people in and they'll simply just become like you with no pushback. You know.
That is the reason why Adam and Sitch is against that is because the entire fucking American system is based on this idea. So if they admit that it's wrong, there goes your entire fucking immigration policy gone to shit. Because you shed your identity and you become American. Okay, I'm just gonna be real for a second. A whole bunch of Western Europeans is not the same as North Africans. You all fucking know
exactly.
this. The same way that a whole bunch of Asians is not the same as fucking Africans either. Or Aboriginal Australians. The one group is clearly freaking superior, and please stop telling me that it isn't, and you all fucking know this. It's based on genetics. It is based on your IQ. It's based on your intelligence, your freaking qualifications, your age, like a whole bunch of shit. Don't freaking tell me that all people are the same. That is a load of fucking crap.
It is.
Anyone who says this is just smoking some insane ganja shit.
It's this doctrinal bullshit that it's the tabula rasa thing, right? That everyone is born exactly the same, a blank slate. That's not true. That is scientifically untrue. So, but that's the liberal belief.
By that logic, education alone can turn people into geniuses. That's not fucking true.
But that's not the case.
Yes.
If just being educated could allow you to ascend to the highest orders of academia,
we'd all be in the 1%.
then everyone would be with the 1%. There'd be no 1%.
It'll be terribly inflationary.
Here's the thing, which I know it makes people upset, but we are born differently with some. Now, let me put it this way: my first day in art school, right? By the way, when I was 12, put that out.
Yeah, wishful thinking it is.
So I was going to high school, 12 or 13, something like that. And they told us, every single one of you here, this wonderful guy who was our drawing teacher, told us every single one of you is here because you have talent. Not a single one amongst you has any skill. You are here to learn skill. And that was really an important thing to learn very early on for me.
You're basically all pieces of coal.
Talent and skill are different. Yes, you have talent. People who don't have talent can't be molded into having talent.
Yes, you need to have the genetic base.
You have to have something within you that gives you the talent.
Yes.
Which is genetic. You can't, this, like, Baltimore School for the Arts, where I went to high school, can't mold you into an artist, right? You have to have the talent, and they teach you the skill.
I don't know why this is so controversial.
I don't know why because it hurts people's feelings. Because everyone, we can all do anything forever because I grew up on fucking stupid media that told me that I could be an astronaut. You can't.
I think it's because we base this thing on anyone can be anything in life. Like, you can be anything you set your mind to. Like, no, that is not true.
But you can't. You can't. It's absolute propaganda bullshit. You cannot be anything you want in life. You have limitations. You do. Like, you know, I'm largely crippled, right? I'm not ashamed of that. It's my fault that I am, by the way. But like, so I can't go run a marathon, for fuck's sake. How could I run a marathon? My legs don't work. It's okay. I'm not upset. But some people will be like, what do you mean I can't run a marathon?
Squats.
What do you mean I can't run a marathon? Get over it. You have limitations. Find the thing that you are good at and do that. But the problem is that some of these people, they're not good at anything. They're just not good at anything. So they just cry about it. For fuck's sake. It's insane. Let's go back.
You know, because our culture is just that much better. It's like, well, no, they're going to hold on to some of their own culture, and some of that culture might be bad. It might even be anti-liberal. So it seems like liberalism does not have like very solid defense mechanisms against subversion right now.
That's like an anti-immigration straw man of liberalism.
Yes, it is.
I think what you're talking about, that's an idea. That's like a left-wing idea. That's not like an idea that's inherent to the philosophy of liberalism.
Yes, it is.
Maybe so, but we have a.
That absolutely is a liberal idea.
Here's the problem: is that Adam's idea of liberalism, and by extension Stitches as well, almost said Stitch, oops, sorry, Stitch, is fantastical. It's not realistic. It's a fantasy. Yeah. It can't exist in the real world.
It's a hypothetical idealism.
Yes, it's what Spoon and I advocate for is a realistic answer, right? We advocate for a realistic answer that has been proven to have worked for the entirety of human history. We are not advocating
it's the oldest form of government.
Yes, we're not advocating for fantasy.
Not in here at this point, so.
Okay, but that's a different question, right?
Okay,
why are we here, and how do we not be here?
All right.
You got here because of centuries of history of a particular people, the Anglo-Saxons.
Yep.
That is the reason that you're here. I mean, for God's sakes, Adam, this is one of the things that you talk about constantly is why nations fail.
Yes,
if you're all the same, why the hell does the Southern Hemisphere, South America, look different to the Northern one? You're both colonized by Europeans. Why is it that the Spanish were different than the fucking than the Anglo-Saxons, the English? Oh, yes, because one was extracting the shit out of the place and the other one built something. That's the fucking reason.
Yep.
So you can't tell me all people are the same. For God's sakes, the development of your nations are fucking different.
100%, Spoon, 100%. Reaping the natural resources and taking them and running away versus colonizing and actually trying to longitudinally build shit are fundamentally different paradigms of colonization.
Now, to be fair, the Spanish did colonize and build shit. They
did as well. They did as well. Yeah.
They built empires, for God's sakes. You know, they were just kind of, you know, brutally arseholish with some people, but then again, fucking hell, they were mean to each other as well. I mean, let's face it, the Aztecs and the Incas and all these people, they weren't exactly holding hands and singing Kumbaya, despite what the fuck Almond Skeptic says. It was bullshit in history.
Yeah. Oh my god, that video was so crazy.
Do you want
to? Where was that fucking meme? There's a meme that Jack Posobiec shared.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just gonna play this though while you find the meme.
Go.
I'll fight you anytime. No,
you're like, oh yeah.
I can't hear that one. Well, no, the next reading project for me is the book "The True and Only Heaven" by Christopher Latch, and he was like, He was a conservative.
Liberalism.
Well, hold on. He was a conservative who started. He started actually as a Marxist.
And by the way, Deb, we're all waiting for your video
on
about
Moldbug and the Truckers.
Curtis Yarvin.
Oh, he's never gonna.
We're all waiting. No, he's never gonna make it. Also, because by the way, the second that here's the thing. The second that Dev releases that video, Spoon and I are gonna be here with Curtis Yarvin to react to it. He knows that fully well because I told him we'd do it. So he's never going to make his NRX video. So where's your refutation of our belief system, if you want to call it that? I don't think it's a belief system.
It's this
there's a difference. It's not a belief system, right, that you and I ascribe to. It is a
political
logic
reality.
system. Yes. Oh, that meme. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. Oh gosh, did I just go and conquer a native empire that was enslaving its neighbors, practicing human sacrifice and cannibalism, teach them to read and write, convert them to Christianity, and give them modern ideas of sanitation? Did I just do that? I'm sorry.
Dev has been on notice, by the way, about this. I've talked about this multiple times. Dev, it's been a year. Where's your video about Curtis Yarvin where you're going to debunk all of his arguments? Where is it? Because when you make it, which you won't, but if you make it, I will have Curtis on and we'll talk about it. The reason Curtis and I are in conversation. We have open conversation with each other, right?
You and Moldbug?
Yeah. Which is I'm like,
are you still nervous as shit?
Yes, I'm still nervous as shit because
Why?
he's such a smart guy and I'm not. But the reality is
you
that
two are both autists. You'll get along fine.
I know, probably. But Dev just needs to finish his damn video because otherwise I can't find a reason to bring Moldbug on, right? I'd love to talk to Moldbug, but I can't find a good reason to bring him on. I need a really good reason to
You're bored.
Take his time, right? And if Dev ever releases his video where he says that everything that Moldbug has ever said is wrong, well, then that's what I'd like to respond to with. And I will. Oh, well, let's go back to it.
Then he became a liberal, then he became a conservative. And his view ultimately was that the liberal belief in unending progress ends up undermining liberalism itself because it dismantles everything in the pursuit of progress.
I don't even think unending progress doesn't have anything to do with liberalism either.
Yeah, all this stuff has nothing. This was my critique of Carl.
It doesn't have anything to do with fucking.
This was my critique of Carl.
I'm talking about liberal philosophy, not liberal government.
I'm talking about liberal philosophy too.
There's definitely this idea of progress as being innately.
And by
good
the way,
in
Dev
liberalism,
is
for
right
sure.
in this video, largely.
There's a difference between saying progress is innately good versus unending progress.
Look, I had this problem in our debate. Look, I had this problem with our debate with Carl too, because Carl is like, look, Locke came up with this, therefore it is liberalism. I'm like, Locke wiped his ass too. That doesn't mean wiping your ass is part of liberalism.
Yeah, yes it is. No, let's be clear. Yes, it is.
Thank you, Rags.
You need to fucking wipe your ass. All right?
Look, I think you should wipe your ass. Let me be clear, but I don't know why you would associate that with liberalism.
Because let's make it a part of liberalism right fucking now. All right.
Yeah, wash your ass.
Wash your ass. This is a core tenet of liberalism. If you don't wash your ass,
look,
then
the point,
ain't
just fine.
He can fix India, guys.
The point stands. Just because Locke, someone who you classify as a liberal and was a liberal philosopher, did it, doesn't mean it's part of liberalism. Liberalism is a set of values and ideas and institutions, but you can't just come in and say, oh, some liberal that I plucked out of history thought this thing, and therefore I'm pinning it on liberalism.
Actually, if you wrote the philosophy, you kind of do. That's how that works.
Yeah, exactly. That's how that works. What?
See, Adam, I actually agree with you, and that's probably the best argument against this point of view. It's the idea that even though a liberal writer might have written this at some point in time, there have been future liberal writers who have critiqued that. And also, liberalism is not just a set of political theories; it's also a practical political reality that we are living in. And when the theory doesn't line up with the reality, you have to take a look at that and be like, well, okay, what how should we define liberalism now? Because we've tried certain tenets of it that haven't necessarily worked out that great. And so I think that's why we have neoliberalism, right?
Well, this is what I kept
some things.
This is what I kept trying to do with Carl. I kept saying, look, I came up in our debate. I came up with 6 proposals. I think that
they were very. We already read them, Adam. They're really non-specific proposals that all end in question marks, which I guess is why you say it's a proposal, but they're not good. And in fact, a lot of them are incomprehensible.
Ideas that are liberalism. I've added some to that sense because, obviously we're constantly talking about this and other people say things like, well, isn't the consent of the governed, kind of part of liberalism? And I think,
It is.
yeah, it probably is part of liberalism. Maybe we should put that in there.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean,
That's
think
fine.
this is
That's
actually
fine.
the proper
Yeah.
pushback on, let's say, Sargon's ideas
Right.
when he says, well,
But
this
the
is
thing
what
is-
liberalism
But they-
originally meant. And it's like, well, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Look,
what they
the
originally
thing,
meant.
and this is my critique of what Carl is doing too, because he keeps trying to put these things in that
what's
bunch
Carl
of
trying to
things
do?
that don't belong. Like you just said, this idea that human beings are culturally interchangeable. No one's ever tried to put that in the bag.
Are you nuts?
What?
In the
I'm
current iteration of
sorry.
liberalism, that is absolutely what you people think.
That is absolutely what they think. 100%. They think that you can just take people
They're blank slate theorists.
from some culture and just inject them into a Western culture, and they will assimilate immediately. But also, they need to maintain their cultural hegemony, which is that's these things cannot exist cohabitively.
Where else did this
Adam.
come from if not liberalism, Adam?
And where else did that come from? Exactly. This is the liberalism manifestation of just taking people and allowing them to come into foreign
Would
cultures.
conservatism bring a horde of people in under this auspice? No, never in a million
Well,
years.
it might, but what quote?
No,
quote,
actual
conservatism
conservative,
is.
not
quote conservatism.
conservative.
Was not real conservatism was
but
not. Yeah.
conservative as in the case of the philosophy, not
Mm-hmm.
conservatives as in the fucking people in government, because they're not fucking conservatives.
Exactly.
They don't have an
Exactly.
ideology. They're just statists.
Exactly.
I think liberalism wants to have a certain amount of tolerance for different beliefs.
Yeah, okay, that's the thing, Adam. You can
You can't
say that.
tolerate some beliefs.
Yes, but that's the thing, is that you can have that only if you have power to mitigate the groups. If you have someone who comes into the group who says, like, fuck you, I'm not going to tolerate you, you have to ostracize them from your fucking group because they're going to be intolerant and fuck up your entire liberal philosophy to pieces. So
and they will override and supersede you.
yes, because they're willing to
That's
fight
what's
and you
happened.
don't.
You know, I'm sure you've seen this.
This is why
the video.
this is why the speech thing is complete bullshit. It's because you can say, oh, look, we can use speech to mitigate ideas. Some people don't want to talk. Some people just want to fight and kick your fucking ass because they're never going to agree with you.
Yes, I'm sure you've seen the video that Callum made where he went to the least English parts of England.
And it's just full of Muslims.
It's there's calls to prayer. Every sign is in
Arabic.
Arabic, and that's in England.
Yes.
That is a conquering culture, and that's what they do. When you allow
They don't
this kind
care
of
about
shit,
your fucking cultural values.
Exactly. They
They
don't have
hate
your
you.
liberal values. They don't have your liberal values. They are just going to take the fuck over and install. And they do this in these English towns, which are English in England, but they come over here and they take over, and then they install their Sharia law.
Yes, and you know what you're going to do? Nothing, because you're too much of a fucking pussy
No,
to
because
fight.
then you'd be like, "Oh, that would be rude, wouldn't it?"
Because you're going to go, oh, and I want to be intolerant. And they're like, yeah, we don't give a flying fuck about appearing intolerant
Mhm.
because they don't care. They have balls and you're a sackless shithead. That's how the real world works. The real world, Adam, is not your fluffy Americana liberalism. I hate to fucking break it to you. Actually, no, I don't. Actually, enjoy breaking
Isn't
it
it
to you.
in Hindi? No, it's in Arabic. You can find these if you haven't seen it. This video that maybe I'll post. We'll watch a little bit of it after this. But Callum went over into the town that was the least English in the entirety of England, and it does not look like England.
What was it that was it Gaddafi who said that Muslims will take over Europe without firing a single shot?
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
because the English
they will
invaders.
simply outbreed you, and you're too
They will-
fucking
yes.
pussy to tell them to fuck off.
Because that's liberalism.
Because
Well, it's just
liberalism encourages
happening.
tolerance of everyone that disagrees with
We're
you, even
just
those who
so
want to conquer and
tolerant.
kick your ass.
It is a
Liberalism is the
Ideology.
ideology of the pussy.
Yeah.
It fucking
Tolerance
is.
Infinite. Like
that's just insane.
Yeah.
This
Go
might be
ahead.
why Adam's blocked me on Twitter. But Adam is just a dumbass on fucking Twitter.
I like Adam and such. I like them both. I like
If you keep
Frank.
saying
like
that, I
Deb.
will smack you over the head with a spanner.
All right.
Because it's become like a slogan. You say it so much, it's like hollow and meaningless at this point.
But it's
a
not
reflex.
hollow and meaningless. Actually, I do actually mean it. I just
Saying something
when I
over and
disagree
over
with them,
again
I
makes you
I'm
sound like a
disagreeing with things
cultist.
that they say, but I don't dislike them as human beings. So that's why I always want to be clear, is that, like, I'm not like attacking them. Same thing with Chris Reagan when we dunked on him. It was like, I'm just like you, dude.
Also, England is a conquering culture. The difference is when the English conquer, they actually leave something cool in their wake. When these fuckers conquer, they don't leave shit in their wake other than literal shit and freaking rape gangs.
True. I'm about to say that, actually.
I guess the question then is, how come...
Yes, I am a Western supremacist, and screw all of you to disagree.
Let's go.
It has been the case that historically, each generation of liberals ends up being more tolerant and more permissive than the previous generation.
100% true.
Even sometimes to its own detriment.
Yep.
Again, true.
Look, I'm not sure that that's the case. It seems...
How did we get gay marriage,
But
Adam?
he's right. But he's right, Adam.
How did we get into the current freaking cultural paradigm of today versus, say, like the 1920s before you had universal suffrage? How high are you? Dude, what fucking crack are you smoking to say something that stupid? This is insane. Fucking to quote my friend Ricky, that shit is crazy.
It's like there is some kind of ebb and flow between individualism and less individualism in society.
Why the hell are the Troons the one group you can't freaking talk about?
You can't talk about them at all now.
Why is the other group the small hats?
And Dev certainly never will do that, but yeah, go ahead. Let's go ahead. Let's get back,
Well, sure,
back
but
into
like,
this.
here, let me put it this way. Liberals, let's say 20 years ago, were talking very frank and very openly about how you can't just have unfettered illegal immigration and how people need to be sent back. You talk to a random liberal nowadays, they'll tell you that asking the illegals to be sent back is now racist. What happened in those 20 years?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with...
No, it does. It does.
Sitch,
it does. It does. What the fuck kind of reactions? That's nothing to do. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Inherently. Sitch,
that's
come
the universal
on.
man
I know
theory.
You're not this stupid. I know you're not this dumb. Sorry about the crinkling. I know you're not this fucking stupid to not understand this. And that's what makes me angry, Sitch, because I know you're a very intelligent person. And so why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
Is because all of a sudden people start looking at demographics in terms of voting, and they're saying, hey, all these white people are voting for Republicans, and all these non-white people are voting for Democrats. It's therefore just better for me as a Democrat to be in favor of more immigration, so I win more elections. And then they sell that and they say, hey, it's racist against immigration. And then a bunch of people say, oh my God, it's racist against immigration. They just
hold on, what did Dev just say?
Immigration, so I win more elections.
Listen to this
and then
again.
They sell that and they say, hey, it's racist against immigration. And then a bunch of people say,
there you go. Well done, Dev. You're waking up. Well done.
Oh my God.
No, Dev's not stupid. Here's the thing. Shortfound Otaku is not a stupid person. He's a very intelligent person. Just does dumb things sometimes. No, he is. No. He actually understands it. He does get it. But he just says and does dumb things sometimes, which any of us can do. And this is dumb.
Do you know what's my honest opinion about it?
The clips are low volume, especially compared to you.
Yeah, they are. I don't know why. No, I can't.
Sorry. I don't know if we can turn it up. Probably, maybe not.
No, just the video itself is just low volume. It's not one of ours.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And also, this is the thing you guys have to understand with all content creators, and do not form an emotional attachment with these people, and I'll tell you why. All of these people, including myself, obviously, although I'm less like this for monarchical reasons, is they have a way to see the world because they think, I would like a world in which I can thrive. And so they will advocate for the things that best suit their needs. So, for example, like Styx is very libertarian, which is to his credit.
Right.
However, when you look at political reality, Styx's ideas fall kind of short because it's just like liberalism, like libertarianism in the current paradigm doesn't make any sense. This is why, like, Molbach said that libertarianism is like the ideology if like society is perfect, because it's like the Shire. But the second you've got an invading horde, then now libertarianism doesn't really work all that well, because now you've got a short defense, and that's never going to be done individually. You have to do that through a centralized power, and that's where it kind of goes to shit. And these people, they do the same thing. It's like there's a lot of this is going to say a lot of the things. This is right and left wing people is they will advocate for a kind of worldview, but behind the scenes, a lot of these people are like sexually degenerate as shit. And you fucking are like so many. Oh my God, the stories that I've heard from some of these people are like, you guys are a bunch of filthy bastards. You advocate for all this purity shit. Like behind the scenes, you're a bunch of dirty fucking peasants.
They are. Yeah.
So just be aware that all of these people, all content creators, whatever they sell you, they will just sell you an idea of what they think is the perfect world. But do not ever listen to content creators and adopt everything they say. That includes me, by the way. But at least from my perspective, yes, I'm telling you, the reason I tell you the perspective that I have is because my country was destroyed by democracy, and therefore I fucking hate it with a passion because it doesn't work. It's just
I really think people need to understand that that's why you have the position that you have. It's not like it just came out of nowhere. It was
it's because I saw its destruction in real time.
And please read the book.
If you can stomach depression, that is.
If you can stomach it, it's called
Into the
Cannibal's Plot. Into the Cannibal's Plot.
And you realize, like, oh, this is why Spoon has the incredibly base takes that he has. Like, yeah.
If you want to understand why I also, by Iyana Mercer, read that book from 2011. Read it. I read it 2 years ago now, and I was so sickened by what I read that I understood where Spoon was coming from, and I've not lived it. Spoon lived it, you know. I just read a book about it.
No, it's nothing to do with demographics.
To South Africa.
The democracy just doesn't. Yeah, it's essentially my origin story. No, it's just democracy doesn't work. It's nothing to do with demographics. You have democracy in America. It's fucking failing there as well.
It's more about
it's not a functional system of government.
It's more about, as we've often said.
There you go, Wobblet. No, Wobblet South Africa. So you would know.
If you're an American who's only ever lived in America, you have a hard time. You might, maybe not, but you might have a hard time understanding where our critiques are coming from. Our critiques are coming from people who are expats, right? I'm an expat, living in the UK, broadly speaking. I don't live in England, but I live in the UK more broadly speaking. Spoon is an expat living in Ireland who comes from South Africa. These are our opinions are very, very different from people who've lived in the same place their entire life, right?
Yes.
Because, by the way, my monarchical positions didn't come about until I left the United States. And I really, really think if you want to understand this stuff, you need to live outside of America or Canada for a little bit to truly get like a more broad perspective. I know it's not a thing that you can actually. Oh my god! Okay, Slosher for 50 says, "When I am weaker than you,
yes,
I ask you for freedom because that is according to your principles. When I am stronger than you, then I take away your freedom because that is according to my principle." Frank Herbert.
Yes,
that is why liberalism cannot work.
Yeah.
Thank you, Slosher. I'll read the other super chats in a little bit. Sorry, guys. Absolutely. That's it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's the whole damn thing.
Whoops.
Is that it's about power. It's not about any. It's always about power. It's always about power. And speaking of which actually, interestingly, Dev understands in this conversation, and nobody else seemingly does. Let's get back into it.
Pro-Palestinian capitals take over the U.S. Capital?
Yeah,
Protesters, sorry, holy
watch
shit.
Yeah.
No, but
eat up.
what was I going to say again? Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. They'll come back to me in a moment, I guess.
We were back to the video.
Because they're told this by the
they can't. They can't just come out and say, "Listen,
you'll find out. You'll figure it out.
We're going to win more elections if we let all these."
I mean, they know. They know. It's not. It's like the most open secret of all.
This
time.
is racist.
Right.
Sitch, you're racist. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. The thing is, though, is that like even though like you can describe the mechanism accurately, but nonetheless, if you talk to, let's say, a liberal who's like 10 years younger than us right now, he is more likely to say the statement, "Sending back the illegals is racist."
You're doing the thing.
Somebody wants you to say the book again.
I don't know which book.
The Afrikaans one.
Oh, it's called Into the Cannibal's Pot. Into the Cannibal's Pot. It's one of. Don't read it unless you want to be upset.
It's not a good selling point to sell a book, Ed.
No, I'm saying if you want to be upset, then read it. Please read it. It's an extremely important book.
That will depress the crap out of you.
And it's going to depress. Well, you're going to hear about a lot of people being fucking killed.
Well, yeah, it was South Africa, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I know. So if you'd like to read it, I always recommend the book. I always recommend the book.
You do realize in South Africa, the the pro-white regime was trying to be overthrown by the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So just bear in mind is that the ANC were actual communists.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the EFF are just like an even more extreme version of it. That's why if you look at why South Africa is failing, it's because a bunch of fucking communists are in power and they've done nothing but destroy the place for 30 fucking years. So this is what democracy brings you. It gives you a communist insurrection and fucking destroys the nation.
The book is about how democracy failed in South Africa, but you just have to, like, I'm telling you preemptively, that if you read the book, which you should, I've promoted it so many times. Ayanna Mercer should come on the show. She's been on podcasts. I'd love to have Ayanna Mercer on the show.
Oh, by the way, I don't believe
but you gotta understand that it's probably gonna be haunting. Okay?
By the way, the phrase "power corrupts" and "absolute power corrupts" absolutely. I don't actually believe in that.
Why?
I think because power is just power. It can be wielded differently from king to king. So then it's not absolute power corrupts.
Yep.
It's the stupidity that corrupts power.
Not every king is bad. That is a yes. You're right. That term is.
That's why I like. That's why I like Len's quote. Len just said, "People are not inherently evil. What they are is weak in the face of temptation."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And lesser men corrupt power. Power does not corrupt lesser men. It's the other way around. Because there's some people who can wield power with a sense of responsibility and grace, and there's other people that will abuse the shit out of it. And it comes down to the person. It does not come down to power. So I don't believe power is the corrupting influence. It's the asshole wielding it. And it's funny because I learned that from a freaking socialist, which is rather bizarre.
Yeah, you're doing the thing. You're saying because a liberal believes this, that means it's liberalism. You can't do that.
Well, how many liberals have to believe it before it becomes?
I was just about to ask that same question. It was like, how many liberals believe it before it becomes like...
Dev's on point here. Dev's on point here. How many liberals have to believe it before it becomes liberalism?
Yeah, I was curious.
Becomes, the current iteration of liberalism.
Why did for 40 to 50
How many liberals
wait
100%.
Oh,
that is a pathetic comeback.
That is a pathetic comeback. If every liberal believes that we need to have more black representation, then is it not a liberal belief? Come on. Don't play silly buggers with this.
Because if they don't, they're not a liberal.
Still doesn't make it part
for
of it. Go
40
ahead,
to 50 years, okay, to be conservative meant, oh my God, we need free market solutions to everything. We need to be pro-warmongers. We need to let the corporations do whatever they want. We need to unlock the power of business.
What is this stuff where we have to focus on 1980s conservatism?
That's not cultural values, but okay.
Which is political policy that nobody currently agrees with.
Yes.
But we have to just keep going back. What about what the conservatives believed in 1980? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Who cares? Who gives a damn? Nobody. It's ridiculous. Nobody gives a fuck. Damn.
No, that gets you labeled a fake Republican. You're a rhino if you believe all that shit. So explain, how does this all work if there's just this one unidirectional thing for politics?
Well, I don't think it's unidirectional. I do think that just these labels.
Well, no, but that was the question you asked. You said, "Why is everything getting more progressive?"
I don't necessarily know. I don't know why it's getting more progressive, but it does seem to be. Yeah, like I don't know.
The march through history.
Yep.
Do you know why? Because there's no
but no, but they agree. They generally speaking like the march through history.
Using their wigs.
It's always going to get better. I mean, Adam and such.
Adam is
in
a
our
wig
conversation.
For sure.
In our conversations, has said specifically that he believes the march through history is a real thing and a good thing. That there is a progressive march through history, and it will always get better. It never gets worse. It will always get better, which is just complete fucking insanity. But that's his mindset. So,
but I can't answer that question.
Okay.
I am observing it as getting more progressive over, let's say, the past 100 years. But
I think humans in general get more. So progressive, like the left is, as I always characterize it, and is just about change, essentially at the end of the day. And as our society changes more,
yes, it's in the term. It's in its basic term. Progressive is about change, changing everything. And the reality is that there's no end to that change. Yeah, it never ends. Things must always be changed. That's the progressive march through history. It's not complicated.
Environment changes more and more, things are going to go more and more in the direction of change.
I think we need to explain that a bit more.
Sure. Well, we should. The progressive march through history.
Okay, well, pull this up on screen.
Sure. Hang. Well, do you want me to do it on screen?
This picture.
Pull
that up.
All right, give me a second. Me. Okay.
Are you sharing your screen?
I am doing it now. Yeah.
There we go. Show picture on screen. Is this thing not going to work? Not just to fuck with me.
It just I shared my screen, so.
Oh, there we go. Hold on.
Progress versus absolutism.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
This is how power looks. Forget politics, just raw power. On the one side, you have conservatism, which is absolute because it is trying to conserve. It does not move. It is static by its very nature because it's trying to conserve something. Progress, as the name implies motion. It must move because it seeks to make
It
progress.
always must move. It never ends, by the way. It never ends.
And you see the way there's this hard fucking line? There's no centrism. Centrism is a fucking myth. Like, anyone who says this
it's a meme.
is
It's
bullshit.
a fucking meme.
Yes, because here's the thing.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Yes. No, keep it on. What's wrong?
Continue. Sorry.
Okay, now, do you see this? You see the way there's a gradient of progress?
There's not really.
Okay, it's white and then it's blue.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now, the reason I say it's a gradient is because the further left you go, it needs to move to the center to make progress. The right, if the center is where the vast majority of people are, okay, the center gets pulled by the two extremes. That's how the center is created.
By the way.
No, I'm not.
There you are.
No, I'm not.
All right.
Okay. The center is made by the two extremes in the middle. The vast majority of people are in the freaking middle. So if you want to pull them, you pull at the extremes. Liberalism, to take chunks out of absolutism, needs to move to the center. It has to move. It has to move towards the goal, because its goal is trying to take chunks out of absolutism. Absolutism needs to move away from the conservative position in order to get clapped by the progress. That's why conservatism moving to the center is just a death trap, because any concession to the center is an admission of defeat, no matter how small. Because you're not supposed to move. They are supposed to move. Because that's their MO. This is how you capitulate to the fucking left. Is the second you meet them in the middle, you've already moved out of your position. They have not. They are coming to conquer. You are moving to surrender. This is why you need absolute power to be wielded. Not some fucking faggy leftist crap of meeting in the middle. Because it's bullshit. Sorry, there you go.
No, I mean, you're right. All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah, you can stop sharing now.
Let's go back to the watch together.
I just think it's very simplistic.
Who's more brain dead on politics, Lilith or Shoe on Head?
Me.
You?
I'm joking.
Why is progress in a gradient? Because progress moves, that's why.
I'm mostly joking because I'm trying to eat this cheese. And I can't get this thing open.
Answer to the question.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's change in one political direction. Like no one is advocating for a change back to monkey. You know?
Well, what do you mean? There's a bunch of people that are advocating for that exactly.
Okay, no one mainstream. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, is it actually?
Thank you for being fucking sane, Dev.
No, he's right about that.
Who's advocating for that?
People like us.
Oh,
Molbug,
that's why they put their fucking NRX.
No, man. That's not why he did that. For God's sake.
You know what he did? What I couldn't understand is
it's because he considers us a threat, and he wants to make it visible.
I think. There's like 1,000 of us, and yet he feels constantly threatened to have to put NRX on his weird. Here's a threatening group.
Yes.
Along with CRT.
And Islam.
And Islam. Excuse me? Like, what power
I don't know how the hell
have?
you put Islam and CRT even in the same freaking bracket.
Well, that's what I asked him about. He wouldn't respond, but like, why? Well,
so I like Return to Monkey. It's funny.
Yeah, true. Go ahead. I'm gonna eat some cheese.
No. Stop. So the left is basically views that all of our existing problems
I like the fact that he said return to monkey, and then Adam is wearing a t-shirt with a monkey on it. I just noticed that.
exist because of our current systems and hierarchies. And so we need to change and try something new or different or outside of the current paradigm to succeed. And the right has the opposite view. They view all of our problems come from changing away from current traditions and systems and hierarchies that brought us something good.
Yes, and that's true.
And so,
but I mean,
right, but so
previous
when you
paradigms
look at,
still changes though.
But okay, you're getting too bogged down in like word thinking and not the concept that I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay. The
You
right
know
will
he's
say that,
not.
like our like current like traditions and traditional systems are the answer.
Yeah, he's not.
And
He's being
anything that-
completely.
He's being completely true, Sitch. What the fuck?
Yeah, but they have to like attack him on this, which is insane.
I don't know why.
This
I
is crazy.
agreed with both of them up until Sitch just went
Yeah.
polar opposite, a hard left. Like, what the fuck? Sitch, no, he's right.
degrades away from them or deviates away from the traditional wisdom of the ancestors is bad. Okay.
Yes, because you can't. Like, this is the thing, Sitch. You have to acknowledge that in order for the progress to be made that got you to this point, there must have been something in the progress that needs to be conserved. Like, you don't constantly get a spoils of war and then just constantly keep conquering. That's the thing. There must be a stopgap for something that you must appreciate, like free markets or segregation.
And that's what creates all of our problems. And the left has the opposite approach. They say, hey, all of our problems come from living to the wisdom of our ancestors, or listening to the wisdom of our ancestors. And so we need to change and do something that's outside of that wisdom.
No, actually, I honestly think, okay, this is going to sound conspiratorial.
But this is also, I'm sorry, Sitch's idea of like where the left comes from is insane. The whole problem is that the wisdom of ancestors is wrong.
No, that is what the left thinks.
It is what they think, but
It is also how they behave.
his way of describing it and his way of manifesting
accurate,
it is you think so? Hey, go ahead.
Yes, that is actually. This is my conspiratorial theory. I believe that the elite, whatever you want to call them, academia, journalists, all of these political classes, I think they need to use demo, as in like volume, demotic appeal, to move the needle. And then they do this through academia, journalism, and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
what they do is they use the exuberant energy of the youth because it is useful and because the youth are stupid and they need something to do. I think that is why the newer movements is never done by the old, it's done by the young. It's the old tricking the young into moving towards something by making them believe that they are fighting for some objective good, which is absolutely not true, that's being manipulated. That is why every generation advocates for something that is rebelling against the previous order that was their parents.
I'm not unwrapping a blunt wrapper, guys. I'm unwrapping a freaking Babel cheese.
I don't know if that's true, by the way. That is just my perception of how I see the world.
But I think that's actually probably correct.
Thank you. Sometimes I have original thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Not very often, but I could be wrong, by the way. I also could be completely insane and stupid. That's probably more likely.
Outside of that traditional way of thinking.
Yes.
Right.
So the left is moving more and more away from the traditional origins.
True.
That's the thing. That is the unidirectional belief of progress.
Right.
That's the unending progress.
Right.
As every generation moves further and further away from that traditional wisdom, that is what the unlimited progress is.
Yeah,
That will happen unlimitedly.
There's two issues here. The first thing is survivor's bias. Okay. And that's that people ignore
People who
all
wipe their
the
ass survive.
Exactly. People ignore all the traditional aspects of our society that don't change because they become invisible to them. Like a good one until very recently, or even still recently, is still the adherence to the idea that like you want to have a 2-parent household.
There we go.
Right?
Case in point. Holy shit! I didn't even know he said that.
Right. Whoa. Right out there.
God
right
damn,
out
I'm
there,
good.
dude. Just right out there, dude.
Right. Getting married is going to make you happy. Right.
True.
There's a lot of traditional wisdom and ideas that have just existed for so long that we become invisible to us, and it's only when they become challenged they're like, oh my God, we're challenging this traditional wisdom. Right. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is the whole point.
But why is the change good?
Why are they? Yeah. Why is it good that we're challenging traditional marriage? Why is that a good thing?
I can tell you why they want to destroy it.
I can as well.
It's
Why do you
because-
think?
Do you know what atomization is?
Absolutely.
Yes, because I'm assuming you've read Lul. Because it's
They
one of the
want
first
to
things.
make you into a nothing.
Yes, and the reason people want to separate, the machinery wants to separate you from family, religion, any sense of community, it is because if you are alienated from anything else, you're much easier to propagandize.
Absolutely. Yep.
Because if you have a religious foundation, you can
Absolutely.
look at this and go, this thing is objectively bad. And this is also why they teach shit at school that they don't want the parents to know, because the parents would absolutely say, get the fuck away from my kid, you fucking pervert.
Oh no, but that's unfair.
And that's why they say homeschooling is bad. I was like, yeah, because it's moving you away from the regime's tentacles. That's,
exactly. That's it. It's always, they have to indoctrinate and inculcate
anything
into
done
their
by the
fucking
state
regime.
is bad.
Yeah. Yes.
The state sucks dick. And it wants to make you suck dick. And in some cases, quite literally, actually.
I believe from an evolutionary perspective, if there even being like people having this desire to change, is because as the environment, like if you're living in a valley where the environment is stable and you have a good source of food and there's no problem, you can live in a conservative mindset where you don't change anything as long as you're successful, and your people will prosper for thousands and thousands of years. And it's only when some environmental shift occurs, the environment changes, that suddenly the conservative wisdom leads you to die because you needed to change and adapt to the situation.
Yeah, but
Wait, what?
Okay, no, there's an element of truth to that, but the problem of it is, in this example, I could be wrong, Sitch, is that there is no reason for us to destroy the nuclear family. None.
Yeah.
It is only at the behest of corporations who want to fucking fuck with you and to make you more propagandizable for the regime. There's absolutely, like, from a purely evolutionary perspective for the human being, there is absolutely no fucking reason to destroy the nuclear family. None.
No.
So that is where I disagree.
This is a very bizarre argument. Sorry, Serge. What? I don't get it.
He's right. I'm just not sure about the current timeline.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And you didn't. And we're living in this time period, especially right now, but we've been living it for 1,000 years, where technology is changing rapidly, which means our environment keeps changing rapidly. So obviously, as long as things are changing, it's going to lead more into the left-wing mindset of, well, we need to change to fit our philosophy to whatever the environment is changing around us.
And that all makes sense, yeah. I think your first point was just kind of restating what I was thinking in different words.
Wow.
Because what you were describing sounds a lot like the unlimited
Oh,
progress.
he's brought the
'Cause
list
even then,
up.
like,
When you
this
say
kinda
unlimited
sounds like it
progress,
too.
you're putting like a negative spin on just survivor's bias, which is reality.
Kinda and kinda not. I gotta think about it a bit more. I haven't thought of it in terms of survivor's bias yet. It's just been like there's
Here's
this feeling
the
on the
list.
right, and it's not.
That's a weird term, survivor's bias.
Survivor's bias is. Do you know what that is?
No, but
It's when
is it what I think it is?
To explicate, it's when people who have survived a tragedy feel as if they are responsible for it.
Okay, that's
and
not what
are
I was thinking it was.
That's what survivor's bias is. They feel as if they're, which I actually don't even know if Dev's able to explain this. And this is not to be rude towards Dev, but I mean, I'm sorry, but like, okay, can I put out something here right now?
I kind of just wish you were an asshole sometimes and stop apologizing. It's so gay.
I don't mind. I don't mind if you use psychological terminology.
Yes,
I don't
also,
mind. It doesn't bother me.
Aiden,
But
I don't know why you're apologizing to men.
But could you know what it means when you say it, please? Because I really don't appreciate when you don't know what it means when you say it. That's survivor's guilt. Am I wrong? Survivor's bias. Oh, am I wrong?
Yes. That's why I asked. I was kind of confused. Like,
well, I would have assumed that that's what he was talking about. Survivor's bias. Because I assumed he meant survivor's guilt. Survivorship bias.
I thought survivor bias just from
it's
the
a
name.
logical error of concentrating on entities that passed a selection bias while overlooking those that did not. This can lead to incorrect conclusions because of incomplete data. Survivorship bias is the form of selection bias that can lead to overly optimistic beliefs because multiple failures are overlooked. I thought he was talking about survivorship. What did I say before then? Fuck. So it is when companies that no longer exist, that failure of survivorship, where people just they can't even comprehend stuff. So it is when companies that no longer exist are excluded from analyses of financial performance. It can also lead to a false belief that the success in a group have some. Oh, so this is a totally different thing.
Yes.
Whoa, I'm the idiot here. My bad. I'm a fucking moron. I've been eating cheese for the last 10 minutes, so
I don't know
fuck
what the hell
me.
that has to do with anything. Cheese
'Cause
does
I've
not
been
make
trying
you
to-
stupid.
No.
If
I've just
cheese
been
made
eating
you
cheese.
stupid, I would be legitimately
I didn't say
retarded.
I wasn't saying that cheese made me stupid. I've just been sitting here eating cheese. I ate 4 cheese rolls. What do you call them? The
Apparently,
things.
Aiden needs to go to American.
How did I ever get this fucked up? Oh well, I'm a fucking retard. Whatever. That's on me. My bad. Oh wow, almost like I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. Who else is? Pretty much, right? Oh shit,
Unfounded
where'd my thing go?
that with all of the change, we've lost some important things, and
Of
that people are starting to feel it now.
Yeah, I
a
don't
lot of like the
disagree.
nihilism and things like that. And so there's lots of right wing, let's say right wing thinkers, right wing books, right wing writers who are trying to figure out what has been lost and how to get it back. And
Right.
they're doing it outside of a progressive framework, which I think is valuable.
Here's the problem.
Oh, I agree with all of that. Well done, Dad.
Yeah.
Since those are people that just, I would argue, probably naturally have right-wing moral intuitions. And so their intuition tells them the past has the answer. They don't know that.
What?
They just intuitively believe the past has the answer. And so then they're kind of post hoc justifying it to like try to confirm their bias. Because
I don't believe that at all. I think they're just looking at what works, because if you look at what works and what doesn't work now, you would want to go back to the thing that worked. That's just a sovereign
True.
mind. That's not
True
a,
to be honest.
that's
Yeah,
not
true to be honest.
that's not a political thing. That's just of look at your civilization status. I don't know
Yeah.
what has to be looked through a progressive or a conservative lens. It's just see what does our society do that's shit and stop doing the thing that's shit. I don't know why that has to be political. It's more of a cultural thing to me, but anyway.
And they're disgruntled by their present circumstances.
yeah, of course. Because if you
Or it could just be because society sucks dick. I could be great circumstances personally, but I can still hate society.
Yeah,
look
true.
at, like,
True.
fuck, you
True.
go read any fucking person from any back in the day, they're all complaining about the same fucking thing that everyone's complaining about now. Oh, the kids today,
The
they don't have any
kids
respect for
today.
tradition. They're all just, we need to go back to like fucking the ancient Greeks are like the kids today. We need to go back to the ancient fucking traditions. All these kids with their newfangled ideas making everything terrible. And people saying,
Gotta
oh,
be Greek straight, guys.
yeah, exactly. Or like, oh, I feel like, it's fucking, you could dig up a million things from Rome or Greece or fucking Egyptians talking about like, what is the reason of life? I feel all this existential dread in my life, blah, 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 blah. Like,
that should just tell you that we don't learn from our past, because if every freaking generation says the previous one was better, that should kind of tell you something. You can say, oh, it's like a trope of the generation, but then there also becomes a point of, if it's progressively getting worse, which it is, the people who say that we should go back to the previous thing, they might have a point. Because I can guarantee you a lot of the people that advocated for the change when they were young, when they get older, they actually thought that, oh, what I did was actually wrong when I was younger because I was arrogant, I didn't know shit. And then when I got older, I looked at it like, oh crap, what I did when I was younger was actually fucking bad.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, 100%.
Curious.
Weird,
people always
right?
had these thoughts forever. The only time people didn't have these thoughts was when
Is when they were in monarchies and they actually couldn't do the shit.
they were working so hard to survive that they didn't have time to think of these things. As soon as people get luxury time, they start to think of like the deepest, scary questions about like the nature and reality of life.
No, they don't. They get drugged and blitzed off their fucking tits. The idea that whenever there's free time, people always become like deep thinkers is a fucking myth. That is a total crock of shit. That is like everyone. Not everyone uses their leisure time to think deeply. Like that's fucking ridiculous. that's just total crap.
It is though. It is though.
It's total shit.
That's all. And people just have a lot more luxury time nowadays.
Things were so much better when.
If people had more luxury time, wouldn't that mean we would be a lot more smarter? By this logic. Am I wrong?
No, I mean, like, I don't know what their logic is. Let's hear.
I had to work all the time and couldn't think about this stuff.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, yeah, you don't want to have to think about like the existential dread questions. Then go fucking be in a military zone 24/7.
Go back to the farm.
How about
go
here's
live
how
on a
it
farm.
actually works. Here's how it actually works, guys. No offense, but the way that it actually works is that your brain works very quickly when it's forced to. When you're in a dull incomprehensible, sad environment, then you're not going to be able to understand. Your brain's not going to work that fast.
Ugh.
When you're forced to work, yes, it works faster. But the reality is that people in modernity don't have any reason to have to think about stuff. They don't. They have no reason to think about anything other than what they're told. Because they're not under any kind of threat. At least, threat that they can perceive, right? They are under a threat. But they can't perceive it because it's not active. They're not being bombed. That's why I don't get it. It's not complicated. It's actually quite simple.
I disagree. It kind of is.
You think it's complicated?
Yes. At least for the average person.
Oh, for the average
person. The average people don't think for shit.
Down just working yourself to the bone. Then you're not going to necessarily think about those things, maybe. Like, it's just...
By the way, just out of curiosity, do you think the people who maybe work themselves to the bone are actually like more satiated as people?
I think a lot of them are, yeah.
Because I think a lot of people, they just say, like, oh, look, hard work is really bad. It's because they don't actually want to do the hard work. But there's other people that don't mind the hard work because they don't want to think about shit. They prefer working hard because it means their brain is occupied with something else.
Yeah, it's called cognitive miserliness. Yeah.
I mean, there are some people that if they don't have anything to do, they just capitulate and just get suicidal and depressed and fucking bored.
Yeah,
because they don't ever function.
It's cognitive miserliness. That's
I agree with you, but like there's I mean the conservatives have been ringing the alarm bell on the opposite problem, right? You know the Coombe machine problem, where you're just you're in
yes, the degenerates will obviously advocate for this because they think, hey, look, I'm a fucking degenerate shit, but I have my things together, and if the conservatives had their way, I would be able to no longer do my degenerate shit. Why the hell are you intruding on me? Libertarianism.
Dev, come at this point, no conservative is going to take away your degeneracy. Let's just be. I kind of wish they would, but they're not going to. I wish they would, but they're not going to.
I mean, Singapore has some interesting ideas.
That's true. That's true. Thailand has some interesting ideas. You can have your ladyboy as much as you want. The conservatives are not going to take that away from you. What the conservatives want currently in the West is to not allow men to enter women's spaces. It's that simple. It's not complex. No more men in women's spaces. It's not hard to figure out. But I know that you have to pretend that it's hard to figure out.
Because you want to
because you're in a relation. Yeah, because you would like well, Dev, I actually think Dev does not want dick in women's spaces, but I think he wants it in his own space. That's my only opinion. No offense, Dev.
No, he wants dick in male spaces.
Yes, in his space. That's fine. But the problem is dick, penis in a woman's space is incorrect. You cannot.
There are homosexuals that are really happy with what you just said, Molly.
Sure, but whatever. Just get dick out of women's spaces. It's not hard to do. Just like, stop.
Engaging in constant pleasure all day is completely meaningless.
Which is true. There's nothing. That is true. That is a completely true critique. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I know, Adam, you just said something like you just said it and I already fucking forgot it. My God, maybe I need to go to bed.
That's okay. Go to bed.
It was something like oh man, wasn't it better when I had to fucking work all day? And it was like, and there's there's some truth to that, but also if you have like no meaningful work to do, it's just as bad.
Thank you, Dev.
Dev's completely correct. Not having meaningful work to do is why people are going insane. They need actual.
I like the way that Dev is agreeing with me, and I'm not even.
It's crazy, right? You need meaningful work to do.
Yes, even Jordan Peterson said this before he went off the fucking wagon. He just said, men who are men don't need money; they need function.
You know, I play a game. I haven't played it in a while, but it's Medieval Dynasty. I like this game a lot, but it's not the only game that's like this. There's hundreds and hundreds of games. People just want to like run medieval farms. Medieval Dynasty is particularly unique because you play as the farmer and you have to go do all the stuff, physically. Why do millions of people, at least thousands of people, want to do that? Because it grounds them in reality. People, even fictionally, want to go harvest cabbages, right? That we like simple, basic things. That's all it is.
Yeah. I need to tend my garden today. I'd like to see things grow.
Yes, and it's very, very
Shire
fulfilling in
That's why I
in that
said
game.
people want to live in the Shire.
Yes, everyone wants to live in the Shire. Everybody
Yes.
wants to live in the Shire. Why do you think that is? It's where we're from, all of us. Ultimately, we are trying to go back to this basic kind of simplistic living. Everyone wants to go back to the Shire. Everybody does, because because modernity is hell, dude.
It's boring.
That's why.
Yeah, it's boring and just consumerism.
And look, I know that farm life was miserable in many ways, but in other ways, it was also very, very fulfilling. So, yeah, and that's why people are so upset. So people are so depressed because they cannot find anything in their life. They don't produce anything. They want to everybody wants to make something. That's it. Everybody wants to make something on some level, unless they're nutty. You want to make something with your hands. Because that's how we were evolutionarily designed to be. Whether you think it's God, or whether you think it was pure evolutionary factors, everybody wants to make something. That's it. People want to be productive. And the modern world is antithetical to productivity. Anyhow,
people definitely fall into depression when they feel like they're just useless.
Well, that's another thing too, because I'm sure humans obviously evolved to work for food production specifically. So I would imagine that even if you were like a farmer back in the day, that might bring, watching something grow probably hit you psychologically much different than working in a factory.
This is why gardening is so damn enjoyable.
They get it. They get it.
Yeah.
It seems ridiculous, but you go out in the yard and you've plant some things and you watch them. It's like exciting.
They get it.
Sure.
No, it is actually.
Yeah.
You're creating, you're putting something out. Humans are wired to, like the little baby.
Who was I watching that said this is a really weird point to make? Because the garden... Fuck, who was I watching that said this? When you work in a garden and you watch something grow, that's your own work.
Yes, yes.
It's your own labor. Whereas if you were in a factory, it's your labor, but the product is not yours.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. We've got some peppers growing right now, which I'm very excited about. And we've got a yuzu plant, which I'm very excited to see. That one I'm super excited about because I'm going to do everything with that yuzu. I'm going to do so much stuff with that yuzu. I'm going to... Once that yuzu starts producing actual lemons, yuzu, every aspect of that plant I'm going to use.
Oh, Elon is going to get in trouble.
What do you do now?
He said Twitter is going to become a pay-for-service only.
Elon, I can't. Elon, I can't.
He said, Elon Musk says Twitter X now could charge all users subscription fees. You're going to kill your platform.
Then make it fucking... Then make it so that I can fucking access it from Guernsey, you lunatic.
Yeah, Elon, that's not going to become popular. That is going to piss off an extraordinary amount of people, and people will tell you, fuck off. People will just not use it. Actually, if you're trying to get people away from the platform, that actually might be a good way to go, because people will just tell you, fuck off.
But then let me be able to buy it. I cannot. I've tweeted at him. Of course, he doesn't know this because he's got a billion people who follow him.
Yes.
Billions of people follow him. But then I can't use it. Dingus, I can't use your fucking thing. What the fuck? How stupid. Let's finish this.
Who they'll build up little blocks and they'll knock it down and they'll laugh hysterically.
Yeah.
It's because they're
enacting other things I want to talk
physical
about.
change in their environment in some dramatic way. And humans are wired to enjoy that. And when you talk about planting, that's essentially what you're doing. Yeah. You're creating this change in your physical environment that's very visible.
How many trees have you grown from seeds, Sitch?
0.
You got to do it. It's so gratifying.
0.
Trees that big.
We've done a bunch of planting things for Boy Scouts, but I never followed up.
Yeah.
Well, go back and visit one of those trees.
They're just fucking around.
You're like, oh my god,
yeah, they're
I
just
planted
fucking
this
around
when I was a child.
Which is fine.
Look at it now.
If he didn't plant it as a child, though, it's...
Let's watch this one.
Talk about last week.
Oh god,
because this is amazing. So we're switching now into the Israel-Palestine discussion, if you want to call it. I have other things I want to talk about. I had this all in order, but because we're in watch together, let's just watch this.
Oh, by the way, for the people who want to know, I'll probably make a short video about this where I will say this. I am not going to talk about this on my channel.
Really?
Like, yes,
okay.
I am divorcing myself from the current thing, for two primary reasons. A, I am not educated enough to give honest takes, and two, the amount of fucking propaganda on this issue is insane.
Well,
and I do not trust
this video,
anyone. Though, I don't trust jack shit.
Muhammad Hijab, who is talking to Pierce here, destroys him. Would you rather us watch this first, or can I go through my couple of things I wanted to go through?
Yeah.
Would you rather do?
Whatever you wish.
Let's go through the couple of things I wanted to go through. How about that? Like they're pretty simple. Well, one of them is one that you requested. So let's set that aside for just a moment and look at some of the other stuff, if you don't mind.
Okay. What do you want to do then?
Are
you sharing
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, hold on. Ah, yes, Mr. Orwell.
George Orwell was, quote, sadistic, misogynistic, homophobic, and sometimes violent, says The Telegraph. By Anita Singh.
I should probably do a video on this.
Would you like to read some of this, sir?
Not really. Just going to annoy me. You see, George Orwell, how should you do it in V's voice when he does sadistic, misogynistic, homophobic, yeah, all this fucking, yes. Sometimes violent. I did like this. Sadistic, misogynistic, homophobic, sometimes violent. As if all the first three are somehow worse.
Yeah.
Because all the first three are
violence is lower than misogyny.
Notice the first three. The first three are thoughts, and the last one is action.
Yeah, this is an action.
Isn't it curious?
You put that last because you have no fucking evidence for it, do you?
Yes. Orwell, that ends well, yeah. So let's see. Anna Funder said that Orwell was a brilliant writer, but a complicated man whose personal life is at odds with the decency of his writing. Okay, so it's not even... She produced a biography of Ellen's...
Eileen O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, O'Shaughnessy, yes. Orwell's wife. Okay, so it's not even a direct source. It's a second-hand source. Even third, I imagine. So good luck with that.
Yeah, it's third hand, yeah.
Yeah, third hand, yeah. Highlighting the contributions O'Shaughnessy made to his work, including helping him write Animal Farm. Ah, yes, of course, because he never writes anything on his own. He always need a fucking woman.
No, white men, so bad.
Yes, according to Funder, the darkness runs through his 1984's reflection of Orwell's inner soul. Or it could just be of humanity going through a horrible time because it's a work of fucking fiction.
Fucking ads they put all over everything.
Yes, decency is such a core Orwellian value. He writes about it. It's the quality of the proles in 1984 that is going to save us. He wanted to be decent, to be seen as decent, by which he means a man of integrity, the same inside and out, said Funder. Keep going.
Yeah.
Also, he used that word to refer to being heterosexual. How the fuck do you know that?
Where is this evidence from? Oh, nowhere? Okay.
Fuck are you talking about, you goddamn weirdo? Let's see. He was enormously homophobic, but deeply attracted to men, and I think not particularly interested in women.
Oh, how typical!
Yeah. Okay.
How typical! He was homophobic because he was actually gay. No, he wasn't. George Orwell was not gay. Get fucked.
He was homophobic, but also attracted to men.
Yes, they always do this.
How the fuck does that make any sense?
If you're homophobic, it's because you're actually gay.
How about I don't like gay people because they work on my fucking nerves because they're attention-seeking twats?
It's so fucking insufferable, dude. But there it is.
Hold on. Let's see. He's a very complicated man, sadistic, misogynistic, homophobic, sometimes violent, also brilliant. As I said, she told the audience of the Cheltenham Literature Festival while promoting the book, Wifedom, Mr. Orwell's Invisible Life. Ah, there we go. Lifedom. Wifedom. It's to promote fucking woman. Yeah.
Women.
It's just opinion. Yeah. By the way, you know how this looks?
Jesus Christ.
By the way, you know how this looks? The woman isn't worth shit, so we must knock the man down. It's not the woman has to stand on her own work. No. She needs to knock down Orwell because the man overshadows the incompetent fucking woman.
Yeah, it's
that's
women
all it is. That
be
it's
like,
just a cheap shot way to promote. Yeah.
I would like some attention,
By the way,
please. Can
here's
I please have some attention?
Okay.
I'm feeling unappreciated. Fucking whore.
Hassel Hopper, what the hell are you talking about? Admitting that I'm gay? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm confused.
He's mocking that you're saying that about how they say everyone is gay now.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I was confused for a second. I'm like, what?
Come on,
Let's
go.
Listen here, cheese brain.
Also, you're gay.
I will say the F word on stream, by the way.
You're gay.
Bag.
Spoon, why are you gay?
Bill,
Spoon,
get the mace.
Spoon, why are you gay? It's a question. I have a real question for you, Spoon. Why are you gay? And I
know you're trolling, but you know the face that I'm pulling right now. It's looking at you at scorn and judgment.
No, but Spoon.
I know the meme. Stop.
No, I'm doing it though, just for the meme status.
We bring in.
What the heck is all this crap they're doing?
We bring in the studio this
Why they have to make me do all that?
Gay rights activists, Mr.
I like the way they say gay. It's funny. It's like just punchy.
I love it.
Gay rights.
Thank you for coming.
Gay.
Good morning.
Gay.
Why are you gay?
I can't.
Aiden laughs at the dumbest things.
I can't.
Why are you gay?
Some Africans are based, by the way. Like Uganda. Uganda is really
Why
based.
are you gay? What are you gay? Anyway, go ahead with this. But Spoon, the real question
Speaking of
is,
Uganda, you see there was a thumbnail there?
Why are you gay?
Did you see the did you just close the tab?
I did.
Okay, because in the bottom right hand corner there was the Uganda president who said homosexuals are disgusting.
Oh, okay. I still have it up, so don't I?
No.
Yeah, I do.
We bring in the studio.
Okay.
I know if it was there now. No, it's a top one right there.
Here you go.
Yeah.
What is your message to?
Isn't this the guy who says they eat the poo poo?
Yeah, maybe.
Groups, to President Obama,
Respect,
to lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people.
Respect African societies and their values.
Based.
Why is this so quiet?
If you don't agree,
why'd they make it quiet?
Let's manage our society the way we see. If we are wrong, we shall find out by ourselves. Just the way we don't interfere with yours.
Do you personally dislike homosexuals?
Yes.
Of course, they are disgusting.
Based African man.
People are there. How can you go? I never knew what they were doing. That's how I've been told recently that what they do is terrible, disgusting. But I was ready to ignore that if there was proof that that's how he's born, abnormal. But now the proof is not there.
Well, based. Have you?
I like some of my my continent men.
The poo poo.
Some of them are just based.
They eat the poo poo.
In the Ugandan capital of Kampala, Pastor Martin Sempa is rallying support for an anti-homosexuality bill that has drawn the ire of the international
Africans unite against sodomy.
including the very American evangelists some believe inspired the legislation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pastor Dr. Martin Sempa. I'm here in the capacity as the chairman of the National Task Force Against Homosexuality in Uganda.
At the press
He was told by an
conference,
American,
Pastor
clearly.
Sempa was flanked by religious leaders, both Christian and Muslim, a show of unity seldom seen in Uganda.
Well, hold on a second.
We are making legislation.
So we can unite the Christians and Muslims against homosexuality.
Over for don't eat the poo poo.
I mean, I'm not exactly against that.
I know that, right?
Never sees the light of legality in this land of the Pearl of Africa.
In a room packed with local and international media, The pastor began a
Thank you, by the
presentation
way,
that
for
grew
this description.
increasingly inflammatory and graphic.
I've taken time to do a little research to know what homosexuals do in the privacy of their bedroom. One of the things they do is called anal leaking, where a man's anus is leaked like this by the other person, like ice cream. And then what happens?
Like ice cream.
Poo comes out. The other one poo-poo's out, and then they eat the poo-poo.
They eat the poo-poo.
The other one they do is they have a sex practice called fisting, where they insert their hand into the other man's hand, and it goes into the anus all the way.
Anus.
And it's so painful, they have to take drugs, but they enjoy it. Now, if
I
you
love
have any
this
children,
video
please
so
step out.
much. Oh
This
my
is
God.
a parental guidance moment. That child can be moved out. So I've done research. This is what they do. Number one, you can see a man here having sucked the other person's rectum, and the other person is poo-pooing. And this one is eating the poo-poo all over the place. Huh? Tell me,
I love this
when
guy.
you have a law against homosexuality, do you say except eating poo-poo? Hey, I mean, look at this guy.
Ain't you accept eating the poo-poo?
Stagafulai Saha. Huh? Hajat, we do not want this sickness. This is sick. And
They don't want
it's
it in
therefore
Uganda.
deviant. We do not want it.
We're talking about that, Spoon.
Based Africans?
Yep. All right. Here's back into this article. I have to go pee again. Fuck. I'm sorry.
I have to read
What?
more of this, do I?
Yes, you have to. Well, I have to go pee. I'll be right back. Where did we stop?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm the one.
I think.
forced
Oh,
to read it.
it's Marie. Hang on.
What are you reading me for?
Not reading you. I'm reading me. All right. Started there. All right. I'll be right back.
You see, so he's very complicated, manly, sadistic, misogynistic, homophobic, sometimes violent, and also brilliant. It's fucking hell, weird cavalcade of emotions and rhetoric there, but again, it's written by a fucking woman. It's not supposed to make any fucking sense. You guys have to understand. Think of these phrases as curses, essentially, and the left as a religious cult. And these words are like curses with which to brand you. They live in a realm where people who have these curses are not allowed to enter their midst. That is the reason why they throw these labels at you. It is to brand you and say you may not enter our realm. That is ultimately what these monkeys believe. I just realized the fucking border is not aligned. And that's going to piss me off. Fucking look at it later. Yes, he desperately wants to be decent, and wanting to be decent in an honorable thing is a noble thing, but writing in a book like 1984, which is violent, misogynistic, sadistic, grim, paranoid, that comes out of the writer's flaws. Dude, it is a work of fucking fiction, you twat. If I'm going to write a society that's horrible, that might be the reason I'm putting horrible things in the fucking book. It's not known as 1984, the world
1980 flawed.
Yeah. Yeah. 1984, the world of fucking fluffy charm and cotton candy and licorice all sorts. Like, no, that's not the fucking point of the book, you twats.
But no, it might offend a communist.
Like, the book is about a fucking totalitarian regime. Of course it's going to be horrible. It's totalitarian, you shithead. That's the reason why it's shot.
But it might offend a commie, so
Oh, for God's sake, me breathing offends a communist.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a good thing, actually. I enjoy offending communists.
To be fair, I'm really good friends with a commie, but...
I actually... It's kind of strange. There is one person I speak to on a server, an English chap, like, who was also like a very far-left commie guy, and he and I actually agree on some things.
Yeah, you'll find that when things, like, come full circle, right? That
Yes.
you don't find yourself agreeing with people on the other side on some things.
Yes, but I think he's a communist in the sense that he may be far lefty, but he finds overlap with me when it comes to protection of the realm. He's like hardcore Roman in the sense that if you conquer, you wipe out the identity. You don't allow it to fester because you just, in the grand scheme of things, if you conquer, you wipe out the tribe because the tribal identity is going to be filled with resentment, hating you, and it will be a threat to your reign. If you conquer, you wipe out the fucking identity. Because you'll brew trouble, which is just objectively true. People just think, oh, look, all cultures deserve to survive. No, they fucking don't. No, they don't. Some sucker.
Did you read the rest of this article? Here's
How the hell am I
bit of
supposed to? You're the one who can scroll down.
Well, no, did you read up to where it stopped? Where we're at?
No.
Okay. All right, hang on.
Here
it is. Here it is.
I was mocking it.
Fuck, this is so stupid. Hang on. Okay, here we go.
Let's see. Also used to be referred to a word of being heterosexual. He was enormously homophobic, but deeply attracted to men, which makes absolutely no fucking sense. But then
no,
again, it's by
fuck.
women.
They always do this shit.
Women?
Is that women and men? But it's like, oh, he's not into. He doesn't like gays. That means he's secretly homosexual.
I hate that argument.
No.
Can't I just dislike them because they annoy me?
Like gays. What? Yes. I mean, like, what the fuck?
I hate like this default argument. Like,
maybe if you don't like
something.
Gays.
Yeah, I don't like this thing of if you don't like something, you secretly crave it. Like, no.
Exactly. Oh, deeply he
can't I just can I just like something because I just dislike it? I dislike mushrooms, therefore I secretly want to eat them. Like, no.
It's crazy.
Idiots.
Well, all right, speaking of mushrooms, do you see like and things you don't like? This is a totally it is a related. Did you see the wonderful images that AI has created of Bill? I'm going to show them now.
How the fuck is this related to what we're doing?
Because you talk about mushrooms, and when you have your English breakfast, right? You have your
the mushrooms was
mushrooms.
An example. It does not mean that we're suddenly talking about food.
But we always have to. I have made these AI images of Bill.
I hope he hits you.
No, he likes them, I think.
Ask his opinion right now.
The baked beans. Oh, he just screamed die. So
there you go.
But there he is. He's fighting off the baked beans. He hates them. I think this was my favorite, actually. Like, this one's really nice. It's nice. But this one's my favorite. It looks the most like Bill, and it most encapsulates the emotion. No, don't tell Bill to get the mace. Amy, don't tell him to get the mace. No, don't tell him to get the mace.
Get the mace,
Bill. Don't get the mace. Don't get the mace. Let's go back to the news.
Fucking hell, I did this shit. He desperately wants to be
said good decision.
Yeah, there we go. He desperately wants to be decent, want to be a decent, honorable, sad, noble thing, but writing a book like 1984, which is violent, misogynistic, sadistic, grim, paranoid. I'm assuming it's because the one line it said it was always the women that are like the playthings of the regime. They're the ones who like most carry the message, something like that.
Yeah.
That was the quote. It takes someone who is those things to go deep inside themselves and pull that vision out. What? So you're trying to tell me that only people who are sadistic, misogynistic, homophobic people can
understand a totalitarian regime because you understand what they.
You know what that implies.
You know what this is. This is our regime can't be totalitarianism. Can't be totalitarianist. Can't be. We can't be involved in some kind of totalitarian regime because we're not homophobic. We love the gays.
Okay,
Yay!
I went the exact opposite
all right,
of that.
Sure. Really? Okay.
Yes, I went, you are all those things because this is what you're trying to induce.
They are. But no, I agree with you. That is the point. They're trying to say that even though they are all these things,
yes,
it's only bad when it's pointed out from scenarios in which they are not it. In that, the 1984 scenario doesn't involve being forced to castrate your children, right? For the trans order. Even though it would have actually done that stuff. That's what have you read 1984?
I've
homie?
not, but I'm familiar with.
Oh. Of course, if the system thought it was for the goodwill of the people, they would tell you to fucking castrate your kids. Obviously. That's where these people they fundamentally don't understand the point that George Orwell was making. They can't comprehend it. Actually, you know what? That's not incorrect. I think they do comprehend it. They're pretending to be too stupid to understand it.
I don't think it's that at all, actually.
What do you think?
I think it's because this thing is actually happening in real time, and therefore we must discredit it by labeling the author as all these...
The things that they're doing, yeah.
Yes, which is, like, obviously nonsense. By the way, it's very clear,
So
like,
the
hey,
whole
look,
thing
this,
is that, like,
this
you
thing
must-
is an instruction manual, and therefore we must condemn the author.
Because the whole thing is that it is an instruction manual.
It's a brand.
In a way. But what George
It's not,
Orwell
it's becoming one.
was fantastic at was explaining how totalitarianism comes into power and how it manifests. And the left wing just hates 1984, which they, used to love, by the way. But why do they hate it now? Spin.
I know what.
So I have to pick up my bottle of cornflakes. Why do they hate it now? Why do they now hate 1984? Because they are 1984.
Yeah,
That's
they're doing
why.
it.
That's why they hate it now. Because it's them. Everything that they do is 1984. So they have to say, actually, George Orwell wasn't this or that or the other. Even though they used to worship this book and say everything the right was doing was 1984. It's funny because the right says everything right now is 1984, which it is, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
But the left used to do that as well. They used to say everything was 1984. The reason why the left stopped is because they decided, well, would like to become 1984.
Or we would like to do all the things that is in 1984.
Yeah, we would like to do all this. We would like to actually do all that stuff. Thank you. So, and now that we're in power and we can't be beaten out of power, wow. They become 1984.
Yeah, it's almost like they're rather subversive.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't actually have any principles because all they actually want is just the will to power.
Yep.
Shocking.
I think here's the next step.
Let's see. Founder author the bestseller Stasiland. That's Stasi?
Stasiland.
I know that Orwell had a feminist mother and sister. Oh, God, it's like the fucking current day labels.
Cares?
It's like, hey, Aiden, go eat and tell your South African his country still sucks no matter how well they cheat at rugby. Oh, is this a disgruntled French person? It's just because you suck.
No, wait. Read the next sentence.
Also started reading Conrad Ledon and making me way too much sense. Oh, yeah, there we go. Which one is it, by the way?
I don't know what you're reading about from Kunat Lennon.
Is it leftism or is it
I went and ate. I ate some cheese, and so now I'm better. Because can
I say something horrible to you?
No, but go ahead.
I think while Liberty or Equality is the superior book for our side, I think leftism is more important. It's also easier to read.
Leftism. You think the book on leftism is easier? Leftism is easier to read.
My God, much easier to read than Liberty or Equality. Liberty or Equality is hard to read.
What's happening here?
Liberty or Equality is a challenge to read, especially when they talk about the religion and socialist aspect.
I found leftism to be a chore.
What?
But I think the reason why I found leftism to be a chore is because I felt like I was just reading things I already knew, right? Whereas with Liberty or Equality, I felt like I was learning new things.
God, you're so up your own ass with that statement. I know you don't mean to be, but it's funny.
No, I'm not trying to be, but with leftism, I was like, yeah, I know. With Liberty or Equality, I felt like, oh my God, this is stuff. This is novel information.
Yeah, because it's a philosophical justification for a monarchy.
Yes, which
better than anybody else probably could.
But the funny thing is that I found that book so easy to read. I reread it.
How the hell do you find Liberty or Equality easy to read?
I thought that it was an extremely easy to read book.
Aiden is insane. She is a total liar.
I'm not insane.
Okay, yes, you are. You're absolutely batshit crazy. No, Liberty or Equality is not an easy book to read.
How do you not find it easy to read?
Because leftism is easier to read.
Liberty or Equality is a book that I think that you could read in about 3 hours.
Okay, you will not find a single person outside of your academic, autistic, spurgy, meth-powered ass that can read that book in 3 hours and absorb it. There's no fucking way in hell. especially for a newbie.
I think that's why I like it so much, because it was such a quick read. It's why I liked it so much.
You're on crack.
No, I'm not on crack.
If you can read that book in 3 hours, you're like some kind of speed monkey.
No, it's just that book was very easily digestible to me. We're talking about, by the way, Majin. We're talking about Eric von Kuehnelt-Lenin's books. You can find all of them for free on the Mises Institute, by the way, if you'd like to go read them. Liberty or Equality, or and the other book is
Leftism.
Leftism. His book on leftism is way bigger, though. I thought it's a far longer book.
Yes, it's 652 pages.
Yeah, it's huge.
Let me see. Wait, it's 433 is. Hold on. 433 is where it stops.
I did find that book to be a bit of a slog in terms of that one. I was less
enthusiastic about.
Well, you know what? This is probably what happened when I read Liberty or Equality.
Are you comparing the two?
No, I'm just going to say this. When I read Liberty or Equality, I just went, this is fucking fascinating. Like this, first of all, this man is a brilliant writer. He's a brilliant mind. He's got brilliant thoughts. And I think he's completely correct. And so it just, went off like that.
I like some of his quotes. If we incline too much to democracy, we shall soon shoot into a monarchy.
Into a monarchy, yeah.
Yeah. And that was said by Hamilton. Because guess what? When you give people, the vast majority of people, choices, you know what people gravitate to? They gravitate towards a monarchy. Because the vast majority of human beings want a strong leader.
Eric von Kuehnelt-Lenin was such a genius that 400 pages can be finished in 35 hours. Yeah, they can. Like if you're fascinated and you okay. I speed read, yes, guys. I speed read, but I've reread this book now probably 3 times. I've reread Liberty or Equality at least 3 times. But when you're entrenched, when you're fascinated, when you're in that moment, you just want to read the next page. Yeah, I think it took me about 4 hours to read Liberty or Equality.
Yes, I don't just speed read. I actually have to absorb things.
Well, no, but then I reread it like several times over because it's such a fantastic book. I think it is the book. If anyone wants to understand, I've said this before, but if you want to understand where Spoon and I come from in terms of our philosophy and our politic, you must read Liberty or Equality.
Yes.
His book on
Hans
communism
was
harder for me to read. The Democracy, the God That Failed is also the other quintessential
I would say
that one's hard.
Liberty,
that one took me days.
Yeah, because it's theory.
It's rough.
Yes.
Liberty, or excuse me,
it's well written, but it's
fucking rough.
It's kind of boring.
It's also boring. Yes,
it is.
With that.
Yes.
Liberty or Equality, however, it was a page turner.
Yes.
It was a page turner for me. I'm like, whoa, what's the next thing you got to say, Eric? Like, dang. It was that to me was a page turner. I would say that Democracy, the God That Failed, that took me days and days and days and days to read because it is a slog. It is a slog.
I will say though, once it gets into democracy versus monarchy, it does pick up more because then you can see the theory of the contrasts. And I think once I got into that, it was a lot easier to read. But the beginning of like time preference and everything, while it is valuable, it is annoyingly repetitive, I would say. That's not a shot at it's illuminating, and you should read it. But there's a bit of me that goes like, a lot of this is it's an overlap of ideas repeated, and therefore it is kind of annoying. But I will say for Democracy, the God That Fails, that once you get into democracy versus monarchy, like, it does also pick up a little bit.
As much as I enjoy Democracy, the God That Failed as a book, it's a very hard read.
Yeah,
like
it's just very dry.
It's very dry.
Very dry.
Yeah, that's gonna be a rough one for you. Yes. Like you're not gonna have
fun.
However, Liberty or Equality, in my opinion,
is the superior book.
Is everyone can read that.
And Lenin is also a fantastic writer.
He is such a good writer.
Yes.
He's writing if you haven't read it yet, Liberty or Equality.
Yes. This book is an essay in the narrowest sense of the term. an effort to throw some light on certain phases and aspects of the century-old struggle between the principles of freedom and those of equality, between the ideologies of liberalism and of democracy, in their classic sense, of course. It is obvious that this study, woman, I am reading, you shut your face. It is obvious that this study cannot be exhaustive. Nevertheless, the subjects of our analysis have not been at random, but have been selected for specific reasons. Before defining our terms, we think it important to show our hand and to declare our philosophical baggage. It is obvious that any writer trying to analyze political or sociological phenomenon critically and methodically will be motivated by a more or less coherent system of philosophy. Since the present author is a Catholic, his philosophy has an intimate relationship with the theology of the Church, a relationship which can be defined as coordination. The principle that philosophy is the handmaid of theology has for him only a personal, but not an intellectual meaning. Although his philosophy is predominantly Thomistic, he is also deeply influenced by theistic existentialism and by certain cognitions of the phenomenological school. The Catholic reader who is curious as to the reasons which prompt him to deviate from neo-Thomism today is strongly dominating the philosophical scene in Catholic North America, is invited to peruse the note on the subject on pages 164 to 167. This is the opening of the book, by the way.
Okay, so here's the thing. People in the chat are getting already bored. Let me tell you this. This is probably why I'm a bit more interested in Erich von Kuhn-Lenin's book than, say, Hans Hermann Hoppe's book. Is that Erich von Kuhn-Lenin's book is written like an academic paper. So it makes it, to me, the kind of thing that I can read instantaneously, right? I can just read. I know it.
You understand that democracy...
But it's written in academic format. That's why it's better for me.
Yes, but you do understand
Maybe
that
not for everybody.
Monarchy is an intellectual's political philosophy. It's not something that most people will understand because democracy is the one... Oh, everyone can partake, whereas monarchy is
democracy is cute.
Yes.
Democracy is cute.
Yes, monarchy is elitist. In nature, because that's all freaking point.
It's very cute for you to do this stuff.
Yes.
I know it makes you feel nice, but it doesn't work.
Yes.
Shall we continue this
ridiculous
article about George Orwell? Yeah.
Let's see. Married to Orwell, whose real name was Eric Blair, in 1936. She read English at Oxford, where J.R. Tolkien was one of her tutors. Funder suggested that her knowledge of fables...
Could you even imagine that, by the way?
Farm.
Could you even fucking imagine having Tolkien as one of your fucking teachers?
Well, I imagine it probably carries a lot more weight now looking back at it.
Holy crap. Go ahead.
Functional, how can you say I love my own farce? It's because the thing is with monarchy, people have to understand this. Monarchy is a high intellectual pursuit because most people don't understand monarchy, for number one. And two, to be a monarch is to be a monarchist rather, is to be humble. Because you're saying, I don't know everything, and there are people more suited to this task than I.
It is probably the most... Because the democratic position is to say, like, no, I know what's best for the people.
Yes, which is inherently arrogant.
Is to say, no, actually, I don't. And in fact, I would like to default for a king who has some kind of
for the role,
particularly in our system that Spoon and I have always talked about, is been given the right by God to rule. Will know better because of his lifetime of being raised as a king to know what is right, or queen. I don't think we're actually not very we're very gender non-specific on that. I think a queen can do it as well. Lizzie was fine. Do you not think a queen who's raised on the same paradigm? Actually, you know what? We've never talked about this. Can a woman who is raised on the same paradigm under the same monarchistic background be as good, or at least equal to a certain degree, as a king?
No.
I agree with you. By the way.
And it's not so
be
much.
Okay,
it's not so much that I doubt the prowess of females. It's more that kings around them would react differently because it's a woman and not a man.
Yeah, I agree with you. 100%.
And therefore, they will.
I was curious about your position.
They will find the queen as weaker than a king, and therefore they will be more likely to pursue an invasioning kind of foreign policy.
I agree with your position. I was interested about your stance here because I do think that queens.
Catherine the Great was a slut, by the way. Like
Catherine the Great was one of the. We've been asked this question: who's our favorite monarch? And I always say Catherine the Great. I always say Catherine the Great. Catherine the Great was autistic. She was a slut, but she was also autistic.
Yeah, she was
and absolutely
ruthless, though.
Brought Russia into its golden age.
Yes, that's absolutely
So
true.
let's not yes, she was a slut. Yes, she was a.
But she had prowess to her name. I'll give her that. She
But
didn't have any
she
royal
knew-
bloodline, but she managed to
I
get her
honestly
way
think
into
she
the
had autism.
monarchy position.
I legitimately think that Catherine the Great had autism. When you look at the stuff that she did, I think she was autistic. I'm serious about that. I think that the reason why she was such a good monarch is because she was autistic. Queen Victoria also was a fantastic queen, but
I mean, she presided over England's
but
golden
however,
age.
however, as Ramo, he just said this. Ramo
Genghis
Grable
Khan.
just said this. They were exceptions, not the rule, and I agree with that
Yes.
100% as well. These fantastic, very successful female queens were the exceptions, not the rule. They were, not. Yes, they were able to do these amazing things, but
Who was the woman
female
who played,
queens are not very good at it.
Who was the one who
generally
played
speaking.
who played Catwoman in the third Batman movie? Chat will tell me.
Charlize Theron?
No. If you ever pronounce her name that way, I will hit you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I pronounced her name. How do you pronounce her name?
Tron.
Theron?
Tron.
Tron?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. It wasn't Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
Who
Charlize
is
Theron.
Halle Berry? Halle Berry.
The third Batman movie, the recent one? The Dark Knight
Anne
Returns? Anna
Hathaway?
Hathaway. Yes, Anne Hathaway, yeah. She would, if we were to make a movie about Catherine the Great, she would have been a
I'm
good
stupid, man. I don't remember, like, fucking actors on shit. I only remember weird political stuff.
one. Yeah, that's the one. Throne. It's not throne.
Theron.
It's Tron.
Theron.
Throne.
Theron. Tron?
Throne.
Tron?
Tron.
Charlize Theron?
Fucking Jesus Christ, you
How much
Americans.
I have to roll
See,
my fucking R's?
you Germanic language. You can't pronounce the
I was thinking about
G's
Catwoman.
either.
I was thinking about Catwoman, guys. I was thinking about Catwoman. She's Theron.
Fucking god, man.
Read this article. We got things to do.
Why don't you skip the article?
Okay, are we done? We
Yes.
get it. This is stupid. This is fucking dumb. Everyone
It's
knows
just trying to
it's
brand
dumb.
Orwell as something bad because what is in the book is currently coming true, and they need to discredit
Here's
the author
something
with labels.
cute. The WEF wants to make viewing alternative media such as this illegal, a
Yeah, good luck with
criminal
that.
offense. According to a disturbing memo issued by Davos, the WEF called on its Young Global Leaders Foundation for coercing the public into trusting the mainstream media again. Part of that coercion includes criminalizing the consumption of non-mainstream sources.
How the hell is this a good plan? This is like fucking retarded.
Oh, you know what this is. It's just totalitarianism. It's always totalitarianism. It bears repeating. The problem of mistrust in media is created by the likes of the WEF, i.e., it is the stakeholders, it's the censorship enacted by the most influential legacy media with the excuse of fighting misinformation. And now it's true. Why would anyone believe this media? Censorship opponents say that the outcome of unjustified censorship, while the WEF argues that those outlets weren't censoring enough during COVID, by the way.
Can you just laugh how hilarious
They weren't
this is?
censoring enough.
Okay,
They
you-
weren't censoring
you-
enough. Oh,
You
oy
prove
vey.
yourself to be liars, and in order to make us trust you, we're going to censor everyone
Censor
else
you.
who disagree. Dude,
Yeah.
it's not that we need to be more trustworthy, it's that we need to silence everyone who disagrees. That doesn't make you more trustworthy, you fucking retards. It's like this shit,
Crazy.
like, who the fuck can believes the shit? It's like the most
They let
retarded
too
fucking
much
idea.
misinformation through. What misinformation?
You mean
Oh, the fact that all that COVID shit was bullshit? That we found
yes.
out was bullshit?
that,
Whoopsie
that anyone
poopsie
who isn't a
poopsie.
moron could clearly tell was
Yeah.
a complete bunch of shit.
The figure of only 40% of the population trusting the news in the UK is mentioned. They don't go
Wonder
into
why.
I'm shocked it's even that high. They don't go into exactly why, but it imply
It's
that
'cause
it is
it's
rampant
'cause it's wrong.
disinformation because you keep lying. Because you keep lying. That's why. Stop lying.
Monarchy is dead for now. Leave it in the dust. Monarchy.
Yeah, we got this. They're gonna come. The WEF is gonna come and come for you and make it a fucking crime for you to question them.
You do realize that would require people being killed.
No shit, they're gonna do that though. Weirdly, Henry Kissinger has woken up. Former U.S. Secretary.
That's because of years of doing the shit, and now he's at the verge of his deathbed, and now he has to repent because he's going to hell.
You might have thought about it that way, but that's probably it. Former U.S. Secretary Henry Kissinger has said that the nations in Europe were wrong to take in many people who are now supporting Hamas actions against Israel.
You mean people with different is it different beliefs might cause problems? Really? No shit.
Weird.
You old fuck.
What? How would that happen? Europeans risk being targeted similarly, he warned. In an interview published on Wednesday, Matthias Döpfner, sorry about the pronunciation, the CEO of the German media group Axel Springer, asked the veteran statesman about the Arabs celebrating in the streets of Berlin after Hamas incursion into southern Israel last week. Kissinger, a Jewish survivor of the Holocaust,
there it is,
said he allegedly actually is. I don't know about that, but he allegedly actually is. Said he found such gestures of support for criminal acts painful. Quote, "It was a grave mistake to let in so many people of totally different cultural and religious concepts because it creates a pressure group inside each country that does that."
Fucking
he
shit.
noted. Obviously, Henry, you ding dong, asked what Germany and the EU do in the current situation. Kissinger said that he accepted unconditional political support for Israel. Of course.
Can you see like how stupid this is? So let me get this straight. You've got people next to Israel who want to glass them.
Dear
and you
Lord.
think that if you take those people and you put them in different nations, they still won't feel the same way about the people that's trying to displace their fucking lands?
You helped do this, Henry.
Fucking
you
retard.
You absolute bastard. You promoted all of this. And now you're like, oh, well, maybe it's a problem because I don't like it now. Whatever, dude. Whatever. What the fuck ever, dude. I'm so tired of it. Here's something. Arnold Schwarzenegger is mad that he can't run for president.
I always tell people, I say, only in this country is this possible.
And when I hear you talk about America that way, it's that immigrant spirit, right? It's that gratitude for
Hold on a
being here
second.
and being, and you are.
This is the man who said during COVID, screw your freedoms.
Yep.
Fuck off, Arnold.
He said, screw your freedoms, COVID policy is more important.
And recently he came out and said he was wrong.
And now he's here on The View saying, why do people want me to be the president?
By the way,
if
you go on The View and run for president,
I have to hit the super chat. Sorry.
Yeah, if you go on The View to run for president, then you're not.
Yeah.
Former two-term Republican
Just
governor
realized
of
that
California back when Republicans were
switched
sane.
topics, but I haven't hit the super chats.
What do you think about the current immigration crisis? Because you have such a unique
Nice
perspective.
Nice titty shirt, Anna Navarro, but whatever.
What's going on at the border? What do you think of President Biden starting to build these 20 miles of wall? What's your perspective?
You know, mine is always, since I've been there as governor, I've seen firsthand how this is not a one kind of a step approach. You have to really have comprehensive immigration reform. You have to look at this immigration problem in a comprehensive way.
How?
You can, first of all, I believe very strongly in having a border that no one can get through. That's number one for me. Number two,
but what about you?
Is that we have visas available for people that want to work in the United States, so they don't have to work illegally. It is bogus. We need the workers here.
The reality is that there are millions of people in the United States who are working illegally with no visas. So I agree with him on that, but he's gonna have to try and explain why it's okay for him to be an immigrant and also be president. Just listen.
By the way, hold on a second.
Where you look around.
Yeah, because he's fine so far. What he said is fine. I agree with so far.
I find it funny because he said that Anna said that he's the sane Republican, and so far he's advocating for everything that Trump would.
Yep.
Just-
Wow, really? Yeah, bizarre, right? How interesting that he's just saying the same things that Trump would say. Curious.
If I look at my house, there's the oldest Latinos working there. If I look out on the street, the people on the streets are working, the Latinos. If I work in the house.
Also, Arnold, if you're gonna like put dye on your head, put it on your whole face, or otherwise just go full fucking white. It's fine. No one cares.
If I look at the high rises, they're working. If I look in the kitchen, if I go into a restaurant, it is foreign workers working everywhere and working their asses off.
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest with each other. So we should give them the visas so they can do it legally. Why do you have to sneak in the United States?
Because
they work cheaper,
Gibbs.
you fucking moron.
Because they want Gibbs, idiot.
And because they work cheaper, you can pay them under the table.
And they
They
can
pay
be
for lower
paid under
wages,
the
you
table.
fucking twat.
Absolutely. Thank you, Spin. Absolutely.
Duh.
Because
You're
they
an
want
Austrian.
to
How
have,
do you not know economics?
They want Gibbs, and they want to not have to actually. They want people to be paid under the table, and which is unfortunate. Because, by the way, in my opinion, what happens with South American immigrants in the United States is slave labor, largely.
Of course,
largely
everybody
it
knows
is.
this.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's controversial.
Colonialism
They
was
have
bad because
enslaved
slavery
these
was
people.
a thing, but we're totally going to do it exactly the same in
But
a neo-colonial way.
on the left, we sure love enslaving people. We sure love enslaving brown people. That's great on our
Oh my
side.
god, someone
Can
said you cheated
fuck
on your
off?
wife with one. Oh my god.
Let's finish this. I'm going to hit the super chats because I have a bunch I missed.
I believe that you should have guest workers permits, you should have permanent working permits, not a few of them, but to have enough so that we have enough workers being able to come in here. It is a stupid system. The system is set up to commit a crime. The system is set
No,
up to do
the system
something.
is set up to commit a crime. It's to
Actually, no,
commit the
not
crime of
enforcing
allowing
it
people.
is-
Yes. Yep. Well, we both know.
It's
We
funny.
both already said it.
Trump had immigration down by 90%.
Yep.
Why do you think he did that? Oh yeah, because he actually had an enforcement
Real
policy that
real
fucking
immigration
worked.
enforcement policies.
Oh yeah, the Remain in Mexico
that-
one really worked, and then
Can
as
you-
soon as Biden came into office, he decided to scrap
Yes.
it. And then, oh my
Can-
god, we have a border problem. Yeah, why? Because you fucking scrapped the one
Can
policy that
we
worked. You dumb fucks.
Please be accurate about this. A lot of people who come over the border, who are not documented, they
Come
end
over
up
voluntarily.
working. They end up working as slaves, sometimes sex slaves. By the way, people.
Without slaves, our economy would collapse. and the
I'm
place
sorry.
would- yeah.
My moral system. Republicans, conservatives have no morals. My moral system finds it fucking sickening that you don't find a fucking issue with people being brought over as sex slaves. For God's sake, I find that to be fucking heinous. Fuck you, Arnold Schwarzenegger, you dick. They're being brought over as sex slaves. That's what's happening. Fuck you, dude. It absolutely makes me fucking ill that you're okay. Ooh, we need more sex slaves. Just fuck off. Fuck off.
Illegally. Why? Why can we not come together, Democrats and Republicans, and instead of using this issue...
Because me as a Republican doesn't agree with your fucking desire to bring over sex slaves, and I find it heinous and repulsive. That's why, Arnold.
She always has a fundraising issue for the party to go and sit down together and really do the service that they're supposed to do, be public servants.
Yeah.
To go and solve this once and for all as Democrats and Republicans together so that we have a comprehensive immigration reform. Because there's so many hardworking people that want to come in here, they want to contribute to this country, and they're doing such a great job. So this
Or
is
get turned
where
into sex
I'm
slaves.
at with the
Okay,
whole thing.
cool.
So I'm more in the middle. I believe in a very, very strong kind of a border defense and do not have there's illegal elements coming in here, drugs I'm talking about, and cartel and all of those things, and maybe from other countries, people. You know, I'm always worried about terrorism and all this stuff, and I've seen the studies when I was governor, the great danger there is in this area. So we have to have a really secure border, but we got to go and reform our immigration system.
Of
This is where
course.
the action
Of
is
course
at.
we do.
Well, Governor, you were my governor in California, and I thought you did a fantastic
here she
job. But I want
goes.
to ask
Here's
you,
Sunny.
The U.S. Constitution says you have to be a natural-born
That's not
citizen
Sunny,
to
that's
run for
Alyssa.
president.
This is Sunny. It's Alyssa. Sorry, I forget their fucking names. I
They
get
may as
them
well
all
be replaceable.
confused.
They'll say the same fucking thing anyway.
True.
If not for that impediment, would you have wanted to seek higher office?
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying comprehensive immigration reform. We talked about that already 20 years ago.
Jesus Christ, Whoopi. You're looking fucked.
That someone did
By the way, that's
form
arrogant as
somewhere
shit, by
else
the way.
And has been a citizen for that many years, like I have for 30 years, that can become a president. Of course, yes.
By the way, you're subverting the idea of the nation state if a foreigner can become the leader.
So true. I'm going to read all the super chats I missed. The super chats that I missed were Hasselhoppa for 5 says the police said that the paralyzed woman, he's talking about in Robin Hood, was a flight risk. Yeah, I remember. I saw that. Richard Lionheart is a George Floyd stand-in. The villain is John Prince, aka Prince John. Thank you, Hasselhoppa. You are right. I did get that confused. The Redneck Ram for 5 says, don't forget the mother filled up the condom. Thanks, YT Censors. Bowl for her daughter, Aiden. I know. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, Spoon gonna watch Robin Hood. Watch it drunk, buddy. It's the only way to survive it. Probably, right? Probably. Without aneurysing from that cringe. That 80s show was better made. Probably very true, Minnesota. Lance for 2 says, yummy, European classic, sloppy seconds. Sure was. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, I was in the same boat, boss. San Andreas was forbidden, but Resident Evil 4 and God of War was A-OK. Also, Nier is a continuation of the Fall into Tokyo ending. Yes, you went over that. Thank you, though, for that, Minnesota, because damn, I love that ending. Jarnegi for 10 says, here's some money towards SMT3. SMT meaning Shin Megami Tensei. Not sure. Spoon, it's a lot less weird, but it's very cool. Go play Shin Megami Tensei 3, Spoon.
Apparently I'm supposed to stream that?
Go ahead and do it. Hasselhoff 2 says, she'll release a new game, Barappa the Brapper, talking about AOC 14. John Cole for 2 says, the PP toot politics I subscribed for.
That's a shit show.
Hasselhoff for 2 says, everyone should be reasonable and agree with me, if only, right?
Yeah.
Warblade for 14 ZAR said, conflict is in human nature and rare few don't need it. That is true. That is true. Lance for 5 says, how many years are we out from Carl accepting the Lord Jesus Christ as King? I give it 5 more years. Carl, in terms of Sargon, I think he there's really like a disconnect there. Like he can't do it. However, I do think that actually Carl probably is a Christian, but he can't say it publicly.
No, he's
spent
not.
So many years. Do you really think so?
He's a secular. I think it's one of the reasons why the monarchy thing is difficult for him to swallow, because there is a religious element to it that he
obviously.
Obviously. Okay, I have to mention something about the Weeby thing.
Carl might be a Christian because
no,
how else does he come to these positions?
He will never be a Christian ever.
Why?
There's a better chance of him being a monarchist than a Christian, because he can see the political reality of power.
You can't be a monarchist and not a Christian. I'm sorry.
Explain Molebug.
All right. Okay. You're right. Okay.
I love you shall must not tempt
laugh.
me. Yes, because I'm an evil genius. And because I'm smarter than you.
But
sometimes.
Monarchy can't exist outside of Christianity.
No, that's where Molebug disagrees. That's because he has the CEO model.
I really think you have to have Christianity.
There's some
modern
people,
monarchy to
that is
exist.
where a lot of people find Molebug's ideas kind of skeptical, because I remember someone asked him, do you think the monarch needs an official religion? And he went, I don't know. Which doesn't mean no. It means I need to think about it.
Sargon, I'll say this.
Sargon,
whatever. He's a very he isn't actually an intellectual person who thinks
Scrump
about
is not Christian, and he's also monarchist.
True.
I think it boils down to how
Carl thinks about stuff. Like he actually does. Like if you ask him a question, he doesn't just go and like defaults back into some bullshit. He actually thinks about it. He really does.
I would say it is because there is, from Molebug, it's an element of who wields power. And he definitely takes heavily from Hopper, who is, it's in the best
clearly.
interest of the king to keep these people happy. And Dank, I don't think Dank is a Christian. He's also a monarchist. Because he constantly advocates, he constantly talks about monarchy being better than democracy.
It's crazy how monarchy Dankula is as a Scotsman.
That's because he read Hopper.
I
And
know,
also I've had a discussion with Scrump about this. Scrump is the one who told him to read Hopper. That's the reason why.
But
I'm reading a lot of Hopper.
Okay.
To
Generally
kick off
speaking, the Scots hate monarchy, right? Yeah.
Rejected the modern democratic state based.
But no
the pre-war
I
monarchical rake.
So I'm going to pause for a second. Generally speaking, the Scots hate monarchy, though, for understandable reasons.
Hold on. You can talk, by the way. Just give me a second.
I told you I had hiccups and to take my place for a second, please.
No, you didn't. You didn't say shit.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You were too busy hiccuping.
Read.
What can you do? Why do you hiccup like a goddamn bunny? Hold on, give me a second.
Because sometimes I get hiccups, sir.
Okay, you're
Hey, what we got next is that Hasselhoppe says for 5. I'm sorry. It's actress Oranian or actress Oranez for 5 says, "Could you please define what you mean by conservatism? I'm having a hard time describing it, though I consider myself conservative, leaning libertarian. How would you describe conservatism?" Because I can give you my definition.
Private property, first of all, family value, and basically the conservation of the current culture. So private property rights, family. Basically, your old school family-driven culture, community, church, basically that.
I would agree. For my definition, it's family,
church, private property,
church. Yes,
those would
private
be the
property.
3.
These are the things that are most important to conservatism. It's
a religious
family,
foundation for your morals. The family unit
church.
is the base unit of society.
And
it is
it's
not
private
the individual.
property,
That's bullshit. And private property, because that is how peace is kept in the land.
Yes, these are the inherent conservative values. I truly believe that
natural law. Yeah,
natural law. Exactly. It's natural law. Fuck off. Let me and my family live in accordance with God. You know, that's what conservatism should be, but instead of all kinds of gay shit. Of course it does.
Which
Gay,
rejects the
stupid
modern
shit.
German democratic state.
Sorry about that.
And
Altruist Arrhenius, if we didn't get that very quickly.
I just needed Dank to say that.
Hasselhoppe, that was the Survivor's Guild thing. We covered that. Lance for 5 says, Ben Shapiro has gone total small hat. I know. 5 years ago, he says Israel can take care of herself. Now he says if the U.S. doesn't pay the bill, they shall use the nuke. I know, it's nuts.
Ben
man.
Shapiro literally said in a video that his support is contingent on the U.S. supporting Israel.
Yep.
So I was like, so let me get this straight. You are only supportive of Israel as long as they actually are supported by...
As long as you get money.
You're only supporting of the United States as long as you get support for Israel. So you are not an America firster, Ben Shapiro. You're an Israeli firster, which means you shouldn't have any say in media because you're not actually putting the country first. You are trying to steal its taxes for your fucking gain. Live in Israel, you fucking pillock. Why the hell do you sit in the United States and peddle its fucking taxpayer money for your fucking land? Piss off.
More economically expedient for him, that's why. Hasselhoff for 2 says, Bill looks like an angry bean Hagrid. That's basically what he is. Joe Manchin for 10 euros says, hey, Eden, go eat. I did. I ate cheese. And tell your South African, his country still sucks, no matter how well they cheat at rugby.
I'm sorry,
also,
who's in the semi-final?
This is Joe Manchin. He says, also, I started reading
We read this like half an hour ago.
And making it, yeah, we did. But I didn't read that first part of it. Now you've read it. DRT is King for 2 says, I think it's Thrawn like Grand Admiral.
Thrawn.
Might be. Thrawn?
Thrawn!
Thrawn?
Oh my goodness, must I beat the language into you people? God damn it.
I can't understand your weird language, dude. It's Dutch. I don't understand it. Like,
Pretty sure it's German, actually.
Oh, actually, I will give you this. Bitterbollen. Kind of delicious.
Gouda kaas.
Hey?
Gouda.
Gouda? Gouda.
God. You don't have an educated mouth.
I don't understand. What?
You all suck and you can't pronounce my language.
I can't pronounce it. It's just let me be my inability. I said, do you like bitterbollen?
I don't even know what that is.
You know what bitterbollen are?
No.
What? How do you not know what bitterbollen are?
Is this a
Even
food
I
thing?
love bitterbollen. Yes, it's a food thing. Even I love bitterbollen. How do you not?
How are you so obsessed with food, but you eat less than I do?
Because I'm a weirdo. How do you not know what bitterbollen are?
I don't even know what the fucking is, woman. How the hell?
It says bitterbollen is a meat-based snack made by making a very thick stew thickened with a roux and beef stock and generously loaded with meat, refrigerating the stew until it firms, and then rolling the thick mixture into balls, which then get breaded and fried. It's a classic Dutch dish. How do you not know what these are?
Because my country is not the Netherlands, you weirdo.
But no, they have these in South Africa. I guarantee it.
No, we don't.
If I say bitterbollen, South Africa.
It just sounds like frikadella.
That's what it is.
It's not.
Frikadella's
not fried.
You don't deep fry it.
No, it's baked.
How do you not know what frikadella?
Also, roux is R-O.
How do you not know what bitterbollen is? How do you
because
know what
it's
bitterbollen
Dutch,
is?
you pillock.
You're Dutch.
No, I'm Dutch ancestry, but my
You're
culture is freaking South African.
Look,
and mainly
just
Indian.
call him Dutch. He knows he's Dutch.
Fucking Welshoid. Bill, get the mace and crush her tiny skull.
Dutch and can't deal with it. He's Dutch and can't deal with it.
That's how you spell roux, by the way. For you
can you deal with
uncultured
this?
swine.
Uh-huh. You can't deal with it. Here you go.
All right, Gold Member. Don't play the laughing boy. There are only
Michael
two
McCain.
things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch.
What?
All right, Gold Member.
How do you not know what bitterbollen is?
Because it's Dutch, you ass.
You're Dutch. Why is this a question? Look at these. They're delicious. This is cooking with Fefi.
Hi guys, this is Fefi.
Fefi's going to show us how to cook these.
Add a little more.
She's cooking them. Made these. They're very simple. Look at this.
So for the frying, you're just gonna.
She's gonna fry them. Can I have a? Oh, she didn't actually eat them. I want somebody to eat them. Bitterball and crispy Dutch trait with the soft meat center. How do you not know about this?
You do realize you keep asking me the same thing over and over and over again.
Yes, because I'm confused. That I don't understand how you don't know about the bitterball.
Because it's Dutch. It is a Dutch thing.
Dutch.
I am not Dutch. Aiden? Is every food made in England also made in America? Is it? No. Then why the fucking hell would the same South African food also be from the Netherlands?
Dutch.
God, someone strangle her. Bill, hit her.
He's not gonna hear you. You're just Dutch, my dude.
This is what happens when Aiden's on a cheese high.
Oh yeah, I've had a lot of cheese, by the way. Okay. Oh, speaking of, let's go into other things that we need to look at.
I'm an Aussie. Get out of my chat, you fucking asshole.
Let's look at other things you have to look at. Okay, here we go. Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, so Jamal Bowman, who is the fucking lunatic, who pulled the fucking alarm.
Oh yeah.
In
He's facing no
Congress.
disciplinary hearing, is he?
Yes, he is facing now an ethics complaint. The ethics complaint. Oh, because of course the fuck he's not. Look at his whole. When a person cleared up the confusion surrounding today's events, today I was rushing in to make a vote. I came to a door that's usually open for votes, but today it would not open. I'm embarrassed to admit that I activated the fire alarm. Fuck off. Mistakenly thinking it would open the door, but I regret this, and I sincerely apologize for any confusion this caused. But to be very clear, it was not me. It was not me. Oh, you didn't do nothing, did you? You didn't do nothing. You never did nothing, because this is the fucking mindset of blacks in America. You never did nothing. Even though he literally did it, he admits he did it. He's like, but I actually didn't do it.
Gary Thomas is asking you the question.
Gary Thomas for 10 asks, Aiden, if monarchy can't exist outside of Christianity, then how is it the world's oldest monarchy isn't Christian? I'm honestly curious. Do monarchies require a religious element to function? Yes, you're exactly correct. You're exactly correct, Gary. You're exactly correct, Gary. Monarchies must exist within religious religious systems.
The monarch's power
it
comes
doesn't
from God.
necessarily have to be a Christian one. Christians are just tended to be kind of one of the better ones. But all monarchies must exist within religious systems because it is an as above, so below system. That's why monarchies must be inherently religious, because there is an idea that, well, I'm in this kind of situation, and then there's this king who's in this kind of situation. But then above him, or above all of us, is a greater deity that is going to also be the king upon him, right? That's why monarchy must always be held and must always exist within a monarchistic, or with a deific system.
Hey,
in my opinion,
Victoria's Secret is actually selling sexy lingerie again with normal-looking models. I wonder why.
That wasn't the best argument I've ever made. I didn't do it quite well, but I hope that made sense.
Someone must be above the king.
There must be someone above the king, and that's why all monarchies must be deific systems. I think you have to believe that there's someone to judge the king to believe in that system, and Spoon and I do, but an anarchist, atheistic system would really struggle to exist under a monarchy. If that makes sense. To work to some other fun stuff. What's this? Fuck off. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna put this into the thing. Whatever. We can just tell me when you want to pause. I'm not gonna put it back into the watch together.
Welcome back to
It's only 2 minutes.
Oh God.
Cenk Uygur is running for president. Do you want me to put this in the watch together?
This is a fucking meme.
It's such a meme. Like it's so short. Also, let's just watch it.
YT. As I mentioned, there's a big announcement that will basically take up the entirety of the second hour of the show today. Here to make that announcement in the capacity as a guest is Cenk Uygur.
Yes.
Cenk, you do have this big announcement, although you've already kind of made it on the set of Breaking Points, but now it's official.
Yeah. No, I had not yet made up my mind, but I have now, and I have filed. I will be running for president of the United States of America.
You literally can't, Chunk.
You were born in America.
This thing that's so insane about this.
I mean,
he can't. He can't. Chunk, you cannot. You're not an American citizen. No, he can't. He legally can't. This is just you know what this is. They did this before. This is an attempt to get people to give them money.
Of course.
Last time they did something like they pulled a little kind of thing like this, they raised like $500,000. So they're gonna get some more money. They're gonna get more rich over the fact that he can't even run for this office.
So, Cenkforamerica.com And the idea here, guys, is let's change the course. Right now, Joe Biden is down 24 points in the economy, 19 points on jobs when he actually did better on jobs than Trump did.
You can't be president, Chunkus. Chunkus, you can't be president. Shut up. This whole thing's retarded and fucking pointless. You can't run for president. You cannot. You are a Turkish citizen who is a natural American citizen.
White man is back.
But you are not an American citizen. You can't run for president, Chunk. It's just true.
No, I was playing
He
something
is
behind
not
the scenes
going
that
to
you can't
win.
hear.
I am running.
See?
It was a picture. It was a clip of Sam Hyde. It was a clip of Sam
Yes,
Hyde
I
saying the
am
white
a-
man is back.
Break glass in case of emergency candidate. It should not have been me. It should have been someone else. But unfortunately, it was not anyone else. And now there's only 4 months left. We must change course.
You're not going to do
He has at
shit.
best a 10%.
This is just a fundraising attempt, obviously.
Even if you could run for president, dude, out of curiosity, who do you think would vote for you?
Good question.
Like, do you think, like, if you hate Biden so much and you think Trump would beat him, you do realize the only people who would vote for you are like far leftists who would vote for Biden begrudgingly. So you're just pulling more points away from him and making him weaker.
That's his point, I suppose, that he just wants to pull votes away from Biden. But the reality is, Cenk, you can't run for office. You're an American citizen, but you cannot become president. It's in the Constitution. You can't be president. You silly dingus.
Chance of winning. Donald Trump is an actual fascist. So
No, he isn't. No, he
That's
isn't.
what I'm also saying. Is that, first of all, that's insane. But Cenk is not doing this because he actually wants to run for president.
By the way,
This is they just want money. They want money.
By the
Spoon.
way, you
That's what
make,
it's about.
you make fascism sound
Please
base
give
when
me
you say
money.
that kind of shit.
Please give me money. Please
Trump is a
give us
literal
money.
fascist. Yes, the guy who wanted to secure the border, get illegal immigration under control, don't start foreign wars, and run the economy well. What a way to make fascism look fantastic.
Yeah.
You
But
fucking moron.
all this is that Cenk Uygur wants money. He wants your money. He's done this, but he's literally done this before, by the way, where he ran for office in California, in another office that he actually could have pursued
But he got
legally.
his ass kicked.
But he got his ass
He
kicked.
got like less than
and
4% of the vote in a fucking...
Yeah, he got like 4...
Right. Dude, how do you get less than 4% in fucking California? And you think you're going to run at a national level? Like, dude, like the level of retardation and desperation.
No, it's not retardation. It's not retardation, Spin. This is a money grab. This is an absolute
It's TYT.
fucking money
All
grab.
they do is grab money.
And even Anna Kasparian's going to question him about it, which is fucking fascinating. Listen here.
Running as a proxy. I'm running to win, but I'm also running as a proxy for.
You cannot run at all, Cenk. You can't run. You cannot run. You are not an American. You are a naturalized American, but you are not a native-born American, so you cannot run for this position. And then he's gonna like cite some random fucking sources from the Constitution, which do not have anything to do with what the fuck he's talking about. So he. And by the way, you know he has a law degree.
No,
and
he
yet,
doesn't.
he does though, but
He
he
has a
still
law
doesn't
degree.
understand. You know that he has a law degree.
No,
he
doesn't.
does.
He's the same way.
He does.
He
He
has a law
does.
degree the same way fucking Sonny has one.
True, I guess.
Any other candidate, we have got to get Biden out of the race. Thank you for winning in 2020. But if he loses this time around, it's
the
not
fact
just
that he has
his
a law
problem,
degree
it's
makes the fact
all
that
of our
he's
problems.
incapable of
I actually think
understanding this stuff
democracy's on the
way
line.
more hilarious.
And so if it takes me running, then
Also-
that's what I'm going to do.
Hold
And
on a
we're all
second.
going to do it together.
Okay. If democracy is on the line and you're its defense, I hope democracy dies.
How sad.
I hope democracy
How
dies
sad.
and America is no longer democracy. That would be some. Can you imagine if Trump takes office and just goes, "Yeah, I'm not leaving. Fuck off." Like base, keep it that way. Yes,
Good point. Good point.
Hand it off to your kids, and do not let these shitbag deep state fuckwits. Because let's be honest, the deep state just want to get back in and continue what they're doing right now. The American Constitution does not safeguard your freedoms. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but the American Constitution is just a piece of fucking paper, and it isn't worth the fucking paper it's written on. That is just the God's honest truth. I am offending so many Americans by saying that, but the God's honest truth is it has failed in what it set out to do. It has not. Is not provided a balance of power. Congress can do whatever the fucking hell they want. There is no oversight. There is no fucking they can do whatever the fucking hell they want. There is zero accountability. Your constitution is a fucking joke.
Right.
That's
true,
the God's honest truth. I know Americans don't want to hear that because your entire country is based on this, and to say that it's failed is like saying your nation sucks. But
you're correct. But you're correct. So, oopsie.
By the way, and I'll say this up front, and then I'll let you ask all your questions, Anna.
Why are you gay?
If I do this alone and it's just my idea, it's never going to work. Okay.
Of course, it's never going to work.
I'm either your voice or I'm not.
If you guys want, never going to work, Chunk.
You were born in Turkey, wasn't he?
Yes.
So how the fuck can he run for president?
He can't. That's my whole point.
Yeah,
he legally can't.
Yeah, but how can he? Can even? You can't even file the papers for it.
Hang on. Anna's going to tell him this. Listen here for a second. Yeah.
To have a stronger candidate in this race and you want to beat Donald Trump, you're going to make that happen. JankForAmerica.com or in any way, volunteering, whatever you want, okay? But if I'm not your voice, I have no chance at all. So let's see if we can bring something good into the world and make a giant difference together. And you know me, I always believe that we can make a difference together.
Sure thing,
and this is the time to do it before the primaries are over.
Thanks for watching the video, guys.
Oh,
we also love it if you hit the join button.
Oh, it's in sorry, I thought it was in this video.
Welcome back to TY.
Because Anna actually asks him about it's this one. Oh my god, it's so long.
Ego. And it is intensely selfish, and I'm gonna say that 2,000 times on every show until he gets it through his thick head. Stop being selfish.
Let's see what
Democracy
Anna
is
says.
actually on the line. JankForAmerica.com.
Very cool for you, Junk.
You had described your congressional run for California's 25th district as the worst experience of your life. In that election, you received 6.6% of the vote.
Yeah.
It was also the worst experience of my life.
What?
And so you're doing this on a national level. Why?
Because he's a masochist, apparently.
Chat, do you want me to do a video on this tomorrow where I just trash the crap out of these?
What is masochism here? Anna's saying also, fuck you, dude.
If you say yes,
ruined my life as well with this stuff.
If you tell me yes, I will just go through this and just take the best bits and just clap them.
Dude.
What makes you think that anything would be different this time around?
Good question.
Given the way the media treated you, given the stunts that the Democratic Party pulled against you.
Dude, it's not the Democratic Party, it's just because you suck.
Yeah, he sucks. He sucks. No one likes him.
Yeah, you're a fat
You
bastard,
just said
Jake.
it. If you start seeing support for you, 20 to 25% of the vote, that seems like you got that support.
You will never see that.
Then maybe there'll be.
The idea that he would see 20% of the vote is absolutely incomprehensible. He got 6% last time.
Yeah, Anna, you literally just said this not 2 minutes ago.
I know, but he's not going to get 20% of the vote. He's going to get at most 6%, at most.
The actual pressure for Biden to step down and not seek re-election.
Dude,
what makes you think you're going to get any?
It's
you
crazy.
honestly
It's crazy,
think,
right?
How
It's crazy.
delusional are you to think that you can get the current guy, that's LARPing as the president because Biden's not the fucking president,
I know.
to step down because
First of
your
all,
fat ass is going to do shit? Are you
the
fucking
idea,
kidding?
the idea that you
know how
think that you
stupid
can
this
in
sounds?
any way dethrone the person who was placed into that position, installed there.
Yeah, dude, get fucking
no
real.
one's
You
gonna
live in a
uninstall
fantasy
him.
land.
By the way, I hate to tell you guys this, and I really do hate to tell you guys this, but Biden's gonna be president for another 4 years.
No,
just
he's
saying. Yes, he is.
No, he's
because
not. He's not gonna run again.
It doesn't matter. Because the establishment is going to install him again.
Want to ban him
because
there?
he's the because he Let's bet. What do you want to bet, Spoon?
$50.
All right, I'll buy you a bottle of whiskey.
Okay.
Or you buy me a bottle of whiskey.
Okay.
Over, I don't like whiskey, so you buy me a bottle of gin, I buy you a bottle of whiskey over that.
Okay.
I think that Biden's going to be president again because
you do realize if through some miracle he is elected, there is no way in hell that people would accept the vote as legitimate, and you would have
we're way past that. That already happened. We already passed the point where people realize it doesn't really matter what you vote for.
No,
it's all fake. It's all fake. It's all bullshit.
No. This will be significantly worse. Because before it was good times, and now they get to see really bad times. Before it was believable because people hated him. With his approval rating now,
Trump, you mean?
Yes. Whereas with the hatred of Biden right now, and the numbers that even the mainstream media is acknowledging as a shit show.
Spoon, I'm sincerely gonna say, okay, if Trump wins, so if Trump wins, you send me a bottle of liquor. If Biden wins, I'll send one to you. All right?
Why?
Because, I don't know, we're friends and why not?
How the fuck did that make sense? Say what you just said again.
To prove, because I'm saying that I think that Biden's going to win. It doesn't matter what the fuck happened, right?
Aiden, if
wait.
Aiden, if
it's the opposite way around.
Yes, that's why I said say what you just said.
Okay.
Also, Aiden, if you think these people would just do the same shit they get it in as they did in 2020, why are they working so hard on propaganda?
But that's what I'm saying. When Biden wins, you send me liquor. Okay, I got it confused. You send me liquor.
He won't even be the nominee.
Send me some fucking alcohol.
Nominee, he will not be.
Trump won't win. Trump won't win because they've already fixed it.
If they fixed it already, why do they try so fucking hard to jail the guy?
It's all part of the fixation. The fixing, excuse me.
No, it's because they can't pull the same shit again. They're fixing it. They're fixing it, dude. They're fixing it.
My
God, you are such a black pilled bitch. Sometimes, seriously.
Of course, I'm black pilled.
Yes, because you're cringing gay.
That's all we need to see about this. A couple more seconds of this, and then I'm done with this clip.
Nowhere near that, considering what you've already experienced with the media's treatment of you.
Yeah, so I'm under no delusion that mainstream media is going to be all of a sudden, oh, Cenk Uygur, we've changed our minds.
No, they're going to be vicious.
Yeah, no, I know how mainstream media works. And
Whatever, we get it, we get it. Can you move back over to the watch together, please?
Okay.
Because I want to watch... Wait, the Piers Morgan thing.
I hate him.
Did we already watch this?
No.
No, we didn't. Okay. It was the first thing, but yeah, I forgot about it. Okay. So, moving into the Israel-Palestine conflict, Piers Morgan is a fucking idiot.
We all know that.
And Mohammed Hijab knows what the hell he's talking about. But let's watch it.
Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro on the crisis in Israel. His powerful emotional analysis made headlines around the world.
Oh, really? Powerful emotional analysis full of fake news. Full of fake news propaganda. Thank you very much, Piers.
Pro-Palestine influencer
fucking lunatic.
Subscribers of his own. Here's what he had to say about it.
Do you think Piers Morgan, on fair grounds, would try and speak to me about an issue like this? Or Ben Shapiro, when they know what I'm going to come with? Absolutely not.
Fucking lunacy.
Woman, let him talk, for fuck's sake. Keep your emotions in your pants.
And your cowardice is apparent.
Well, Mohammed Hijab joins me now.
Let's go, Mohammed.
Coming in. I hadn't actually watched your video.
Mohammed is...
I've watched a few of them.
Just get ready for this, guys. He's on point.
Aiden, you talk louder than the thing. If you want to speak, mute the fucking thing, or pause it and then you speak.
Sorry. I just want to say that Mohammed was on point.
Goodness sake, woman, learn some etiquette.
YouTube subscribers. You're an influential person, and you have a lot to say about this issue, obviously. So I thank you for coming in, but I'm not too cowardly to talk to you.
Yes, you are.
I don't have a horse in this race.
Yes, you do.
I think I've tried to straddle a divide of being fair-minded.
No, you haven't.
Sides. I've had all voices on the show.
I commend you for that, actually, to be honest, for bringing me on. But do realise I did caveat that with
on fair ground. So let's hope that this interview is conducted.
I intend to be completely fair.
Yeah, sure.
No, you don't.
Oh,
no,
really?
you don't.
Oh, do you, Piers? Oh, do you,
There's a real
Piers?
sense of what is going to happen. We can all look back at. We can all look back. Let me just. We can,
Piers, you do not have a reputation for being stellar. You have a reputation for annoying the fuck out of everyone. You're one of the most hated figures in British media.
Yeah.
The idea that you're
can't turn the
fair
volume
is a
up, guys,
fucking
by the
joke.
way. People are asking for the volume up, but I can't turn it up any higher. Sorry.
Before that, Piers, sorry, if you want to say fair grounds, you introduced me as a Palestinian controversial.
I actually corrected myself.
Right, so
I said pro-Palestinian. I meant to say pro-Palestinian.
So why did the word controversial come into play?
I think you're controversial.
So are you.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So is the ambassador. Why didn't you introduce her in that manner?
I'm happy to say that to many people, her views would be controversial.
So why didn't you?
Oh, Muhammad is so he's tactical. He's like a tactical fucking nuke, just right in at every fucking wrong thing Piers says. Muhammad is I love it. I love it. I love it. Muhammad is going to get even more tactical on his capacity to just attack Piers's bullshit.
Introduce me as the Oxford graduate.
Do you want to be introduced as that?
Yes.
Okay. Or an Oxford graduate.
Yes, by the way, Piers, you should introduce Muhammad Hijab as an Oxford graduate. Why wouldn't you? It's so dis-fucking respectful to not introduce him as that kind of person. As not an Oxford graduate. That's super disrespectful, you ding-dong.
Okay. No problem. You can be introduced as anything you like, frankly. It makes no difference to the debate. Let me ask you this. Where were you when you heard about what happened on October the 7th?
I was at home.
What was your reaction when you heard?
I was actually very sickened by it. And this is something I do want to put on the table because I think it's fair for people to know this. In our religion, we do not believe, okay, as a Muslim, I am a Muslim, and I do not believe in the killing of any man, woman, or children, non-combatants. That is not despite the religious teachings. That is because of the religious teachings. So in terms of condemning Hamas and just jumping straight into it, I condemn not only Hamas, but any other entity, okay?
Thank you, Mohammed.
Wherein it's proven that this has been done, that the killing of combatants has been done. Therein, I condemn any party that does it. Any party that kills people or strikes at people where it's more probable than not that it will hit a civilian target, I condemn them. And that's why I condemn the IDF. Because when they strike, they know that it's more probably than not going to hit civilian targets. They know that the majority of civilians, or the majority of people that are going to be affected are civilians. We know that from the various operations that have been conducted. We know that because now in Gaza you find that there is a blockade, as you know, for 17 years, but also they're stopping them from electricity, water, which is a war crime.
Why am I simping for this guy? Because he's correct. Because he's right. I'm sorry, he's correct. I'm not pro-Palestine. I'm not pro-Israel. I'm pro not anti-child murder. That's what I'm pro. That's my thing.
Yeah, we're not superheroes.
I don't want children to be killed. That's my only position. Is that I am anti-child murder. But Muhammad Hijab is correct here in what he's saying. Guys. Sorry, he just is. Let's continue.
I'm on the Geneva 4 of the Geneva Convention, Protocol 4 of the Geneva Convention. So this is something I'm surprised you didn't actually mention to the ambassador. But
I did mention it.
You didn't say it's a war crime.
Well, I think it's an arguable point whether it's a war crime.
Okay, let me ask you now.
They are saying Israel, at the moment, Israel is adamant they are not breaching war crimes, right? It
will be determined. Whoa, they're what? They're not breaching war crimes. They just dropped a bunch of fucking... They've been dropping bombs on Gaza for the last fucking week. Piers. You fucking lunatic. Indiscriminately. And by the way, what Israel has had to say about it is that, like, well, we are dropping bombs on places where we think there are Hamas or otherwise radical agents, and we don't really know. So maybe there will be children there. We don't really know. And by the way, that's how war works. It always works that way. I'm not saying that this is unique. Of course it doesn't. Of course it's not unique. Of course it's not unique. But war is fucking hell. And it always is
Fallout
hell. what I find the most sick is every fucking day I wake up and I look at Twitter and there's some picture of a dead baby that's put in front of my fucking face, and then 10 minutes later I find out it's fake. 10 minutes later I find out it's a fake picture of a dead baby. It's both from the Israeli side and from the Islamic side. Don't show me any more pictures of it, because do you know how much I've cried when this first started happening, about how it killed me inside to see photos of I'm going to go into this later after this, but how much it killed me to see pictures of dead babies. Here's the thing, guys. It really, really like hurt and killed me, and I was personally crying because I couldn't believe that I saw these kinds of things. And I was weeping, and I was praying, to Jesus. I was praying to Christ to please, please, please save these people. And
That's funny. I saw
am.
the same pictures as you, and I didn't cry anything. I didn't feel anything.
Oh, you didn't cry? You didn't pray to Christ?
Hell no. I looked at these pictures and went like, I don't believe any of this shit. I went like, this is a war of information, and therefore I don't believe any of these freaking pictures.
But then they all turned out to be fake. They all turned out to be fake.
Now you know why I don't have any tears to shed, because I just don't believe in this shit, because it turns out to be fake more often.
Now you understand why I'm in the position where I'm at, where I'm as someone who's very, very emotional about stuff, obviously. And I want to be there to pray for children. And now I realized I have been praying for children who didn't even die, who didn't even exist. What does that make my prayers? What does that make my prayers? And they were sincere. It wasn't just like me, like being like, oh, here's my little pulchritude shit, right? No, it was real. They were real prayers. They were real deep, deep prayers, right? To Christ. And they were over nothing. How's that supposed to make me feel? You made this shit up. It's fucking insufferable. Continue.
I mean, whether that's the case.
No, sorry. Infuriating.
Mohammed, let me just make a point to you back on that. I think surely we can agree that what happened on October the 7th was a war crime. I mean, when people are taking grandmothers and executing them, kidnapping
they're not, though.
Children,
it's not happening, Piers.
Killing babies in their cribs. We can
not happening, Piers.
Okay, babies.
Can we?
Surely, of course, 100%.
Right.
But babies in the crib. Sorry, what was the evidence for that?
You don't believe that happened?
Sorry, CNN, the White House, Sky News, which you work for, all say.
I don't work for Sky News.
Well, your thing.
I did work at CNN. I saw one reporter.
You're right.
Who retracted it because she wasn't sure about the source.
It's unconfirmed by the White House.
But then the Daily Telegraph and the Jerusalem Post and other sources then did publish pictures,
CNN,
which indisputably show babies have been killed.
No, it showed one baby who's been charred, and that picture has been put up
That's
on Twitter
fake.
and has been refuted by many people saying that it's actually AI.
That's completely.
It is AI, by the way. I have confirmation on this. We can go into that in a moment. But Ben Shapiro posted a photo. Ben Shapiro. Let me just put it up. Ben Shapiro. No, I can't. Right. Ben Shapiro posted a photo of a charred baby corpse, which again makes people like me freak out. And that's the purpose, is to make people like me freak out and have like an emotional response. But turns out it's AI. It's not even real. It's not even fucking real. It's not even fucking real. And Ben Shapiro, by the way, Ben, you and I could have worked together at some point, but I will never work with you at this point. Ben, I will never work with you at this point. No, get fucked. After you do this stuff,
I'm sure he's devastated.
Oh, I know he's very devastated. But Spoon, that I have that capacity to work with people like Ben Shapiro.
What, psychopaths?
Well, in terms of like my
you work
reach.
with me, so yeah, that's technically true, I suppose. I mean, I'm just very glad I'm emotionally dead inside, and I'm very difficult to stir emotionally because I'm a spoon. So
True.
I just looked at all this shit and went, I don't believe any of this shit because my mind went, this is a way to just antagonize war and bollocks to you.
It is. But here's my statement, Ben Shapiro.
Oh, Ben has no good takes. He's a fucking twat.
Fuck you. How fucking dare you?
Okay, Aiden, you're being like overly emotional and really gully right now.
No,
Please
no,
stop.
I'm really sickened by what Ben Shapiro did.
Yeah, but so is everyone. But you can do it.
Fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Yes, but calm down. It's getting kind of cringe.
Crap. Is it cringe?
Yes, it is. Just stop now.
I hate it. Okay, let's
yes,
go back
I know,
to this,
but yes.
All right, here it is.
Video.
That is true. What's your source?
Mohammed, there's been a thorough investigation into the claim that was put up there by some rogue person on Twitter that it was AI. It has been completely
Good point. By who?
Okay, let me ask
that picture, which was published on the Telegraph.
That was not. It's now been investigated, Piers Morgan, and found to be AI. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're wrong now because you meant like, oh, I felt so secure in saying that this is true. It was an AI generated photo, dingus.
Telegraph.
What's your source?
Is a genuine, legitimate picture.
What is your source?
Are you seriously arguing that babies weren't killed?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying, give me a source. Yeah. You know full well you've been fired from the Daily Mirror for fake images. So
yeah,
you know full
curious.
Well
I didn't accept they were fake.
Very good.
Exactly.
Good
the UK government
thing
did.
for Mohammed to bring up.
Because the UK government, just to be clear, had waged, in my view, an illegal war in Iraq.
So you're allowed to go against the government, and I'm not allowed to go against the Israeli government.
You're allowed.
Is that Piers Morgan himself has posted fake images as part of his job as a journalist? Well, why would we ever believe Piers Morgan ever again? When he's posted fake images again, I wouldn't. Or in the past, I would never believe him ever in the future.
So tell me now, what's the source?
You seem to be making a lot of presumptions about me, Mohammed.
Yes, I was the softball questions.
I was
for
the
your
editor.
Ambassador of
No, they weren't. I put all the questions to the ambassador.
Mohammed
I was
destroys
editor of the
this
Daily
dude.
Mirror when we opposed the Iraq War on the grounds that I believed it was an illegal war.
Yeah.
I still believe that to this day. I think it stained this country.
Fantastic.
I don't think you even knew that.
I did know that.
Right.
But I'm not. That's not the point I was making. I was making the point that if you're allowed to go against the government,
I feel actually emotional about
in
this.
their
Though, guys, sorry.
classification of an image, then if you have pro-Palestinian activists who are saying actually we need to see a source, shouldn't they be entitled to that?
The Daily Telegraph published on page 3.
Should they be entitled to that? Yes
you're
or no?
talking about. The Daily Telegraph said they had independently verified the picture, Mohammed.
No,
that doesn't mean anything.
But that doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean
independent
shit.
resources. That doesn't mean shit to people. That's just a phrase.
No, it doesn't mean anything. But
experts
all the
say it's
exact
real.
Same fucking outlets lied about COVID just 6 to 8 months ago. So who gives a damn? They lie about everything. Who gives a flying fuck?
At the end of the day, it's an information war, Aiden, and you're sucked into it into the emotional aspect, and I'm not because
I'm sucked into the emotional aspect only that like
because for some bizarre reason you believe this crap and I don't.
No, but if it's not. I don't believe it. But if I see a dead kid, if I see a dead kid, it does draw me in because
you're a girl.
Yes, because I'm a girl.
Yes,
because I'm a woman.
Men are supposed to remain sane during wartime, hence why I am not emotionally invested.
If I see
it's my duty as a man to not get emotional.
Kid, it kills me inside. I can't see a dead child.
Because you run on emotions, and us men don't.
If I see a dead child, I can't do it.
Ghost of Kiev levels of bullshit.
This is Ghost of Kiev level,
it totally
Kiev level bullshit. But I seriously like, and I think that, however, my psychology, right, of being so
is vagina brain, yes,
deeply, yes, my vagina brain, okay,
I could sort of use that
good is a good thing in the long run. Like,
yes, if you want to care for a child, not during war. During wartime is actually fucking terrible.
It's being abused. You're right. It's the willingness and lovingness of the West, and this is let's be very clear.
War is the province of men.
These people, hang on. the people in all these fucking sand holes, they don't give a fuck about if our children get killed, do they? No. If they saw a video of our children getting killed, Western children getting killed, they wouldn't give a fuck. It's my feminine aspect of wanting to protect children
and
that makes me so upset. I don't want to sing hands and I don't want to grab hands and sing kumbaya, by the way, on this. No, I think Israel's at fault here. Okay. I'm not going to sing hand or hold hands and sing kumbaya. Israel is the problem here. That's my opinion. That being said, though, they are trying so hard to dig into my feminine soul and go like, oh, be sad, be sad, be sad, be sad.
You have a feminine soul? That's cringe. We should remove
Clearly
it.
I do. Clearly I do.
We should remove it.
And by the way, that feminine soul is a good thing. It's a European thing. No, it is. It is.
What the fuck are you talking about? Is that a European thing?
It's look at Africa. Is there any kind of semblance of the Europeans of that feminine soul in Africa?
Yes, there's fucking communists there.
No. I
no
mean,
straight man would ever like communism.
Of freaking out about children being murdered? Does that exist in Africa? It doesn't, does it? No, it doesn't, and you know that.
As far as I'm aware.
It doesn't. It doesn't. This is a European mindset that I have.
I think Asians might care.
Asians do. Yeah, Asians do. You're right.
Some of them anyway.
But largely speaking, this is a European mindset.
Are you trying to say that we're more emotionally superior?
I'm saying we are emotionally different, yes.
Superior?
We're emotionally different.
You were saying it's better.
I think it is better.
Yeah, okay.
I think it is. I think I'm sorry. Okay, so it's superior to. Yes. I will say that the European
emotional depth.
Capacity for emotional understanding is superior. Yeah, I'll say that. Let's go. The European
language.
Capacity for being emotionally
is the best in the world.
Able to understand the plight of other people is superior. Yes,
it's also the most easy to exploit.
It is also the most easy to exploit. That's also true. That's also true. It's the easiest fucking thing in the world to exploit.
Sorry to offend my European brethren.
And this, by the way, I would like you to all see this in real time. Why Europeans have been exploited.
Because we care too much.
I am why. Europeans can be exploited.
You're responsible for this? Holy shit, you have a lot of fucking come up with.
No, I'm saying it.
It's like arrogance, but also a lot of
evidence. I'm a piece of evidence as to why. Because you show me a child
you lose all
suffering
sense of,
or a dead child, and just my soul immediately crumbles, and I go, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, and I have to like try and do something about it. Because that's the European Christian mentality. You know? I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's an exploitable thing, is it not? It's exploitable to take European females and take us and tell us what to do. That's it. That's all this all is.
Are you trying to say that we shouldn't have that? We should do something else with your ilk.
Women shouldn't be fucking allowed to vote, obviously.
That's based, yes, I agree.
No shit. Women should be allowed to vote. Because we vote based on emotion. Dude, like, my emotions change every 5 fucking seconds.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Well, yeah, no fuck. Obviously. But this is
and then me and Bill have to call you back to rationality.
I know. And then however, oh no, look, he's dying. And I do want to help other people. It's part of my calling as a Christian.
It's altruism.
This is the negative part of altruism. This is the negative altruism.
Europeans hero of the chub.
You're right.
Excuse me.
If you're saying that their
primary source
verification is
material.
wrong.
No, excuse me. Primary source in academia.
God.
I know you've done a journalism degree.
This is fantastic. Oh my
frankly,
God.
It's not relevant to what we're talking about here anyway.
Probably is to journalism, yeah.
No, it's not to this conflict. But we academics require primary source evidence in order to make it.
Who the fuck
Primary
believes journalists
source-
these days?
There is no such thing. Mohammed Hijab destroys Pierce Morgan here. Let's go.
Telegraph
What's the primary
said,
source evidence?
the Daily Telegraph said they verified the picture.
That's a secondary source.
Fine, you may say
That's a secondary source.
You may say
That's a secondary source.
Well, you may say
It is
you
a
don't
secondary
think
source.
it's
It's a
genuine.
secondary
I don't
source,
agree with
Pierce.
you.
Secondary
But the
source,
wider point
Pierce.
Calm down,
Secondary
woman.
source.
I want a source. I just want to see
Jesus
You're not
Christ.
arguing about here. You're not
Sorry, I'm
contesting
getting
that
excited.
babies were killed.
No, I'm saying I want to see the evidence.
So why are you picking on the semantics of the veracity of one picture, which has been verified by British journalists? Why are you picking on that?
British journalists are
some
not an
example that
authority.
somehow this wasn't as bad as it seems.
British journalists are not an academic authority. You know that full well. You've been fired from Daily Mirror for that very purpose. What I'm saying to you is this: putting this issue to the side, I think you're trying to use it as a red herring to move away from the
What
bigger
red
issues.
herring?
This is a red herring because already 1,023 children have been killed in Gaza. That's why.
No one's reporting on that. And by the way, I don't believe that report either, because I don't believe anybody's reporting on this, as we get to later. I don't believe anybody. Because that fucking hospital, the Christian hospital, they said got bombed.
The only one that got bombed is the parking lot, yeah.
It didn't get bombed. Okay.
Just
I
the
don't
parking
believe
lot
anybody
was
here.
damaged.
I don't believe anybody here at all. I think you're all liars, and you can all get fucked. But anywho, I do like Mohammed Hijab.
Ambassador, that question.
I literally asked the ambassador.
No,
I said 3,000 people have already been killed in a week
Sure.
in Gaza.
Well, you didn't ask her whether
did
she
you even
can
listen to my interview with the ambassador?
I did listen, but excuse me.
Well, don't put words in my
hold
mouth
on.
or say I didn't ask a question.
Oh, because peers are always a
Condemn the
liar.
killing of those children by the IDF.
I tell you what I condemn.
Yes or no?
I'm going to answer your question honestly and truthfully.
Sure.
And because I've tweeted about this, right?
Oh, okay.
I think that what happened on October the 7th was one of the worst atrocities I have ever had to read about or watch on
It happens every day in Palestine.
No, no.
So why-
Good fucking point, by the way. What happened on October 7th, or what that date,
It only happens now
happens-
because the media told you to give a shit.
happens in Palestine every single fucking day. You're only caring about it because they fought back. I'm not siding with the Palestinians at all.
No, it's just because the media told you to give a fuck.
But
If
but
it wasn't
the
reported, none of you would
reality
even
is-
give a shit. That's just the God's honest truth.
Exactly. But what happened to what the Palestinians did to Israel is what had been done to them every single fucking day for 30 fucking years minimum, probably up to 60. Okay, if we're going to be completely realistic. So let's not try and pretend like Mohammed Hijab is completely correct here. This was not something that happened out of nowhere. And the Israelis keep saying, like, oh, no, why'd this happen? We don't understand. You put these people into open air prisons. Okay? I am not an Islamist. Okay? I am not an Islamist. I'm not in favor of Islam. I think Islam is actually like a kind of really backwards, fucked up religion. And I've studied my entire life. I've spent studying Islam. A large part of my life, at least. I still think it's a backwards fucking religion that's really bad. But these are real ass people you put into an open air prison. And then you don't expect them to fight back against you. What insanity is this? Craziness.
Why do you care about that?
It
one so
actually
much?
doesn't. It doesn't.
It does actually. Yes.
No. The Israeli forces.
I've got the stats for that.
Israeli forces do not go.
Cast-led,
Wait a minute,
protective
Mohammed.
edge. Go and check it out.
Mohammed. Israeli forces.
Cast-led, protective edge.
Israeli forces don't go into Gaza on one day and grab grandmothers.
Open air
and
prison
kill
where they can go
babies
to work in
bed.
Israel with a visa.
hold on.
But
Rape
with
and
a visa,
abuse women.
you've pointed out your own issue, Hammer of Davi. With how do they get the Israeli visa? How do they get that? How did they get that? I think we have to be very clear that the Israelis have turned the Palestinians into a second-class group of people. It's just the truth. It's just the way that things are. They have turned them into a second-class people. That's the way it is. It's horrifying, but that's the way that it is. They turned them into a second-class group of people.
Rape, is there any evidence for that?
It's been multiple reports in multiple mainstream media publications. Well, you're going to sit here and deny everything.
No,
right?
no, I'm not denying anything.
I mean, the mainstream media is known for lying through their freaking teeth. So to say that it's been published by
true.
the mainstream, like, dude, that doesn't mean shit to us.
Yeah.
You are.
No, I accept that some civilians have been killed. I do accept this. And I already said
You don't believe any of the reports that women were raped?
No, I didn't say that. I said that it's still to be
do you
verified.
think they were raped?
No, I don't know. It's like the Russell Brand thing. You said we don't know. You didn't see the evidence. So why'd you apply two different standards?
Okay, so
when it's Israel, we know they're raped. When it's Russell Brand, you don't know because you're friend.
No, it's been reported by legitimate news sources.
When it's Israel, you know they're raped. But when it's Russell Brand, you don't know.
Them.
When it's Russell Brand, you don't know if they're raped.
There's no comparison between Russell Brand and what's happened.
It's the same thing. It's a rape allegation. Why are you stuttering?
I'm not stuttering.
Yeah, you are stuttering. You're literally stuttering. You're literally stuttering.
And I'm saying to you,
get fucked, dude.
People
were
brutally
2,000 people have been killed on the other side.
Abused.
2,000 people have been killed on the other side.
I said that to the ambassador.
Okay, but do you condemn that, yes or no?
I don't think
so. You refuse to condemn?
No.
By the way, if people in the chat are confused, here's my opinion. Fuck them both. However, the Palestinians are not without real claims. They're really not without real claims. I don't want the US to be involved in this war in any way. My position is fuck them both. That's my claim. However, the Palestinians have been seriously victimized. Seriously. And if you don't understand that, like, you look back through the entire history of the continuous wars between Israel and Palestine. They have been victimized.
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Because you're not condemning it, are you?
What do you want me to condemn?
Okay, excellent.
You condemn something,
I want you to
Piers.
condemn the fact that the IDF, knowing that it's more probable than not, pressing buttons from the sky, killing innocent civilians, 1,000 of them children.
You know this, Piers. You know all this,
It
Piers.
is a war crime, and that
It is a war crime, Piers.
Just like you condemn the other one. Is it condemnable?
I believe, given the scale of what Hamas did...
Answer the fucking question as if you could answer if you ate breakfast this morning, Piers, you fucking loon. You fucking tool. Answer the question. You can't. You can't because the IDF owns your ass. That's the problem, and that's where I have the issue.
The 7th, Israel is entitled to
kill children.
No, that's not what I said.
Go ahead.
They're entitled to defend themselves.
Yeah, it's what you said, though.
Okay.
That's what you meant, though, Piers.
There's an interesting debate.
Sure.
If, as it seems to me, you believe too, Hamas are not a force for good, do you believe that?
Well, I think that anybody who kills children and those elements of Hamas who are killing children...
Right, so we can agree. So we agree. So my point is,
thank you, Mohammed.
Israel's purpose is to rid the world of Hamas.
Here's the thing. Mohammed is completely sensible here. He's reasonable. He's logical. He's sensible. Piers has to instead make insane kind of justifications for what Israel has done. Mohammed has been completely, in my opinion, justifiable. But Piers can't even accept it. He has to go, no. Actually, it's okay for us to fucking bomb the shit out of you.
Hamas after the atrocity of October the 7th. Sure. How do they do that, given that Hamas embeds itself in civilian areas in the way that it does? Everyone knows that in Gaza. How do they do that in the surgically clean way that you seem to think they should be doing?
Okay, can I say...
How do you not kill civilians?
Beautiful.
I don't like any civilian death.
The argument is that because Hamas is taking up potentially places that are occupied by civilians, then therefore it is justified for the IDF to drop bombs on civilian areas. It's not. It's not at all justified. It will never be justified. It will never, ever, ever be justified for you to drop a fucking bomb on a hospital. What's wrong with you? Why do I have to say things like this? It's not. I'm losing my mind. Let's keep going.
Yes.
Do you mind if I?
It makes me very upset, Spin. It makes me very upset.
Like, it's kind of cringe.
Yeah, you think so?
No.
Is it cringe?
Yes.
Wait. Actually, is it cringe?
Yes.
It's cringe that I'm emotionally affected by this?
Yes.
Why is it cringe?
Because you're acting like a spastic.
But I'm upset because supposedly children are dying. Is that not something to be?
No, you just
about?
admitted that it's AI and you don't know.
Well, no,
what
some
the hell is going on.
of it is, but
Yes, it is cringe. There you go.
People in the chat are saying it's cringe.
Yes, exactly. Like, calm the fuck down, woman. If you can't discuss the story like a man, then don't discuss it at all.
I guess that's so, but here's the thing. When this is why I get so upset about this, right?
Because you're emotional. Yes, we get it.
Yes, because I'm emotional. Because I see images of dead kids.
Yes, and you've said this like 50 times now. Move on.
All right.
Next point.
Next point. Keep going.
I support Israel's right to defend itself.
Beautiful.
Now,
can I say something?
No, one more point. So then you can reply.
Sure.
But the question then becomes, what is proportionate?
Okay.
What is a proportionate response?
Okay.
I don't have the answer.
Excellent.
Because I don't know what a proportionate response to 1,300 murders is. When 260 young people at a music festival, most of them peace-loving people enjoying themselves at a festival, when they get slaughtered by people paragliding in...
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Why was this music festival being held literally on the border of Israel and Palestine?
Good question. I don't actually know.
Why was this music festival being held on the border of Israel and Palestine? Weird that one. Let's just let that go.
With machine guns. I don't know what the proportionate response is.
Piers, let me respond to
So can you tell me?
You've spoken for about 2 minutes. You didn't do that with the ambassador. By the way, I'm just showing you're saying fair, but you're not being fair.
I've said what I
okay,
want to say.
so let me paint a picture.
I will be fair.
Sure.
I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say.
All right, excellent. You're from Irish descent. You know that there was an IRA in Belfast and so on. Okay, so let me ask you a question now. If there was IRA in Belfast and they were occupying council properties and so on, and then we have a plane of RAF going to destroy that council property, destroy all of Belfast, flatten it, as one representative said.
Thank you.
The IDF said that. One of the IDF members said that we will flatten it completely. That's what we want to do. We don't care about accuracy, he said. We care about damage. That's what he said. You didn't question her about that. But anyway, if the RAF were to then go into Belfast and flatten, as the IDF and these guys want to do, if they want to flatten Belfast with all the white people.
Answer the question.
White.
Answer
the white people.
the question.
Woman,
Piers.
for God fucking sakes, calm
Sorry.
the fuck down and let him
He's
talk.
so right. He's so fucking right.
Yes,
though.
but
What a
if you want
great
people
question.
to hear him, then shut the fuck up and finished.
City. Go ahead.
Good lord.
States living in there with the excuse that we're doing it because it's proportionate defense to the terrorists. What would you say about that?
Here's what I would say to you.
Is that acceptable or unacceptable?
Here's what I would say to you.
Yeah.
The IRA committed a series of atrocities over numerous decades. They targeted, in their eyes, military and political targets. They usually gave some form of warning, not always.
Okay.
They
were terrorists.
No, they were terrorists.
Sure.
They never, ever went out one day and committed the barbaric slaughter of 1,300...
Irrelevant.
No.
If they did.
I'm sorry. It's not irrelevant.
If they did.
No, Mohammed.
If they did.
Here's why it's
Here's
not
the thing.
irrelevant.
Pause. Piers, he's asking you a hypothetical. What if you didn't eat breakfast this morning and he can't fucking fathom it? As Piers, are you like a below 70 IQ moron that you can't fucking understand a hypothetical? Mohammed Hijab is asking you a fucking hypothetical and you can't figure it out. Dingus.
They never did.
They did.
They never did.
Would you accept
by the
the
way,
RAF to flatten
by the way,
Belfast?
there were outrages committed by
my question is,
by the loyalist parliamentaries too.
My question is,
here's my point.
They did, would you think it's acceptable?
They never came close to committing an outrage on that scale.
Are you fucking kidding me? The IRA never committed any terrorisms. Are you out of your fucking mind? What the fuck are you talking about? Spoon, as an Irishman, the IRA never committed any fucking goddamn terrorisms. That's the line. That's a line that Piers Morgan, his smug little face, just said here.
I'm not an Irishman. Don't call me that. It's offensive.
But you're close enough.
No, I'm not.
You live there.
Okay, so therefore I'm aligning with its history, and I'm supposed to know its politics. What the fuck are you talking about?
But you know, the history of the Troubles, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay, fuck. Oh shit! I was hoping you could help me out here on the history of the Troubles.
No, I don't give a flying
Guess
fuck about
what?
Iron bombs.
Guess what? The Irish fucking blew people up. They literally put car bombs in people's fucking. You know what? I'm just going to. Where are we at? 12:42. Because I have to like. I have to be clear about this. If I'm gonna change it, it's that sorry. This is what the heck? Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. We're at 12:42. Okay. First I have to save this link. Sorry. I had to pee again. Damn it. I have a very small bladder.
Yeah, I can see that.
Sorry. Apparently. But this is what I wanted to say before I go to pee. Is this.
Expelliarmus! Chucky Allah! Come out, shiver like a tans, come out and fight me like a man.
Sorry. Whoopsie. Okay, so where are we at? We're at like. Oh shoot! I really have to pee so bad. So it's driving me nuts. Hang on, give me a second.
Where is she going now? Is she? Good Lord, the woman is very emotional, and she needs to learn to calm the fuck down and stop getting her knickers in a twist. Been banned for naughty words. Oh, sorry, that's your fucking name. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Aiden. She has a tendency. She's a woman. It's not expected to be, you know, thinking like a guy. She can reason like a guy just when, no, she's not drunk. She's just silly and a chick. No, I'm not going to go off. I expect women to be not the brightest thinkers. Yeah, I know, we're talking about a woman, exactly. That's why I'm not going to go off, you know. The woman wrangling, oh, fucking Jesus Christ. I feel for Bill sometimes. I fucking have to do it on microphone. He's got to do it in person. Jesus fucking Christ, the man has an enormous amount of patience. That's why husband needs to spank hysterical. Just, I advocate for an open hand. Just, you know, just... not in the face. Just, please stop. I don't fucking know. Why is she crying over sand person's business job? Oh god, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why she is this way. Oh god, you know. No, I've never met Aiden IRL. I feel like I would slap drinks out of her hand if we did. I would tell her she's being cringe and she must stop.
What?
Yes.
I've not been cringe ever. I've never been cringe. All right, what were you doing?
Aiden is not good at lying.
True.
She's a terrible liar, actually.
Okie dokie. Let's do... Oh, we did the Piers Morgan BNB thing. So I'm going to switch over to my stream. Here we go. Okay. All right. I'm gonna switch over to my stream.
Okay.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Just let me know when you have the
I have a few good things to say about Hamas and BBC. No, oh god,
yeah,
this is gonna end well, isn't it?
I know. Oh, it's gonna be interesting, isn't it? Actually, this is interesting. It's kind of it's interesting. Let's go. Okay, ready? You got it up? All right, let's go.
He worries about here. Do you think that he, in support of Palestinians and a Palestinian state, a two-state solution, is something that gets lost in what is a very heated and difficult debate?
I thought that interview was outrageous. I thought it was ridiculous. I think the fact that he was given so much time relative to a representative of Britain's Jewish communities
I think they were both
was outrageous.
And
he was given considerably more time than the Community Security Trust. And this is exactly why British Jews are feeling so badly treated. And I can't remember a time in my life when I felt more ashamed by our national debate.
This is the thing that's so fucking frustrating, is that if you don't side with Israel, then you must be a vile person, right?
And our country, as I have over the last week. I've tried to imagine how I would feel if I was a British Jew. We have a national broadcaster, the BBC, unable to call a Nazi-inspired, ISIS-inspired terrorists.
Like who?
Nazi-inspired?
Like who?
What the fuck?
What a fucking loon.
Expressing sympathy for Hamas. We have the institutions of our national community like Wembley Stadium showing the rainbow flag to protest against Qatar, but not showing the colours of Israel in solidarity. And we have the universities.
Meanwhile, he's definitely not a Jew. Okay, that's very cool.
I work a few years
ago. The words I want to say, I can't say. I literally can't say them. I can't say them. Can I say them? But I was going to Bill. Spoon, can I say the words I want to say about this guy?
What the fuck am I supposed to know?
I don't know. Can I call him the words that I want to call him?
Again, I don't know what you want to call the guy.
I think you do know.
No, I don't. This is out with a K?
No.
Okay, well then it's not that bad. Small hat?
He's a shaboskoy.
Oh.
He's a shaboskoy.
I was going to say peddlers of shekels.
You're a fucking shaboskoy, dude. You're a shaboskoy.
So I like the one that everyone went circle. Yeah, there you go. That's what I thought.
Congrats. Too. You're a shaboskoy. Just I'm sorry, it's true.
Fell over themselves to express solidarity with George Floyd and what happened centuries ago in America, but are unable to issue the same condemnation of what's happened in Israel.
Oh, just like, oh, look, everyone else gets outraged except us. Fuck off, you cringe-seeking fag.
Not to show symbols of their faith, and we've got fireworks and celebrations going on
oh my gosh, shut up, you. This is cringe.
Excusing the glorification of terrorism.
Well, hang on.
Joe, I was at the protest. I was at the protest, and there's one thing he didn't mention, which were the groups of men running around, physically attacking people, showing the Israel flag. There was glorification of terrorism at that protest. Those people should be treated the same way as supporters of ISIS.
And that is why we're discussing it. But there is a line, isn't there, Matt Goodwin? I mean, do pro-Palestinian voices have a right to take to the streets and protest? And the vast majority of them, according to someone obviously you don't have any regard for, and that's absolutely fine, Ben Jamal, but the majority...
I'm going to get in so much trouble. I'm going to get so much trouble over saying that. I'm going to get so much fucking trouble over saying that.
Just delete the
Shabbos... No, it's fine. I just want to explain what I mean by when I say Shabboskoy. Because I have a lot of friends who are Jewish. Shabboskoy means someone who is a golem, who is not a Jew, who works on the behalf of Israel. Okay? That's what it means. A non-Jew who works on the behalf of Israel. That's what Shabbos Goy means. I'm not saying that to be rude or anti-Semitic in any way. I have a lot of friends. I have a friend who, in fact, I have a friend. Well, no, I have a friend who lives in Israel, and who I'm very worried about.
But the second you say this shit, is like I have friends in Israel, like
no, but I legit do have a friend who lives in Israel.
I know,
and who I'm worried about. But yeah, like, was it cringe? But like, yes, I'm sorry, but he is a Shabbos Goy. I'm sorry. There's no other way to describe the way he's behaving other than as a Shabbos Goy. Like, you are acting as a non-Jewish, just representative of the state of Israel. That makes you a Shabbos Goy. Makes you a golem, dude. I'm in so much trouble for this. I'm in so much trouble for this.
Rightly or wrongly, but they are facing blockades. Thousands have lost their lives. Do they not have the right to protest in...
I'm still allowed to say it,
right to protest
bro.
In Britain, but how many cases of the glorification of terrorism and Hamas have we seen? And to be frank,
this guy's cringe.
It's against the law, and the police will deal with it.
I think this country has lost its moral compass.
I thought it was
Gentiles.
I thought,
fuck up,
yeah. I thought it was Gentiles who do for Jews tasks that typically are prohibited on the Sabbath, such as lighting candles. Yes, that is what a Shabbos Goy is. It is a goyim, a non-member of the Jewish faith, who is put to task to do certain things. Certain things that are not allowed by the Jewish community. That's what a Shabbos Goy is. Historically, yes. That's what Shabbos Goy means.
I don't think we no longer understand the importance of taking a position on issues which are very clear-cut in the minds of ordinary people. A few days ago, the Brits were asked, do you think Hamas is a terrorist organisation or not? 2/3 of the country said, yes, absolutely. So why can the BBC not refer to Hamas as a terrorist organisation when it also...
Getting it over my head? Yeah, I know, probably.
You're more than happy to take on the language of gender ideology. You're more than happy to insist on pronouns. You're more than happy to use language when it...
Yes, very true, very true.
Jews are looking at this national debate and feeling rightly that they are not treated with the same degree of respect as other minority communities.
And that is a very legitimate view expressed by you and others.
Okay.
So basically, it's that we are entitled to our outrage.
We want our trans stuff.
Yeah, that's literally.
I
all
want my
it is.
tranny stuff.
Fuck off.
Who cares though? To be honest, I'm going to go back to my. I have to go back to the. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to stream because it's late as hell.
Yes.
But I'm going to go back to the. Spin?
Yes.
Hello. I'm gonna go back to the
Watch the other thing.
Yeah, here we go. To share my screen.
Yes, it's up. But now,
good.
Now it's screen share again?
Look at this fucking nonsense.
As all of this kind of kicked off, you and several other of your colleagues released a statement calling for a ceasefire in the region. But I wonder, what is Israel supposed to do about Hamas after they murdered, brutalized, abducted over 1,000 of their citizens? Are they supposed to just do nothing?
For fuck's sake, stop
what's
talking about
important
people.
to note about a ceasefire is that it's not one-sided. Hamas has been sending thousands of rockets into Israel as well. And what is important is for us to identify our goal in terms of what safety means, in terms of what defense means.
But and if I may, Congresswoman, I think the position from Israel's perspective is that there was already an attack. And Hamas already committed an attack. After that happened, do you really believe that they should not respond to that?
I think what is important in terms of response is Israel does have a right to self-defense. I think what we need to take a look at in this situation is if collective punishment qualifies as defense, if the blockade on water, food, electricity, if the dropping of white phosphorus, which is an indiscriminate weapon, qualifies. So I do believe that there's a discussion to be had here. I don't believe that an either-or approach is what is necessary, but we should identify what our goal is, which is the cooling of tensions in the region.
Israel's goal is to rid the region of Hamas. They've been very clear about that. And I certainly take what you're saying about the condition of Gaza right now for civilians who, as you point out, are not synonymous with Hamas. But for Israel to deal with Hamas, which is a force that is actually detrimental to Palestinians.
Absolutely.
How else are they supposed to address a violent, militant, some say terrorist group, other than to go in there and take them on directly?
Well, you know, when we talk about going in there, I think we should also keep in mind President Biden's statements as well about what the implications of a potential ground invasion would be. This is an inherently complex situation. I do believe that Hamas needs to be dealt with.
But how, I think, is what I'm
and
trying to
I think what we're trying to figure out right now is that this present situation of collective punishment and indiscriminate attack is one approach, but we are seeing the issues and the complications with that approach now. Can we target them in terms of intelligence? Is there precision? What are the options available? Are entirely up to the administration and for Israel to examine and explore.
As all of this kind of kicked off,
how fucking curious. How fucking curious. You know who else I can't fucking stand? You know who else I can't fucking stand, Spoon?
The View?
Ron DeSantis.
Oh, he's
one of our greatest allies. Israel has been attacked by terrorists.
Why is Israel
Iran
an ally? What does Israel provide the United
States?
Wait. Seriously.
Yeah. With over 800 Israelis murdered and 2,000 injured, sources. The scenes of brutality are hard to watch. Yeah, they are. They are wrong. But I don't believe any of them anymore. It isn't men, women, and children, and the elderly. And we learned this morning that those
Why do you sound like
victims
a drunk intimidating him?
Are at least nine American citizens and killed, and others
that
likely
voice is going to make people
menacing.
stop watching you. Stop it.
Hamas committed these attacks for two simple reasons. They hated the Jewish people, and they are evil cowards. They were empowered by Joe Biden's appeasement of Iran and a peaceful desire to ruin further normalization of the ties within the Arab world with Israel. We must not only stand with Israel, but we must support them as they hunt down and eradicate these eradicate.
Have you been drinking?
No.
Are you sure?
I mean, I've had like a drink. Eradicate these barbarians. Eradicate them. Dude, what the fuck? Israel, with the full support of the United States, should kill Hamas members and extinguish their entire infrastructure. And right now, America must immediately do three things. Freeze any money Joe Biden has made available to Iran, cut off any and all types of foreign aid flowing to Hamas, immediately shut down America-wide open southern borders to ensure we are in a position to better protect Americans here at home from these real threats. Oh, come on. These are incredibly dangerous times, but I have confidence that both the Israeli and American spirit can and will prevail over evil. Well, thank you very much, Poop DeSantis. Just fuck you, dude.
Yeah, you can tell you've been drinking.
Really?
Yes, because you're slightly slurry, and you are speaking in a weird way.
That'd be weird. I haven't actually even drank that much yet.
Uh-huh.
Ben Shapiro shares an AI-generated image of burnt baby. amid Israel-Hamas war.
He would have been asking, people would have been asking if you've been eating alcoholic cheese.
Rude!
That's because you're drunk.
I'm not drunk yet.
Aiden, I can hear you're drunk, and so can everyone in the chat. Stop lying.
Alright, then we'll just end the stream if you think I'm drunk.
Yes, because you can tell you're sauced.
Not that drunk.
Aiden, seriously, the entire chat can tell you've been drinking.
I sincerely wish I was drunk, but I'm not. But okay. You think I'm too drunk to do the show?
Yes, definitely. Go to sleep.
That's crazy. But okay. Let's read the chat, and then we're gonna, I guess, end early.
Yes, because you're drunk.
I'm not, though.
You are definitely drunk, woman.
No. No.
Yes.
DRT is king for 2 says, I think it's Thrawn like Grand Admiral Thrawn. Oh, probably is. Hasselhoff over 2 says, most of us don't have imported slave labor, Arnold. Yeah, very true about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Joe Manchin for $9 for 9 euros says, let's play a game. Take the sentence, without immigrants, our economy would collapse, and replace one word with slave. Very interesting, right? Lance for 5 says, I find it interesting that Ben Shapiro and Arnie agreed on immigration. Ben really doesn't care about the brunt of America, but does care about Israel. Right. Of course he does. Of course he does. Of course, Shapiro cares about that stuff, you know? Lance for 5 says, Gary Thomas for 10 says, Aiden, if monarchy can't exist outside of Christianity, then how is it that in the world's oldest monarchy... Oh, I did read that. Sorry.
Yes, if you were...
Don't get mad at me,
If you weren't drunk, you would know this.
You big rude. Binary Eclipse for 5A says, Berman, per der, with this ting. Pull trigger alarm. Okay. Alarm is triggered. Well, the wall burb chirping. Very true, to be honest. Dreadnought for 5 says, FDR promised a chicken in every pot. What's Cenk promising? A buffalo on... A buffalo on pot? I wish, man. And Aiden is right. Elections don't matter anymore. It's true. Bro, it's fucking true. I read that one. Hasselhopper for 2 says, Piers Morgan talking about straddling horses. Probably. Dreadnought for 5 says, he's not correct. If you can't fight a war, then you have a chance of killing civilians. Then only those who don't care will wage and win wars. Interesting. Cole Summers for 2 says, Ukrainian-European war is over. Israel, which is a religious war. Interesting. Method of Fats, who's been a member for 5 months, says, Boss, first, get off Twitter. Social media is worse than cancer. That's very true. Second, you bought into the psyop. Close your heart to it. Lance, who's been a member for 5, says, since it's spooky season, would either of you two consider taking the day off from the true horrors of life and indulge in some fictional horror fun of this season? Also, since it's the scariest thing you can imagine, say, ooh, woo, spoon. Well, spoon.
I'm not saying the phrase.
He won't say it.
No.
Sorry, Lance. Nelsina for 2 says, when is Isle back? Also a much needed... Dreadnought for 2 says, you both started slurring when you got tired. Yeah, probably. If I'm slurring, sorry, I probably am. But I am both tired.
And she's been drinking.
And I've been drinking. I'm very tired. I'm very, very tired. I haven't been able to get my shit right. for weeks.
It's because she's
I'm just
been
so
drinking.
tired. No, but I'm just been so tired. I'm so tired.
Drink.
Like, by the way,
Drinky.
What I can't figure out is that like I wake up and I'm tired. I wake up and I'm tired.
It's because you don't fucking eat.
Yes, I have been trying to eat.
Yes, and yours eating gives you calories, which is energy. One is for cell generation, the other one's
Look, I know that I have a thing where I can't eat, but I do have a problem with eating. Anywho, we're not going to go any further than this.
Yes, go to sleep when you're drinking.
I'm too tired. I'm
and
too
drunk.
Tired. No, is what? Fuck you! Don't be rude.
You're drunk.
Don't be rude.
That's not rude. It's just true.
Don't be rude. I'm
True.
sleepy.
Drinking makes one tired.
Oh, that's not what's happening, but that's okay.
Chad, tell her
right.
that I'm telling the truth and she's lying.
This incorrect. I'm just sleepy.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're heading out. All right, I'm heading out and ending the stream now.
Yeah.